Chapter 1857. Didn't they say that this animal is very fierce? The young man in brocade clothes used the stick in his hand to poke the dark wild man who was locked up in the iron prison. It was said that the wild man in the iron prison was a child raised by a wolf pack. For some reason, he was separated from the wolf pack and was caught by a playboy who went out to hunt. They had heard of wolf children, but they had never seen a living one. He looked like a human, and there was nothing special about him. The servant standing next to the young man said in a trembling voice, "He was fed medicine, and now he has no strength left in his body. He was very fierce before, and even bit someone's arm off." That ruthlessness made people shiver. "Lang Jun, be careful. Don't let this animal hit you." The young man didn't know how this wolf child grew. He looked like he was about 10 years old, but he was as tall as an adult man. He was tall and strong, and his muscles were tight and full of explosive power. His 2 long legs had amazing jumping power, and he ran very fast. If it weren't for the large number of people in the hunting team, and the little animal hadn't eaten for a few days, it would have run away. The young man, who was called Lang Jun by the servant, sneered and deliberately poked the wolf child's face with the stick in his hand. "Humph, he's half dead. Do you think I'm afraid of him?" The servant flattered. "Lang Jun, you're right. But this animal hasn't washed for many days, and his excretion is also like an animal. I haven't trained him well. If he's now, I'm afraid I'll dirty your eyes. I'll send him to you after he's washed and trained." The young man threw the stick away and said, "Remember to be quick. We're counting on him to turn the tables in the fight." The servant hurriedly nodded and bowed, as if giving a military order. The young man was not in the mood to listen to the servant's flattery. He waved his hand and signaled his guards to leave with him. He didn't see that when he turned around, a pair of dark and wild eyes stared at his face, full of bloodthirst. The young man didn't notice, but the servant did. When the young man left, the servant clenched his fist and threatened the weak wolf child. "What are you staring at? Be careful, or I'll dig out your eyeballs." The wolf kid was raised by the wolves. Since he was born, he had never trimmed his hair. The servants thought it was too troublesome to do so, so they took a pair of scissors and cut off the dirty, smelly and stone-like hair. Then they pressed the wolf kid into the cold pool water to bathe him. Every time the wolf kid choked on the water in the pond, he would let out a sorrowful and panicked cry. The servants who were watching the scene would roar with laughter, as if the scene in front of them was very amusing. Half a month later, the wolf child was pushed into the beast-fighting gambling house as a secret weapon. To put it bluntly, the beast-fighting gambling game was just an entertainment for some playboys. They would starve their pets for 2 days before throwing them into the arena for them to fight to the death. The pets that participated in the death match were usually heinous prisoners on death row. The winner would live, and the loser would die without a complete corpse. In order to add to the fun, they would usually set up a prize. The winner would get the prize, and some playboys would take pleasure in this. They would groom death row prisoners to fight and win the prize, which would give them face among their peers. Of course, fights between humans weren't fun either. Sometimes, savage beasts would be thrown in to increase the number of variables. The wolf child was the secret weapon of the young man. In less than a year, the wolf child helped the young man win countless battles. As a price, he was covered with terrible injuries, some of which were so deep that his bones could be seen. Every time he left the arena, he would be drenched in blood. Some people would even laugh and applaud when they saw him bite off his opponent's throat. However, no matter how powerful the wolf child was, he was not invincible. Indeed, he had the fighting instinct of a wolf and a body that was stronger than many adults. But after all, he didn't know how to fight. When he met a capable opponent, he would only lose. When he lay in a pool of blood, dying, his life seemed to be rapidly draining from his body. In a daze, his body was picked up from the ground, and the person seemed to be saying something. What a poor child. When the wolf child learned the human language, he learned that the person who saved him was called Fu Yang, a person who was taller, stronger, and more powerful than him. Every day, he was forced to learn the human language, learn the human handwriting, and practice martial arts at the same time. How could the wolf child be restrained? Naturally, he refused to be disciplined. As a result, he was taught a lesson. "What, Fu Yang? Call me Daddy." Fu Yang held a wooden stick in his hand and pinned the wolf child. His hands were held behind his back by the wooden stick, and he couldn't use any strength. The wolf child subconsciously growled like a beast, and the back of his head was hit hard. Speak human language. The wolf child. Brute force and no brain. I can beat 5 of you with one hand. Fu Yong sneered. The wolf child was forced to kneel on the ground. He twisted and struggled for a long time, but still couldn't break free. He was so anxious that his head was full of sweat. Beg for mercy. Learn to beg for mercy, and I will let you go. The wolf child's eyes were burning with anger, and he said in an unpracticed official language, "Don't even think about it." Okay, you have a backbone. Then let's be like this. When you calm down and learn to think with your brain instead of relying on brute force with your limbs, we can have a good talk. Fu Yong didn't loosen his grip and said with a smile, "Let's see who gives in first." The two were in a stalemate from noon until the moon was high in the sky. The wolf child knelt until his knees were bruised. Fu Yong felt that the stimulation wasn't enough, so he asked his beloved concubine to feed him. The wolf child could only kneel and smell the food, but he couldn't eat it. "Kid, do you see that?" Fu Yang's mouth was full of oil, replenishing his lost strength. The wolf child was so tired that his lips were cracked, and his dark eyes were bloodshot. The wolf child bared his teeth at Fu Yong and stretched his neck to bite him, but his teeth were almost broken by Fu Yang's huge fist. "You have to learn to be flexible, kid. Pure brute force will only make you die without even knowing how you died." Fu Yong grabbed a pair of chopsticks with his free hand, picked up a piece of meat, and put it next to the wolf child's mouth. "I know you can understand human language. If you understand, then eat. If you don't, then continue to starve." After a while, Fu Yong heard the wolf child spit out a mouthful of bloody saliva, threatening him fiercely. "I will kill you sooner or later. Yo, you've learned to talk tough? You've improved a lot, but you're still a little green." Fu Yong sneered. "In this world, there are many people who want to kill me. The Meng family is not even on the list. Who do you think you are? When I die of old age, you probably won't have the chance." Fu Yong took pity on the wolf child and accepted him as his godson. He even gave him a name. "In the future, you will be called Wang, Fu Wang." The wolf child thought that Wang meant expectation. Many years later, he learned that the name Fu Yong gave him was derived from, "I hope that he will come back." Fu Yang's way of education was quite simple and rough, which was just right to restrain wild and unruly people like Fu Wang. Why didn't he learn calligraphy and the art of war? Beat him until he was willing to learn. Why didn't he learn the elegant language? Beat him until he could speak fluently. Why didn't he call him father? Beat him until he could call him father sweetly. If you don't have the power to resist, you have to learn to be flexible. This is called strategic hibernation. It's not a disgrace to conserve energy and endure hardships. Fu Yong stroked his adopted son's head. Every time he beat his adopted son, he would instill such thoughts in him. If Fu Wang admitted defeat soon, he would be beaten again. "You're a wolf, not a dog. Why are you wagging your tail? You can't lose the courage in your bones. You're embarrassing me." Fu Wang. "I'm afraid it's going to be difficult." Under such an education model, it was impossible for Fu Wang not to be crooked. "I count on my fingers. You're about 21 or 22 this year, right?" Fu Wang rolled his eyes. How did he know how old he was? "Come, son, let your Uncle Da take you to a good place. You're an adult, you should learn some things." Uncle Da was the death row prisoner who had beaten Fu Wang to death. At that time, Fu Yong had saved Fu Wang by chance to save his old comrade who had become a death row prisoner. Fu Yong adopted Fu Wang and the latter became his only son. Uncle Da naturally became Fu Wang's martial arts master and one of his elders. Learn what? Fu Wang was traumatized by it. Fu Yong smiled slyly. "You'll know when you get there. It's a good thing." In the end, Fu Wang was still dragged to the women's room and spent the night in a daze. Fu Wang was born to do this. At the age of 27 or 28, he became the most famous general under Fu Jing's command. Fu Yang was the spy that the royal family of Dongqing had placed in Sangzhou to monitor the Mengs. The conflict between him and the Mengs had escalated. During that time, Fu Wang clearly felt that the atmosphere in the military camp had become strange. Fu Yang, the old man, also became haggard and thin at a speed visible to the naked eye. You're dying? Fu Wang happened to hear the doctor's words. He grabbed the doctor like a chicken and confronted him in front of Fu Yang's sickbed. Fu Yang smiled weakly. I'm so old. I'm not allowed to die of old age. Fu Wang pursed his lips tightly and said nothing. Fu Yang was only 45 years old. He had always been strong and there was still a long way to go before he died of old age. A while ago, when the father and son were fighting, Fu Wang was suppressed by Fu Yang for a while with his rich experience. If Fu Wang didn't have the advantage of physical strength, he probably wouldn't have had the upper hand. How did he fall ill so easily? After Fu Yang finished speaking, his face suddenly darkened. If I die, remember not to mistreat your uncles. Otherwise, I'll crawl back to the netherworld and strangle you to death. Fu Wang's heart was filled with indescribable annoyance. Someone set you up? Who? The old bastards of the Mengs? Calm down. Fu Yang reprimanded with a displeased expression. What's with your reaction? Have your years of teaching been eaten by dogs? Fu Wang was so angry that he flung his sleeves and left. When he saw Fu Yang again, the latter was already in a dying state. Listen, Fu Yang used his last breath to say, it's not the Mengs. Don't look for the truth. In the middle of the night, Fu Yang passed away. Fu Wang was so angry that he smashed all the weapon racks in the drill ground. On the 7th day after Fu Yang's death, the Mengs, who had been at odds with Fu Yang for many years, sent someone to invite Fu Wang to be their henchman with a smile. Henchman? Do you think you're qualified? The Meng's envoy didn't mind. After all, Fu Wang's temper was well known in Songzhou. Young general, don't you want to know how General Fu died? Fu Wang clenched his fists. He almost couldn't restrain himself from lifting the envoy and interrogating him. You, the Meng's envoy said. Young general, only our family head can protect old General Fu's life's work. Please think about it carefully. A thought flashed through Fu Wang's mind as he thought of a possibility. The royal family? But how could it be possible? Fu Yang, this old man, was loyal and devoted to the imperial family. If Fu Wang had the slightest disrespect, he would have been beaten into a pig's head. How could the royal family deal with old Fu? The Meng's envoy smiled meaningfully, but Fu Wang's heart sank. Is the emperor suspecting my adoptive father? The Meng's envoy said, being with the emperor is like being with a tiger. The emperor's heart is unpredictable. This indirectly confirmed Fu Wang's speculation. Not long after, Fu Wang took the soldiers and confidants left by Fu Yang to join the Mengs, but they didn't listen to orders. In order to win him over, the Mengs used a lot of money, beauties, luxurious cars. The people of Cangzhou only said that Fu Wang was an ingrate who turned to the enemy who killed Fu Yang after his adoptive father's death. Some of Fu Yang's old subordinates didn't understand. But Fu Wang did things his own way. The world was in chaos, and the Mengs took advantage of the situation to recruit soldiers and buy horses. The Mengs expanded, but they ignored Fu Wang, who was hiding in the dark. This guy turned the tables and took over the Mengs. He was then recruited by Prince Changshu, who was the most powerful at that time, and became the most valiant general. Prince Changshu knew that Fu Wang was a beauty, so he tried his best to find a woman for his beloved general. Fu Wang had a bad temper, and sometimes he would deliberately offend people. For example, he once said at a banquet that he liked Prince Changshu's beloved concubine. That beloved concubine was extremely beautiful, and it was said that her appearance was similar to Wang Huiyun, one of the two beauties of the Wangs. Prince Changshu used to be this talented woman's admirer, but unfortunately, the goddess married Xie Qian, a boorish man. Because of this past, Prince Changshu doted on this beloved concubine, even though she was born in a brothel. Hearing Fu Wang asking for her, Prince Changshu hesitated. Was his beloved general more important or his beloved concubine? Needless to say, his beloved general was more important. He felt uncomfortable, but he still generously pushed his beloved concubine, who was pouring wine for him, to Fu Wang's side. Being pushed by him, the wine pot in his hand fell to the ground, and the wine spilled all over the floor. The woman's expression changed slightly, but she still bowed meekly and came to Fu Wang's side to serve him. After the banquet ended, Fu Wang sat in the carriage with his eyes closed. His legs stretched out and occupied almost the entire space in the carriage. The woman could only shrink in a corner and lower her head. After a long time, Fu Wang loosened his collar and let go of the smell of alcohol. It doesn't feel good to be sent here and there, does it? The woman said in a low voice, "This is my life, there's no such thing as feeling good or uncomfortable." Fu Wang sneered, "You're very beautiful. If you serve me well, I won't give you away." The woman lowered her head. The carriage was dark, so he couldn't see her expression clearly. "I'll listen to you, General." When that pair of soft hands touched his chest, Fu Wang smiled and pulled the woman into his arms. Prince Changsho also had a short life. When he was about to die, Fu Wang brought his men to seek refuge with Su Fei. Su Fei was forced to his death by Su Bei, and Fu Wang sought refuge with Su Bei. At the same time, he formed a grudge with Su Bei's advisor, Han Yu. The grudge between the two was attributed to a celebration banquet. Han Yu couldn't stand Fu Wang's success, so he secretly mocked him. He originally thought that Fu Wang was a boorish man who didn't understand and was scolded. Who would have thought that he was a cunning man on the outside and hated Han Yu? After that, Su Bei was killed by Zhang Pengji, and Fu Wang wanted to jump ship again. But halfway through, he was caught by Zhang Pengji's advisor, Qiguan Rang. The crazy fan spirit, who still fanned himself in the middle of winter, looked at Fu Wang with a smile. "General Fu, I haven't seen you for many years. How are you?" Fu Wang curled his lips and mocked back. "I'm very good. There's no cold in the winter anymore." Qiguan Rang threatened in a low voice. "When General Fu meets my lord, you'd better think about what you say, lest you lose your head." Fu Wang didn't believe it, but in the end, he was taught a lesson by Zhang Pengji. He relived the years when he was suppressed and beaten by Fu Yang. Someone said to Zhang Pengji, "He's just a lackey. How can we trust him so easily?" Zhang Pengji said, "He can't kill me. If he dares to betray me, he'll die earlier than me." The outside world thought that Fu Wang would continue to kill his boss and jump ship. Who would have thought that Zhang Pengji's life would be so tough? Speaking of which, Fu Wang's battle record was quite good. He almost never lost a battle. But his previous boss was too weak. No matter how fierce a general was, he couldn't save the situation from collapse. Not to mention, Fu Wang would occasionally slack smiley face angle. When the world was about to be settled, Fu Wang did something that shocked the world and caused the outside world to discuss it. He remarried his former beloved concubine as his legal wife. If one observed carefully, they would notice that after the appearance of his beloved concubine, all the women around Fu Wang gradually disappeared. She was the only one left. Taking a concubine as his wife? Ridiculous! Han Yu threw the invitation card away as soon as he saw it. He gave a small gift and did not show up himself. Do I need to discuss with them who I want to marry and sleep with? Too much nonsense. Instead of doing proper things, all they do is stare at people's backyard and 3 inches below their navels. Fu Wang cursed. Other than his lord, Zhang Pengji, and his beloved wife, he would not listen to anyone else. His wife sighed. "My previous experience was indeed criticized by others," Fu Wang said. "But what does this have to do with them? Did they sleep with me?" He slept with his own woman, but he didn't do anything shameful in broad daylight. What was an outsider talking about? His wife forced a smile. In fact, she had wondered why Fu Wang was so in love with her. Once, he even made her drink a dozen jars of wine to get information out of her. The answer was, "Beautiful." Fu Wang replied drunkenly, "Beautiful. Look at this face, look at these hands, look at these feet, I like everything." When his wife heard the answer, she felt much more at ease. She was grateful to Fu Wang for having a shelter in this chaotic world. She was not like a rootless duckweed drifting everywhere. Genius 1 second remember site address. Mobile version, M. Chapter 1858. Jiang Yan's courtesy name was Huiping. The Book of Rites said that when a woman was about to marry, she would have her courtesy name. It meant that a woman could only have her courtesy name when she was of age and was about to get married. The character in Huiping meant rise, and also referred to marriage. That was why there was the phrase, waiting to be betrothed. However, this meaning took on another meaning when the first female emperor of the Zhang dynasty ascended to the throne and the new crown prince completed the ceremony. Even if I take it, no one will say it. After a long time, except for the history books, no one will remember this character. The coming-of-age ceremony was very complicated. Even though Jiang Yan's physique was different from ordinary people, she was still a little tired after being dug up from dawn until the moon was high in the sky. However, she did not complain no matter how tired she was. Today's ceremony was not bad at all. Jiang Yan knew very well that from today onwards, her mother would slowly retire. When she could truly hold her own and suppress all the civil and military officials in the court, she would abdicate and hand over power. From assisting the crown prince to the real emperor, the meaning and responsibility of the two were completely different. Jiang Yan knew the heavy responsibility on her shoulders from a very young age and had long regarded it as a part of her life. But I see that your highness is slightly happy. It is obvious that you like it. Other than Jiang Yan, there was also a slightly older youth in the hall. The youth was still wearing his court robes and looked slightly frail. Jiang Yan smiled. Of course I like it. I heard that mother prepared this character for a long time and hesitated for a long time before choosing it. Everyone in the court knew that His Majesty was terrible at naming things. In the early years, some ignorant officials wanted to give the younger generation in the family favor, and shamelessly asked His Majesty to give them a courtesy name. In the end, it was always the scene of a car accident. No matter how many choices others made, His Majesty could always choose the most unpleasant one. Understood, smiley face, angle. Understood, the character Xueqi was also very ordinary, but the meaning was simple and straightforward. It was not unpleasant to hear. It seemed that His Majesty really put in a lot of effort. Jiang Yan rolled up the sleeves of the youth's court robes in boredom. A few days ago, Grand Tutor came to me and told me about you. Don't you want to hear what he thinks of you? The young man raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Grand Tutor? Knows? He had even kept this matter a secret from his parents. His father and mother had always thought that he was close to the crown prince because he was placed in an important position. A few days ago, they had been nagging him about marriage, but the young man had found an excuse to dismiss them. His mother was still all right, but his father was an old fox who had walked through troubled times. The young man had always been a little proud of himself for deceiving his father, Feng Zhen. He did not expect that someone would still find out. This person was also Her Highness's teacher. Based on the clues he had discovered over the years, the young man had also figured out the other identity of the other party. I know, he's against it. My words at that time were a little harsh. I'm afraid I've hurt his feelings, the youth said. Worry leads to confusion. Grand Tutor, this is also the prince in your heart. Jiang Yan said indifferently. Indeed. However, Grand Tutor is right. Feng Yu, are you really willing? As he asked, the conversation he had with Grand Tutor Xueqi surfaced in his mind. Your Highness, do you know what the outcome will be if you choose Feng Yu? With Feng Yu's looks, he will definitely be an important official in the court in the future. How could he be willing? He was young and frivolous, making a promise without permission. What if he goes back on his word in the future? Grand Tutor, you're thinking too much. I'm the future ruler of the world. How can I be restrained by a man? It's enough that both parties are in love with each other. What else does Feng Yu want? One day, if he really has a change of heart, I'll secretly grant him a death sentence. The secrets of the royal family and the dignity of the emperor cannot be tarnished. Only the dead can keep their mouths shut. I can let him rise rapidly, but I can also consign him to eternal damnation. Life and death, honor and disgrace are in my hands. If he wants to rebel, it's up to me. Jiang Yan was conceited, but on some matters, she was calmer than her mother. Xueqi was stunned for a moment, then asked, Is he willing? Jiang Yan asked doubtfully. Why not? Behind the scenes, he's the man of the emperor. In front of others, he's the second son of the Feng family. He's an important official who holds great power in the court and is deeply favored by the emperor. There are gains and losses. To get all this, he has to give up some things. For example, the inheritance of the clan, a normal marriage. If that doesn't work, I'll give him a male heir in the future and secretly bring him back to inherit the clan. The court today can't tolerate so much willfulness. If her mother, Jiang Pengji, did not give Xueqi a proper name because of the situation, then Jiang Yan had never thought of giving Feng Yu a proper name. If it wasn't Feng Yu, it could be someone else. It wasn't like she had to be alone. She and Feng Yu were in love. Rather than saying that they liked each other, it would be better to say that Feng Yu was the man of the same age that she was most familiar with. They didn't hate each other. They were familiar with each other. She also had the confidence to control everything about Feng Yu without going overboard. For Jiang Yan, who only cared about politics, Feng Yu was the most effortless and worry-free choice. The country, the court, and the people were what she should be concerned about. A man was just a necessary condition for her to give birth to an heir. If Feng Yu hadn't taken the initiative to expose this layer of window paper, Jiang Yan also planned to get someone to find a suitable target in private. If she chose to do so, she would most likely kill him after using him. Jiang Yan needed a seed that could make her pregnant and give birth to a high-quality heir, not a man who would take care of the backyard for her. She didn't need any hidden dangers. However, Feng Yu was the son of an important minister in the court, Feng Zhen. He was also one of the heavenly sons. Since she could not kill him after using him, she could only keep him for future use. Feng Yu also agreed? Jiang Yan said, he took the initiative to mention it to me. I feel that this person is very tactful. He was my study companion since I was young. It's good to know him well and use him. Anyway, I have to have an heir. Why not find someone who is pleasing to the eye, tactful, and can help? At least, I don't need to get to know him. Wei Si sighed. Compared to his father, Feng Yu's ability to read people's minds surpasses his father. He understood Jiang Yan's thoughts. He took the initiative to give in and sacrifice himself in exchange for a favorable impression. I like to deal with smart people. Feng Yu is very tactful. There's no need to think too much. There's too much deception in the court. It's rare for someone to be willing to be honest with me. This feeling is quite refreshing. Jiang Yan said lightly, Grand Tutor, you don't have to worry that I'll be at a disadvantage. No matter how clear Feng Yu is about my thoughts, I allowed him to see it. He can't turn it over. Faced with Jiang Yan's question, the youth Feng Yu smiled and held her hand to touch his face. To be by Her Highness's side has been my obsession in this life. Now that it has finally come true, why should I regret it? He was educated to give everything for the person in front of him. Feng Yu did the same. But he also had his own selfish motives. Other than himself, no one else could have closer contact with her. Feng Yu had thought that he would be an exception to her. Until Jiang Yan revealed the idea of looking for a good seed, he knew that he was wrong. With Wei Si as an example, Feng Yu also knew what risks he would face if he dared to like the crown prince. In Jiang Yan's eyes, the political affairs would always belong to the first wife. He could only be a virtuous and capable second wife. Want to be promoted? He would only have a chance if he endured for more than 20 years until she abdicated. Even if the chance was slim, there was still a chance, right? Jiang Yan said, then remember what you said today. Otherwise, you will know how different I am from Mother. Mother would not kill Wei Si, but she would kill Feng Yu. Feng Yu said respectfully, I will remember. Jiang Yan dealt with most of the government affairs that had piled up for the day. Then she asked the servants to prepare hot water to bathe and wash up. When she came back, she said to Feng Yu, it's late, let's settle down. Feng Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Yan seemed to emphasize angrily. After today, I am already an adult. What can't I do? It was just sleeping with a man. As the crown prince, why couldn't she do it? Feng Yu. As Crown Prince Jiang Yan's most trusted person, Feng Yu also had his own place to sleep in this palace. But today was different. He did not sleep in the side hall that he usually slept in, but in the main hall's main courtyard, on the crown prince's bed. The next day, Jiang Yan specially asked the servants to prepare red dates and white fungus soup for breakfast. She hated sweet food the most. Red dates had been on her blacklist for a long time. Suddenly hearing that Her Highness wanted red dates and white fungus soup, the kitchen was a little confused. Red dates, blood-nourishing. The serving maid then remembered that Her Highness's period had just ended 2 or 3 days ago. But Her Highness's blood volume had always been very small. She usually left after 1 or 2 days. It shouldn't be to the extent that she needed to drink red dates to nourish her blood, right? I just suddenly wanted to taste it. Why do you think so much? Unlike Jiang Yan's deep hatred for red dates, Feng Yu was extremely fond of them. Yesterday, it seemed that even his mouth had the taste of red dates. Jiang Yan suddenly didn't hate it so much. She wanted to taste it when she got up in the morning, so she asked the servants to bring red dates and white fungus soup. The taste was not as strong as yesterday's. After drinking a bowl of red dates and white fungus soup, this thought floated in Jiang Yan's mind. After the coming-of-age ceremony, Jiang Yan's busy days became more and more intense. She was still the crown prince in name, but the government affairs she handled were no different from those of the emperor. The frequency of her mother's advice also increased. Mother's body is getting weaker. Jiang Yan's mood was indescribably complicated when she saw that her mother, whom she admired since childhood, was also weak and sick. Feng Yu said in a low voice. It said that His Majesty privately ordered people to make new dragon robes 2 months ago, and the size is the same as your highnesses. The abdication of Jiang Yan had been rumored since the day she became an adult. This was a signal from His Majesty to test the officials. Now that even the dragon robes had begun to be made, it was obvious that the abdication was approaching. Jiang Yan said, Mother wants to abdicate. All the officials know about this, but whether she can abdicate successfully, I'm afraid it won't be as Mother wishes. She had long expected that her mother would make a big move before abdicating to remove the last obstacle before her ascension to the throne, but she never thought it would be such a big move. In one day, 2 of Jiang Yan's 3 blood relatives died, and the other one was half dead. When she heard that the Grand Tutor was forced by the rebellious officials to commit suicide in front of the palace, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, and an endless chill rushed from the soles of her feet to her brain. Wait, Song! These 2 words seemed to be squeezed out of her molars. Feng Yu saw the strong killing intent bursting out of her eyes. Your Highness, His Majesty summons. Feng Yu lowered his head and didn't look directly at Jiang Yan's face. He also knew that Jiang Yan probably didn't want anyone to see her expression right now. Jiang Yan's hands clenched into fists in her sleeves, and she stepped into the palace with a stiff posture like a wooden statue. A group of important officials knelt in front of the dragon bench. Her Majesty's face was pale and tired. She ordered Qiguan Rang to be the assistant minister, and read out the imperial edicts that had been prepared long ago. Imperial edicts came one after another. Not only were there abdications and orders for Jiang Yan to ascend to the throne, but there were also punishments for the rebellious officials and traitors, including Wei Kong. Jiang Yan looked at her mother on the dragon bench, and not a single tear could be squeezed out of her sore eyes. Her mother had calculated every move and prepared a complete set of imperial edicts. Only the punishment for Wei Tsong had been passed down orally. Why? Because she had never thought that Wei Tsong would be involved, much less that Wei Si would die. Her mother, who had never failed in every endeavor, had lost miserably in the last round. She had truly lost everything. Wei Tsong was punished to guard the imperial mausoleum for 12 years and was not allowed to leave before the deadline. 12 years was enough for Wei Tsong to think things through, and it was enough for Jiang Yan to let go of her desire to kill him. Mother won't be around for long, and now she even wants to scheme against her daughter? So what if she wanted to kill Wei Tsong? Once the person in front of her, Long Yubin, became the late emperor, who in the world could stop her from killing a person? Her mother said, if he really did kill him, you'd be the one regretting it. Jiang Yan said, but he killed 2 of my family members. Her mother smiled bitterly. It's not his fault alone. Your father and I also have unshirkable responsibilities. We've treated him badly, just like you. This was the first time Jiang Yan had heard the words, me, and your father from her mother's mouth. The moment she heard these 2 words, tears flowed out of her eyes like she was about to collapse. I've really treated you badly. You should have lived for me. However, how could a person at the end of his rope still live? Before the morning sun rose, the funeral bell rang. Under the support of her officials, Jiang Yan became the rightful monarch. Mother didn't wait until the day the sun rose, nor did she wait for the opportunity to abdicate the throne and travel the world with that person. Jiang Yan held back her emotions. As she handled her mother's funeral, she ordered people to secretly handle Wei Si's funeral rites. As for Wei Tsong, she didn't even want to hear his name. Not many people knew about her envy, jealousy, and indescribable hatred for Wei Kong. A farce took away 2 insiders. The only one left accompanied her through the most difficult period of her life. It was only when the coffin carrying her mother's body entered the imperial mausoleum that everything settled. Outsiders thought that there was only her mother's corpse in the coffin, but they didn't know that Jiang Yan had placed another corpse. If someone dug up Wei Si's grave at this time, they would discover that the corpse in the coffin had disappeared, leaving only a set of court robes. Did you see that? Jiang Yan left the imperial mausoleum. Before she ordered people to put down the dragon-snapping stone, she muttered to Feng Yu without rhyme or reason. Feng Yu replied, "This official saw it. This is the result of being too sentimental." Jiang Yan sneered. As an emperor, why do you need so many unnecessary and burdensome emotions? Feng Yu looked at the main tomb of the imperial mausoleum and sighed faintly. Although Wei Xi's mistakes could prevent him from taking detours, it also increased many obstacles. He had thought that if Wei Xi could endure until His Majesty abdicated the throne, he would be able to kick aside government affairs and ascend to the throne. Now it seemed that his hopes were slim. The example of his parents had left a deep psychological shadow on His Majesty. He didn't know if he could get over it in this life. 12 years later. His Majesty looked at his daughter, who was reading late into the night, and let out a complicated sigh. Feng Yu said, "Your Majesty, did you go to see him today?" For so many years, Feng Yu had never dared to step on a landmine. He had always addressed Wei Tsong as he. His Majesty said, "I did. He's not young anymore, but he's still alone. He's as simple as before. He hasn't made any progress after so many years." Feng Yu was startled when he heard that. He was very familiar with Her Majesty, so he knew that her tone when she mentioned Wei Tsong was completely different from before. "I forbade him from stepping foot into the capital for the rest of his life, but I will give him a chance if his son is promising on account of his old friendship with the Grand Tutor." Feng Yu listened without saying a word. Her Majesty continued, "I quarreled with him. It was the only time in my life. I felt much better after saying what I wanted to say." She was jealous of her younger brother, but because of her status as the heir apparent, she had to learn to restrain her true emotions. After so many years, when she saw her blood relative again, she found her former jealousy somewhat laughable. Because, while she was jealous, envious, and loathed her younger brother, she also deeply loved him. He was the only thing her parents had left her. When she was young, she would definitely disdain to admit this, but when she was middle-aged, she felt that there was nothing to hide. Feng Yu wasn't surprised to hear this. Her Majesty's study had a few paintings with Wei Tsong in them. If she really wanted to never see her younger brother again, would those paintings still be an eyesore to her? Another 14 years later, Jiang Yan abdicated the throne. Feng Yu said ruefully, "It wasn't easy, but I've finally made it." Jiang Yan had been on the throne for a few years longer than the former emperor. When she abdicated, she was healthy and without any illness. Cao Zhongwu had long changed his appearance. When he first came to Jiangnan, he heard that a famous painter of the Jiang dynasty lived in seclusion there. Jiang Yan and Feng Yu glanced at him from afar. Wei Tsong had inherited the Grand Tutor's appearance and temperament. From afar, it was as if that person had been reborn. "Your Majesty isn't going over?" Wei Tsong had traveled the mountains and seas with his wife, never knowing that someone sent by his sister was secretly guarding and protecting them. Jiang Yan retracted her gaze and indifferently turned around. "I don't want to see him." She had said that she wouldn't see him again in this life. She wouldn't easily break her promise. She was indeed relieved, but she didn't know how to interact and talk with her younger brother. After thinking about it, she felt that it wasn't good. Genius 1 second to remember this website's address. Mobile version. Chapter 1859. The imperial censors of the Zhang dynasty were a very strange group. From the emperor to the officials and even the commoners, there was almost nothing they did not dare to offend. They dared to offend the Grand Secretary of the Zhang dynasty and the Grand Marshal who controlled millions of troops. They offended the heavens, the earth, and the air. If they were really provoked, they would even dare to remonstrate to death. They were probably the least afraid of death in the Zhang dynasty, and could even take pride in remonstrating to death. However, the politics were clear and the emperor did not give them a chance. Because they were born in the year of the crab, they were the typical type of people who walk sideways, so they were not very popular. However, there was a saying that even a homebody had 3 friends. These imperial censors naturally had their own friends and social circle. A certain imperial censor was squatting at home writing a memorial to the throne. He was currently polishing the content. He wanted to use the simplest language to explain the whole thing clearly. It could not be helped. It was not easy to be an imperial censor these days. A while ago, the picky emperor criticized them for wasting words. Not only the imperial censor, but the memorials and secret memorials of other local officials were also criticized by the emperor and publicly sentenced. That local official probably wanted to show his existence to the emperor and sent 2 or 3 memorials to pay respects in a month. January. How are you, Your Majesty? It is snowing here. Today, I ate 3 more bowls of rice for the auspicious snow and a good harvest. You should eat more too. February. How are you, Your Majesty? In a few days, it will be Your Majesty's birthday. Your subject will kowtow in the direction of the capital, wishing Your Majesty a long life and a happy birthday every year. March. How are you, Your Majesty? The flowers here are blooming. I found one while walking today and broke it to send it to you. April. How are you, Your Majesty? Spring plowing is over and summer planting is about to begin. I am working hard for the people today. October. How are you, Your Majesty? Today, I saw a good harvest and ate 2 more bowls of rice. The rice is very fragrant. Do you want to mail 2 caddies to you? November. How are you, Your Majesty? Are you there? After summarizing the performance this year, I found that the lives of the people in the county have improved a lot. December. How are you, Your Majesty? The new year is coming. How are you, Your Majesty? I have been working hard for the people for the past 2 days and caught a cold and fell sick. This was a rather cute memorial. Although it was a lot of nonsense and was suspected of acting cute, there was at least a little bit of substance. Some were simply, Magistrate. Hello, Your Majesty, are you there? Your Majesty. Yes, what's the matter? Magistrate. Hello, Your Majesty, are you there? His Majesty? Your Majesty. I'm here, what's the matter? Magistrate. Hello, Your Majesty, are you there? His Majesty. Speak if you have something to say. What's the point of always asking if I'm here or not? Whether it was those who acted cute or boasted, or those who played the recorder, they were all pulled out by His Majesty for a long time, which resulted in an increase in the workload of the imperial censors. Not only did they have to pay attention to the officials and monitor the emperor, but they also had to describe the movements they discovered in simple and straightforward terms. However, this was the pleasure of the imperial censor. There was no need for outsiders to know. As he was writing, the housekeeper outside said that a friend he hadn't seen for a long time had come to visit. The imperial censor happily put down his brush and went to receive his friend. Before he entered the main hall, he heard his friend covering his face and sobbing. He hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" The imperial censor's friend was also an official, but he was a low-ranking official. His friend cried, "It's so hard. Fu Zhengtu took advantage of his power to commit murder. There is no justice in broad daylight." Imperial censor. Fu Zhengtu? Wasn't he the Grand Marshal who was greatly favored by His Majesty and the leader of the generals? He was a ruthless man. Did he beat me up? His friend cried and nodded. His whole face was bruised and bruised. It was a miserable sight. The imperial censor said angrily, "This Fu Zhengtu." His friend came to find him in the hope that he could use his power to report this matter to His Majesty and the heavens. And the imperial censor did so. This was the capital, not the border, and not Fu Wang's military camp. He couldn't do as he pleased under the emperor's feet. Little did he know that Fu Wang didn't hide the fact that he had committed murder. He had done it openly and brought his children to the imperial censor's door. Fu Wang beat up the old, and his children beat up the young. The next day, the imperial censor who had called Fu Wang had a tacit understanding. However, Fu Wang wasn't afraid at all. He looked as if he had hit the right person. He really didn't think that he had hit the wrong person. Even when Hui Jun asked him to keep the peace, he didn't give in. It was rare for him to take a tough stance. Hui Jun smiled bitterly. "General, why are you doing this? There's no need to offend so many imperial censors just for me." Fu Wang said fiercely with a straight face. "You're a woman. Just listen." Hui Jun glanced at him fiercely. Fu Wang immediately cowered. "Madam, you don't know. This is called teaching by example." He was teaching his child what to do and what not to do. This was what an alpha wolf should do. Hui Jun sighed. "But I don't care anymore. General, the story had to start from the birth of the twins. The son was called Fu Xian and the daughter was called Fu Zhen. This pair of twins was a tyrant among their peers. They took after their mother in looks, but their father in height. They were always a head taller than their peers. The son was not of age yet, but he was taller and more muscular than many of his uncles. He was handsome and elegant, and his eyes carried a romantic charm. The daughter was tall and well-proportioned, and her looks were the best among her peers. Their father was very protective of his shortcomings, and the uncles doted on them. Not only that, the old master of the Liyun family, Xueqi, also favored Fu Zhan and was very close to the children of the Liyun family. With such conditions, who dared to provoke them? But it did not mean that they were not wronged. 2 days ago, there was a rumor that Hui Jun had been a prostitute at a young age. Some youths who could not stand the sight of the twins deliberately provoked them. Although the provocation was subtle, the humiliation was not lacking. They asked which benefactor Fu Zhan and Fu Xian's father was. This question almost made them explode. Fu Xian's personality was like Hui Jun's, gentle and honest. Fu Zhan was strong, but she was still a girl who had just reached marriageable age. When a pervert asked her if she would inherit her mother's business in the future, and even said that he wanted to be a guest in her tent, Fu Zhan was so angry that her eyes turned red. The two of them got into a conflict with the other party, but the other party brought many thugs and they could not gain any advantage. Fu Wang returned from the military camp and saw his daughter's grievance and son's humiliated expression. He could not help but ask in detail. The moment he asked, he exploded. King old man. Are you dead? Fu Wang could not help but press his son to the ground and beat him. Mother was humiliated, and you couldn't even protect your sister. You ran home with your tail between your legs? The Fu family does not have such a coward. Fu Xian was so ashamed that he could not help but slap himself to apologize to his father. Fu Wang said, "Learn from this, both of you." Thus, Fu Wang brought his 2 children to fight. When they arrived, the family was eating. Fu Wang kicked the table and beat up the old one, while Fu Zhan and Fu Xian beat up the young one who had spoken so rudely. After the beating, the family was in a mess. Fu Wang was still angry. You have to protect your mother. Don't say such despicable things. If you say a word of disrespect, remember, it's basic to cripple her. If you kill her, it's your father's fault. Fu Wang, who doted on his daughter the most, was now venting his anger. No matter what, your mother is the one who gave birth to you. If she can't even protect you, what's the point of raising you? What's the point of giving birth to you? Fu Wang was traumatized by giving birth. Until now, he still avoided thinking about Hui Jun's appearance when she gave birth. Whenever he thought about how the 2 children came about, he loved Hui Jun even more. Hui Jun was his true love. Children were an accident. Do you understand? The children could not even protect their mother. They were a disgrace to Fu Wang. Were they still wolf pups? Even dog pups were not so weak. Dogs don't think their mothers are ugly, and children don't think their families are poor. How did they do it? They didn't even know how to talk back, and they couldn't even fight back? Fu Wang really had the urge to put the children back in the furnace. Don't make them a disgrace. Of course, he knew about Hui Jun's past, but so what? Those old men slept with him and gave birth to his children? They were not very capable, but they were good at gossiping. Did they really think that Fu Wang was not a wolf just because he had not fought for many years? If he really wanted to mess with these people, he would make them regret their ancestors for 18 generations. Fu Wang, who was full of anger, was not someone to be trifled with. On that day, the court officials saw the rare scene of Fu Wang confronting the imperial censor. That's amazing, Marshal Fu. Han Yu murmured to himself as he watched. He looks simple-minded but is actually treacherous. It was rare to misjudge. As a result, the court was full of gunpowder. Fu Wang almost got into a fight, and His Majesty finally intervened. Hui Jun listened to the gossip, but the smile on her lips became more and more intense. Fu Wang was indeed rude and not gentle enough, but it was rare for him to be so sincere. How could she not like him? But I can't let him be too complacent, lest he becomes arrogant again and wants a yard after taking an inch. She was old, but she was still as impatient as a young boy. Sometimes when her children came to pay their respects, she could only say that she had a cold. She was too embarrassed to tell the real reason. Hui Jun had been doing business for years. From the original textile to the present, she was involved in many industries. Naturally, she had her own means to gain a foothold in the business world. This time, she had investigated the rumors. Of course, she had to fight back against the deliberately disgusting means of the opponent. There were various means of competition in the business world, but it was too much to reach out to her children and try to drive a wedge between them. She couldn't help but squint, and her beautiful eyes were flashing with cold killing intent. Fu Wang was reprimanded by His Majesty and went home. Hui Jun had just returned. I just went to the Feng mansion to talk to Feng Huizhang about something. Fu Wang was speechless. What did she have to say to him? Fu Wang's impression of Feng Huizhang, who was also known as Feng Gui, was limited to his colleague, Feng Jin's biological brother, as well as the head of the Feng family, who had helped his wife earn a lot of money. He did not care much about anything else. Why did she suddenly mention him? Hui Jun was speechless. She felt that she was wasting her breath. General, please don't interfere in the previous matter. If you delay your future, my heart will ache. Fu Wang was too embarrassed to tell her that he had been reprimanded by His Majesty and had been fined half a year's salary. That won't do. We still don't know who the villain who spread the rumors is. Fu Wang hugged her waist and sighed inwardly at how good it felt. Everything was good. Hui Jun said, I have my ways. That kind of evil person. There will be evil people to deal with. She wasn't as despicable as the other party. She would solve business conflicts with business methods. She wouldn't be so immoral. Even when a beauty didn't smile, she was so beautiful that it made one's mouth dry. Once she smiled, it was even more difficult to control. Seeing that the sky was almost dark, she carried Hui Jun into the house. Madam, it's a break tomorrow. He had been punished by His Majesty to reflect on his mistakes in seclusion for 7 days. Hui Jun could only roll her eyes. She put her fair feet on his waist and reminded him, we still have business to discuss tomorrow. Fu Wang replied casually, all right, I know what I'm doing. Madam, don't worry. Hui Jun watched as he lifted her skirt and curled her lips in her heart. This fellow still didn't know what propriety was even after so many years. Fu Wang had long been mesmerized by that pair of long, straight legs. That face, those fair hands, those long legs. He could like them for a lifetime. Fu Wang expressed his passion and preferences without reservation. Normal people would have just finished their meals and were busy working overtime. For example, Feng Gui was a typical example. The Feng family had changed their ways over the years. While upholding the family's integrity, they also developed other avenues. Regardless of whether it was the direct line of descent or the side branches, their lives were improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ultimately, it was because they had too much money. The current His Majesty's attitude towards business was to rectify, support suppression, and at the same time further promote the system of this industry. As a big shot in this industry, Hui Jun had a wide range of businesses. Naturally, Feng Gui had many dealings with her. Occasionally there was competition, but more often than not, they worked together to earn money and exchange what they needed. The methods they used were all approved by their superiors. Although they weren't profiteering, they accumulated over the years. Over the years, money had been rolling in, and they had paid a lot of taxes to the national treasury. Everyone else thought that Hui Jun's backer was Fu Wang, but Feng Gui knew that this woman's true backer was the current emperor. Not long ago, Hui Jun came to him and said that she wanted to use a vicious method to suppress a certain opponent. This was the direction in which she wanted to kill her opponent. Hence, here came the problem. Should he help? Or not? Today, the leader of the Feng family was also vexed over trivial matters other than his younger brother. Genius in a second. Remember this site's address. Mobile version. Chapter 1860. The Great Empress's Guide to Live Streaming. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 1861. 100 years of life was like a long dream. The past flashed past her eyes quickly. Zhang Pengji sighed with satisfaction. She held his hand and walked to the finish line. The finish line? She felt her body being sucked in by a force of gravity. After a moment of dizziness, a viscous liquid surged toward her from all directions. Zhang Pengji opened her eyes subconsciously. What entered her eyes was a light pink liquid. She could not help but move her hands and feet. She was floating in the pink liquid, and the pink liquid was poured into the transparent nutrition cabin. The material of the cabin was completely transparent. The white light in the room shone on her face through the liquid. There was not a trace of warmth. Jiang Pengji was speechless. She controlled her right hand and stretched it in front of her eyes. Her fingers fiddled with the pink liquid. Her skin felt very sensitive. Jiang Pengji not only saw her fingers, but also her long red hair that was floating in all directions. She turned her eyes and found dozens of strange antennae connected to her skin. There was something wriggling in the thin tubes. Probably because she had stayed in ancient times for too long, when she lifted her feet and saw her bare legs, the first thought that came to her mind was that some bastard had taken off her clothes. Jiang Pengji turned around in the liquid. Her toes moved slightly, and her whole body swam forward. Her body was full of strength that she had not felt for a long time. Every inch of muscle and every cell was young and energetic. She raised her hand and put her 5 fingers on the transparent cabin. She did not feel the expected coldness. Instead, it was warm and delicate, like human skin. Jiang Pengji could not help but bend her fingers and knock. She did not use much strength, but the cabin actually sounded a red alarm. Jiang Pengji was speechless. She looked at the red light in the room, which was squeaking in surprise, until a transparent screen appeared in front of her. You just woke up and you are so energetic. It seems that you have recovered well. An unfamiliar red-haired man appeared on the screen. He had a high nose and deep eyes. His eyes were crimson, and he looked very exotic. Jiang Pengji blinked her eyes and opened her mouth to form 2 words. Skybrain. The man laughed. It seems that you have not completely forgotten your identity. I thought that you would need some time to recuperate after going through a long time travel. You can still recognize people, which means that you have maintained your state well. It is not a big problem. Jiang Pengji looked at the man without saying anything. At this moment, the door of the laboratory opened automatically, and a few men and women in white coats walked in. One of them pressed the switch on the cabin. The antennae that were originally connected to Jiang Pengji's skin shrunk. Jiang Pengji did not feel any change. In the next second, the pink liquid in the cabin trembled slightly, and the liquid level slowly dropped. As the liquid descended and disappeared, Jiang Pengji, who was floating in the liquid, changed from floating to standing. With a ding, the cabin door opened. Jiang Pengji coughed and wiped the liquid off her face. I say. To these people, Jiang Pengji had only slept for a few months or a year or two, but Jiang Pengji's soul had truly experienced more than 100 years. She had not spoken the galactic language for more than 100 years, so her accent sounded a little awkward. She said, "Can you give me a piece of clothing?" Although the elite researchers in front of her had no interest in the human body, she did not have the habit of running naked. Your Excellency, I am truly sorry. This was our oversight. A girl wearing round glasses came forward with a smile and handed her a large coat. It's okay. I'm just not used to it. Jiang Pengji waved her hand and walked out of the cabin with her bare feet. She wrapped the coat tightly around herself. She had just woken up and was still a little confused. She needed time to distance herself from her memory and figure out the whole story. Is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. She did not feel hungry, but she wanted to eat now. In fact, during the days she stayed in the cabin, her body's muscles maintained vigorous activity, and the nutrient solution did not end. Logically speaking, she did not need to eat, but since Your Excellency said she wanted to eat, they could only try their best to satisfy her. But when Jiang Pengji saw the 2 nutrient solutions that were handed over, she was silent. Jiang Pengji was speechless. Was she that miserable? She was a great hero of the Federation, after all. It was too much to only give her 2 nutrient solutions as consolation. All right, how many years had it been since she had taken a nutrient solution? It was like reliving the past. Jiang Pengji took it with a smile. She ate one and almost vomited. Was the commander of the Federation Army not even worthy of a fruit-flavored nutrient solution? He actually gave her one that tasted like plasticine. She took a shower and changed into a new set of clothes. Someone pushed the equipment over to examine her. The most important items were genetic and mental tests. Data such as 3-dimensional height could be estimated by sight, but things such as genetic sequence codes and mental data tests were confidential. Of course, The personnel in front of her were all members of the Federation's top-secret research institute. One of them was even the director. With their authority, they could apply to look at Jiang Pengji's physical data. The fluctuations in her mental domain were more than 100 times stronger than before, and the genetic sequence codes had undergone earth-shattering changes. To be precise, it was atavism, inheriting the mysterious power of the ancient ancestors. Her comprehensive genetic data was almost the strongest at the moment. You're in good condition. You can leave after basic rehabilitation training and return to normal work. Jiang Pengji said, I would like to request to speak to the marshal. Why? She wanted a reward. She, Jiang Pengji, never suffered losses. It was not too much for her to ask for a personal reward after helping the Federation overcome a huge crisis and avoid destruction, right? It was indeed not too much. The marshal was not at all surprised by Jiang Pengji's communication request. Before Jiang Pengji applied for communication, the current Sky Brain was talking to him. The Federation could agree to any conditions Jiang Pengji raised at their discretion. Any conditions? The marshal was a white-haired old man who looked like he was in his 70s or 80s. In fact, according to the current technological means of the Federation, it was not difficult to maintain a person's appearance in the prime of his life. Jiang Pengji had seen images of the marshal when he was young. His appearance was okay. It was just that the military believed that an older person would have a more comforting aura. The marshal's appearance was a huge sacrifice. The old fox smiled amiably. Agree to it at your discretion. Agree to it at his discretion meant that he could ask for any reasonable conditions, and he should not ask for unreasonable conditions. Jiang Pengji smiled and said, The Federation needs my luck, right? The marshal said, Luck is very mysterious. Even though others think it's very mysterious, in fact, it's an intangible force that really exists and controls a civilization. The Federation really needs it now. This is also the reason why you were chosen to carry out the mission back then. Jiang Pengji was born to be an emperor and had an exuberant purple aura. Her spiritual domain was different from everyone else's. Jiang Pengji said, So, Your Excellency, my request is not to agree to it at my discretion. It must be agreed to. The marshal was not annoyed. He had experienced Jiang Pengji's temper in countless meetings. She was definitely a warmonger. Tell me. Jiang Pengji said, I want Wei Ci. The marshal smiled and squinted his eyes. Who is Wei Ci? Chapter 1862. Who was Wei Ci? That was a good question. Of course, he was the man she had slept with for 2 lifetimes. Jiang Pengji usually spoke without restraint. She had been the emperor for 2 lifetimes, so she wanted to say whatever she wanted. But she swallowed the words that were in her throat. It was not that the marshal was too old to listen to such words. She was just worried that Wei Ci would throw a tantrum if he found out. He's the man I like. Out of these concerns, Jiang Pengji changed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She said confidently, Don't you think that I have everything except for this person? As the only leader of the 10 armies who wants to be single, I believe that I can establish the values of marriage for the new generation of young people and save the pitiful marriage rate of the human federation. As a winner in life, she naturally had to crush others in all aspects, such as getting single. As a highly developed technological civilization, the Federation had reached a certain level in both culture and society. The Federation had a minimum salary limit and provided social pension subsidies for citizens who reached a certain age. Without the burden of childbirth, pension, or even livelihood, they wouldn't starve to death even if they didn't go out to work. When they reached a certain age, they could still not work and receive pension subsidies. Although this made some people develop the bad habit of laziness, it also freed the people of the Federation from the shackles of survival and made them pursue spiritual enjoyment. Work was not a means to make a living. It was a channel for them to pursue a better life and self. With this kind of social background and the liberation of childbirth, there were very few people who got married seriously. The number was dropping every year. Those who had the courage to register their marriage, without a doubt, were either completely true love or unbreakable business and political marriages. Many years ago, experts were worried that citizens would indulge in relationships and only enjoy love and applaud for love, unwilling to enter the graveyard of marriage. Later they found that they were wrong. Because the mental stimulation received in real life was far less than in the virtual world. In reality, one had to move to applaud for love, but in the virtual world, One only had to close one's eyes and enjoy it. The sensory stimulation was more delicate and acute than in the real world. This led to citizens liking the lovers in the virtual world more, commonly known as virtual love partners. They worked during the day to improve their lives and went home at night to enjoy the most wonderful feeling with their paper lovers. It was simply wonderful. Happy my asterisk. Several generations of marshals had been worried about the declining marriage rate every year, and for this reason, they had even limited the simulation of the sky brain's virtual senses. In the early years, Jiang Pengji had thought that these old men had nothing better to do and were actually worrying about this matter. But later on, she no longer thought so. According to the massive genetic database collected by the Heavenly Brain, the genetic database of the Federation citizens was undergoing a subtle change. Human emotions and emotions were slowly deteriorating, and the average index of empathy was also decreasing bit by bit. This kind of change could not be seen in a few decades or centuries, but after 3,000 to 5,000 years, there would definitely be obvious changes. This was not a good thing for humans. Sky Brain carried out analysis and calculations of the massive amount of data and believed that family relationships could curb this trend. Therefore, the Federation has also begun to trick fathers or mothers into raising children, in order to increase family bonds and emotional exchanges. Of course, the Federation's protection of infants had always been thorough. When a father or mother interacted with their child, a parenting robot would assist them. It was not only for the sake of taking better care of the child, but also to reduce the harm and mistakes that parents might make in the process of parenting. As one of the leaders of the army, Jiang Pengji had the authority to know these secrets. The marshal was speechless. He knew that Jiang Pengji's ability to bullshit was one of the best among the leaders of the army, but he did not expect her to be so shameless. It was obviously for her own selfish desires, but in her words, it was a sacrifice for the marriage rate of the Federation. What a great way to put it. Jiang Pengji said, "Marshal, can you fulfill this small request?" The marshal crossed his fingers and did not speak. Jiang Pengji's face darkened. "Marshal, there are some things I already know. There's no point in hiding it." The marshal smiled. For example? For example, I am the only direct descendant of the Jiang family. The Federation needs my luck, and the grudges between the Heavenly Brain, the Federation, and the Jiang family. For something like luck, there's no point in just squeezing me out, right? Jiang Pengji said with a clear expression, "I want Wei Ci from you because I know he must be here now. I have no intention of touching the interests of the Federation, and I don't care if you want to fleece me. After all, the Federation's position is also my position. But any cooperation requires sincerity, don't you think? She could sacrifice for the Federation, but she could not be squeezed to death without seeing any return." Jiang Pengji's request was very simple. If the Federation could fulfill it, why not? Cooperation was only meaningful when both parties were willing. Wei Ci was born with the fate of the phoenix, and he himself was the owner of a strong luck. Jiang Pengji dared to bet with her life. The Federation would never let go of such a fat sheep. Not only Wei Ci, but Jiang Pengji's children from her previous life, Jiang Yan and Jiang Lian, also had the fate of the emperor. How could the Federation let them go? When Jiang Pengji returned, their spiritual bodies would definitely be brought back. The marshal was pretending to be deaf and dumb, deliberately watching her worry about Wei Ci. To be honest, it was meaningless. The marshal said, "You are still so sharp." In other words, he admitted that Wei Ci was there. "However, I did not deliberately watch you worry and keep you in suspense, but there are some things, I don't know how to tell you, about the matter of Wei Ci that you mentioned." The marshal still had a faint smile on his face. That smile gave Jiang Pengji a bad feeling. Her eyebrows suddenly jumped, and she secretly clenched her fists. "Marshal, please speak." The marshal said, "Do you know about congenital mental retardation?" Jiang Pengji. Actually, in order to maintain the reproduction of the population, the Federation has been using artificial methods to interfere with reproduction. The marshal sighed. This method has been used for thousands of years, and it has become more and more perfect, but there are always exceptions. Natural reproduction will give birth to children with defective genes. Artificial methods can screen embryos with defective genes, but there is no guarantee that the embryos will be fine after birth. But according to the Federation's laws, children who mature and leave the artificial breeding cage have their own human rights, and no one can forcibly take them away. These children will be handed over to a specialized robot organization to take care of until they die of natural causes and reach the end of their lives. But life is not without miracles. Jiang Pengji nodded. What does this have to do with Xueqi? The marshal smiled. No, it has a close relationship with him. Jiang Pengji. The marshal asked Jiang Pengji, do you still remember how you carried out the mission? Jiang Pengji was speechless. She could not remember. She knew that her transmigration was a mission given by the Federation to capture the absconding Skybrain, but how she transmigrated, how she received the order. This piece of memory seemed to be locked away, leaving only a vague trace. Her last memory before transmigration was of the explosion? I remember. It seems that I transmigrated after the explosion? The marshal said, it seems that you don't completely forget it. Jiang Pengji asked, can you finish it in one go, marshal? She did not have that much patience to squeeze the toothpaste out bit by bit. The marshal chuckled. This is a bit long, I can't finish it in one go, you have to understand my age. The old man had to give him some time to catch his breath. Jiang Pengji. I'd be a fool to believe you. Anyone who sat firmly in the position of the Federation Marshal and wielded the blade of the Emperor's head, which could restrain the Skybrain, its nature was equivalent to the god-slaying blade, which could restrain the Skybrain, a virtual spiritual body, would not be weak. The marshal looked old. If he really unleashed his little universe, Jiang Pengji would not dare to say that she could win. The marshal did not continue to delay and helped Jiang Pengji fill in the few days of her memory that she had missed. After Jiang Pengji received the classified mission, the garrison of the 7th Army Corps on a deserted planet sent an emergency signal for help. The so-called deserted planet was a planet where the exploitation of resources had reached the tipping point. Most of the Aborigines had migrated to other planets. Those who stayed on the deserted planet were either nostalgic or unable to bear the cost of migration. The total population was not large. A sparsely populated planet was itself suitable for all kinds of confidential research. There were a few research institutes established by the Federation on this deserted planet. Jiang Pengji realized the seriousness of the situation and personally went to deal with it. What happened after that? Jiang Pengji raised her hand and pressed her head. Fragmented images appeared in her mind. Like a puzzle, they gradually became complete and revealed the whole picture. The marshal said, it was the invasion of foreign hostile forces and they stole a lot of secrets. You stopped it? The marshal saw that she was worried and smiled to comfort her. We stopped it. Don't worry about that. We found the stolen secrets from the spy, who was hiding in the 7th Army Corps and ambushed you. They have been completely destroyed. Jiang Pengji's expression turned cold. The spy hiding in the 7th Army Corps. Marshal, this is my dereliction of duty. No. If you really want to talk about dereliction of duty, it can be traced back to your predecessor. We can't guess the malice of the absconding Skybrain towards the Federation. Its behavior can even be regarded as deranged. The marshal said, in order to destroy the Jiang family and take revenge on the Federation, it planned for hundreds of years in advance and infiltrated various forces. If the Federation didn't discover its conspiracy in time and destroy it one by one, removing the spies and informers, the losses would be far greater than now. After Skybrain's conspiracy was discovered, it fled, but there were still fish that escaped the net that we didn't notice. The deserted planet A233 is the best example. Because of this, we almost lost you. The spy was truly loyal to the Federation. He was a trusted old man left behind by the previous commander. His final attack on Jiang Pengji was also his behavior under control. Jiang Pengji didn't notice anything unusual about him. It wasn't Jiang Pengji's fault. No one suspected him. Following the marshal's description, the memory box in Jiang Pengji's mind was opened. The missing parts were pieced together to form a complete picture. She studied all the ambushes, but Jiang Pengji had to bring people to rescue them. In the end, she was ambushed at a critical moment by someone around her. All the ambushes were detonated in an instant. With the power of the explosion at that time, it was enough to engulf an area with a radius of more than 1,000 miles and blast a huge pit. Regardless of anything else, more than 1,000 people in the research institute were dead. Jiang Pengji had brought all the equipment on her in order to rescue them. She could have left the center of the explosion in an instant and saved her life, but she chose the research institute. In other words, I should have died? But she was still alive. Jiang Pengji looked at her hands. They didn't look like they were regenerated in a short period of time. The marshal said, "Theoretically that should be the case. If her spiritual body still existed, even if her body was destroyed, Jiang Pengji could still be saved." The problem was that in order to protect the research institute, she activated the extreme spiritual realm and moved the explosion to a relatively safe place in the deep sea through the space displacement device she carried with her. Her body wasn't much of a problem, but her spiritual body suffered an almost destructive blow. "But I'm still alive. Moreover, I carried out the classified mission that the Federation gave me." The marshal said, "This will change the topic to congenital mental retardation, just now." Jiang Pengji was speechless. What did this have to do with congenital mental retardation? Life and miracles. When these two things collide, it will produce wonderful changes that humans can't even imagine. The Xueqi you mentioned should be a special subject of investigation by the Research Institute. The marshal showed Jiang Pengji a set of information. Jiang Pengji skimmed through it briefly and was silent. He continued, "Under normal circumstances, this kind of child with congenital mental gene problems will have a spiritual body that is almost as weak as a paramecium. But the 212,175 in the information has a strong congenital spiritual realm, comparable to the 4 genetic unlocking stage." Jiang Pengji said. "And then?" The marshal said, "As you can see, he has a strong spiritual power, but he doesn't have any spiritual consciousness. It was impossible for one to have powerful mental strength and even condense a unique mental domain without a mental consciousness. He attracted the attention of various research institutes and became a subject of investigation. But after so many years, there were no results. Why didn't you release him if there were no results?" Jiang Pengji saw clearly that 212,175 lived in the research institute for a whole 26 years. The marshal said, "Do you know what his spiritual realm ability is?" "What?" the marshal said. "It's healing. It's the opposite of yours." Jiang Pengji's original ability was fire, but after awakening her ancient blood, she had the violent power to burn everything. He didn't stay in the research institute to be investigated. He was more of a part of the research institute, working to earn money. Jiang Pengji was speechless. When the research institute was attacked, 212,175 did not move. He was only protected by the robot nanny. Until the explosion happened. Jiang Pengji survived because she received help from an external force, which helped her share some of the damage. Why did he become Xueqi? The marshal said, "You have to know that his control of the spiritual realm is based on instinct. He can't be compared to you. It's like a child who has great strength but can't use it to its full effect." He also suffered a great mental impact. Time was tight. Coupled with the request of the entire research institute, we put your spirit and his into the mission coordinates together. Originally, we hoped that he could be reborn in another world. It was a reward for a hero, but we didn't expect him to develop self-awareness. The marshal said, "When you completed the first stage of the mission, we wanted to extradite him back, but his spiritual body developed a strong resistance. Instead, he entered the second stage of the mission with you. I have to say, fate is amazing, isn't it?" The marshal said with a smile, "Fate is indeed amazing." According to the information sent back by the original research institute, this 212,175, or Xueqi, does not have any spiritual consciousness and is unable to sense the outside world. However, he unexpectedly likes your image. After that, we dug deeper into him and found that the fate between you and him seems to be far more than that. Jiang Pengji asked, "There are other inside stories?" The marshal said, "You've carried out many missions during the years you were a genetic warrior. I'm afraid you don't even remember many things. But the video record is eternal. After Skybrain helped analyze it, we found a very interesting video." Jiang Pengji received the record sent by the marshal. The corresponding memory appeared in her mind. "This is..." Jiang Pengji's eyes showed some shock. She had been ruthlessly betrayed. The person who betrayed her was a comrade she met in the genetic warrior training camp. He was a traitor who betrayed the Federation's important secrets for his own selfish desires. Because of the leak of secrets, the front line collapsed. Jiang Pengji entrusted her back to him, but he almost caused her to lose her life. The traitor even framed Jiang Pengji and made her the scapegoat. The Federation issued an arrest warrant. Jiang Pengji was unwilling to resign herself to death, so she used force to break out of the encirclement and escape. She crossed several planets and persevered to kill the traitor. She wanted to give an explanation to the soldiers who died in vain and prove her innocence. She killed the traitor before he boarded the spaceship outside of the country. She conveniently obtained important evidence to prove her innocence. Although she proved her innocence, because she resisted arrest and killed her comrade, no one could deprive a traitor of her life before the authorities officially convicted her. Jiang Pengji was forced to retire from the ranks of genetic warriors. She entered the 7th Corps as an ordinary federal soldier. This was the background of the video. Jiang Pengji was hiding from place to place. She wandered around several planets. Her chest was filled with endless hostility. When she woke up and went to sleep, it was as if she was possessed. There was only one thought in her mind: catch the traitor and grind his bones to ashes. When she passed by a deserted planet, Jiang Pengji hid near a nursery and met a little boy. It was a very beautiful little boy. His smile was clean and pure. It reminded her of the blue sky and blue sea on the central planet. The little boy with black hair and eyes was somewhat reclusive. He sat quietly and did not speak or pay attention to anyone. Jiang Pengji was on the verge of breaking down. If she could not catch the traitor, she would probably have nowhere to run. At that moment, the little boy, who was suspected to be deaf and mute, suddenly responded. "What's your name? Can I be your friend? Big sister, you're so beautiful. Have you eaten? The weather is so good today." Questions like these floated out from the intelligent brain screen on his wrist. Coupled with his smiling face, it was impossible to resist. Jiang Pengji did not know at that time that these questions and dialogues were actually content that was automatically simulated by the preschool education textbook according to the situation. It was not the little boy's intention to open it accidentally. Jiang Pengji answered them one by one. Her anxiety was greatly alleviated. Finally, a paragraph of words appeared on the little boy's screen. "Big sister, what's your wish?" Jiang Pengji grabbed her hair and said disappointedly, "Does the peace of the Federation count? Other than this, there's nothing else." The little boy did not speak. He was still smiling. Finally, Jiang Pengji dug in her pocket and took out a candy and stuffed it into the little boy's hand. "Your nanny robot is nearby, right? Go home early. You'll be abducted and sold if you're too beautiful." Before leaving, she rubbed her fluffy hair. Jiang Pengji put on her hood to hide her figure and disappeared. After a few minutes, the nanny robot appeared. The little boy's preschool education textbook found a new target. A bunch of questions popped up on the screen again. "What's your name? Can I be your friend? Big sister, you're so beautiful. Have you eaten? The weather is so good today. What's your wish?" Jiang Pengji was speechless. "There's something I have to remind you of." "There is something that this old man has to remind you of." Jiang Pengji was speechless. The marshal said with a smile, "This is a minor. Even now, she is only 28 years old. Do you understand?" Jiang Pengji was speechless. Please remember the domain name of this book. Zhouqian Shenhuang Mobile Version. Chapter 1863. Jiang Pengji wanted to say, "I don't understand," but she was silent when she saw the marshal's penetrating gaze. He's an adult now. He had 3 children in 2 lives. How could he be considered underage at this age? His Excellency, the marshal laughed. "What I mean is that his physical age is underage, not his mental age. His bone age and his registered age are underage. The robot that protects him cannot be revoked. The Federation matches every child with a family nanny robot. It will provide comprehensive protection for the child from birth until they are 18 years old. Before the child is 18 years old, whether it's voluntary or involuntary, having a deep physical relationship is considered rape. Wei Si's situation is even more special. He's a person with abnormal embryonic genes. The protection period is from birth until death. The robot's protection mechanism is stronger." Jiang Pengji was speechless. She had been bragging about the federal law for so many years. It was the first time she wanted to hammer the guy who made it to death. The Human Federation had comprehensive protection mechanisms for infants, toddlers, children, teenagers, and youths under the legal age. When a fully developed newborn comes out of the nursery, it will be matched with a family nanny robot. Not to mention strangers, even the child's parents can't hurt the child protected by the robot. The child's genes are bound to the family nanny robot. It won't be released until the child is 18 years old. Of course, the separation from the family nanny robot only means that the child has the ability to be independent and protect himself. It doesn't mean that they are an adult. 2,000 years ago, the age of adulthood in the Federation was 35 years old. Later, because of the war and the further development of technology, it was lowered to 30 years old. Even so, Xueqi was 1 year and 2 months away from adulthood. The most annoying thing was that he was a special agent. The standard of adulthood couldn't be measured by age. He still needed to pass the special department's intelligence and living ability test. Xueqi was an ancient person through and through. He didn't even know how to boil water. How could she expect him to learn how to live normally before he was 30 years old? Zhang Pengji only had one thought in her mind. She wanted to curse him 10,000 times in his face. The marshal seemed to enjoy seeing Zhang Pengji's depressed expression. He smiled and added fuel to the fire. Xueqi is also a hero who has made contributions to the Federation. Under the request of the original research institute, the robot bound to him has been upgraded to the ultimate state. If an outsider wants to harm him and does something that violates the robot manual, not only will it trigger the protection mechanism for the cub, but it will also put him on the blacklist, and he will also be automatically prosecuted. I hope you have a clear understanding of the seriousness of the matter. How strong was the fighting power of an ordinary household nanny robot? Zhang Pengji could not subdue her opponent without using her ultimate move. Only a small number of descendants of big shots could afford to use them because of their scarcity and high maintenance costs. The Federation was unable to supply them on a large scale. They were fully equipped and had considerable combat power. It was not a problem for Zhang Pengji to defeat them, but the time it took to subdue them was more than enough for the robots to send out a distress signal. The nanny robot sounded the alarm, and the nearby patrolling security robots would swarm over. Under her smiley face, angle. Under Zhang Pengji was speechless. In the eyes of the marshal, how lustful was Zhang Pengji. The marshal could not help but laugh. The future marshal of the Federation can't be tainted by such a thing. What do you think? She said. She just wanted to flip the table and smash things. Her legal partner of 2 lifetimes was now separated by a robot. The marshal, the old man, still asked her what to say. She said nothing. The marshal also knew that Zhang Pengji could not take his teasing. He laughed and ended the communication. Zhang Pengji was speechless. He's teasing you with the adjutant. Zhang Pengji looked at the place where the communication screen disappeared. A man with red hair and red eyes suddenly appeared beside her. Without a doubt, this man was the current Skybrain of the Federation. Aren't you busy? Zhang Pengji could not help but roll her eyes. Skybrain had to maintain the entire virtual network. It was a huge project, yet it had the time to appear in front of her. After returning from the mission, Zhang Pengji found out about the relationship between Skybrain and the ancestors of the Zhang family. She did not expect that she had a higher authority than the marshal. No, because the marshal still controlled the emperor's head blade that restrained Skybrain. Skybrain was afraid of him. Therefore, Zhang Pengji and the marshal's authority were still the same for the time being. Unless Zhang Pengji became the next marshal. Skybrain's cold face revealed a hint of a smile. From a certain point of view, you should be considered my descendant. Zhang Pengji was speechless. The ancestors of the Zhang family who married into the Zhang family 2,000 years ago are of the same origin as me. From this point of view, you are indeed considered my descendant. Zhang Pengji could not help but laugh. I thought it was a lie. I didn't expect it to be true. She was not curious about the history of the Zhang family. She was too lazy to find out who the Skybrain brother who married into the Zhang family was. She only needed to know that Skybrain was kind to her. That was enough. Of course, this kind of kindness was not much. If Skybrain really valued the so-called descendants of the same origin, she would not be the only one left of the Zhang family's direct line of descent. Do you have a name? Skybrain said, I don't have a name. If I really wanted to say a name, it's just a code name of King. After a while, Skybrain asked Zhang Pengji, these old foxes of the Federation are really smart. They pushed you to the top. I guess they want to use this method to peacefully take back the authority that is in your hands. Aren't you angry at all about this? Jiang Pengji pouted. What can I do if I'm angry? Do you want to learn from your predecessor and rebel and cause trouble? That was obviously impossible. In order to maintain the current peace of the Federation, Jiang Pengji could sacrifice anything, including herself. The way the Federation dealt with it was considered mild. It was just a scheme. Jiang Pengji really had no need to be angry. In terms of the outcome, the Federation wanted to take back Skybrain's authority for the sake of stability. But in terms of the process, Jiang Pengji would eventually become the Marshal of the Federation with real power. She would still be the beneficiary. Since it was a win-win situation, she would endure the slightest bit of scheming. Skybrain laughed. You're much more broad-minded than your adoptive parents. Jiang Pengji rested her chin on her hand. Adoptive parents? Skybrain sneered. A pair of man and woman who have lived for 2,000 years and haven't died. They should have died long ago, yet they keep jumping up and down. Jiang Pengji was speechless. It sounded like there was a lot of resentment. And then? Why do you say they are my adoptive parents? Skybrain said, back then, the direct line of descent of the Jiang family suffered a devastating blow. They heard the news and rushed over, but they only had time to save you. They dug you out from the ruins of the machines and raised you for 2 years. But, you were born with the Emperor's fate, and they were outsiders. Raising you for a long time would affect your destiny, so they left you at the entrance of the orphanage. You know what happened next, so I won't explain more. Although it was said to let her live, it also ordered Skybrain to secretly observe Jiang Pengji's growth progress. Perhaps because she had been paying attention to a child for a long time, Jiang Pengji had some special meaning to Skybrain. The direct line of descent of the Jiang family who had died probably added up to her weight in Skybrain. Jiang Pengji held her forehead and sighed. It sounds quite bizarre. She thought she was struggling at the grassroots. She didn't expect to climb to the top and find out that she had the opportunity to take a helicopter. Hee. Holding a useless expired ticket in her hand, she was really King crazy. You don't seem very happy. Jiang Pengji rested her chin on her hand and sneered. I have no feelings. Skybrain. She was indeed a child of the Jiang family. She was cold-hearted, cold-blooded, and rational. They came from the same source and came down from the same production line. Jiang Pengji hesitated for a while and asked, How high is my authority? Skybrain said, Very high. Excluding your adoptive parents and the marshal who holds the Emperor's head blade, you are the highest. Jiang Pengji rubbed her chin and said, Can I change a person's data? For example, secretly changing one's age or something. Skybrain. If she used her authority to do such a thing, believe it or not, the ancestors of the Jiang family would come back to life from their graves in anger. No, I'm a Skybrain with integrity. I can't help the wicked do evil and help you bully minors. Jiang Pengji. For all, Ngun Guo, if she couldn't even do that, how could she be considered a dog with authority? Skybrain said helplessly, instead of thinking about cheating, it's better to help him adapt to this era. You have to know that if he doesn't pass the intelligence and living ability test, he won't be released even if he's 300 years old, let alone 30 years old. Unless he defected from the Federation and left the Federation to go to another star region, Jiang Pengji wouldn't be able to spare the nanny robot. Jiang Pengji. What the hell was up with these stupid rules? Couldn't they learn to be flexible? With such a mood, Jiang Pengji followed Skybrain's guidance to the research lab where Wei Ci was currently. Opening the door, she saw an ancient inner residence. If it wasn't for the high-tech feeling of the scenery one step away, she would have thought she had traveled through time again. Virtual environment? Skybrain laughed. To protect the mental state of the child, the nanny robot will try to simulate the environment that the child is most familiar with and at ease. Jiang Pengji. Could these guys not associate words like child and minor with Wei Ci? The more she reminded them, the more she felt like she was a beast. Jiang Pengji looked around and finally found a person who seemed to be curled up in a blanket in the corner. 3 steps away stood a round-headed nanny robot. This robot wasn't the common white model, but a very low-profile gold color. The word nouveau riche was written all over its body. Don't come near. The robot stopped Jiang Pengji but didn't make any further resistance. Jiang Pengji. She didn't mean any harm. Skybrain sniggered. The nanny robot will detect the emotions of those who approach. Your emotions aren't right. A person with a brain full of useless thoughts couldn't get close to a child. Zhang Pengji definitely didn't have any good thoughts at the moment. Zhang Pengji. She just wanted to hug Wei Ci. That was judged as useless thoughts? As she spoke, a head popped out from the blanket, revealing a pair of pure black and bright eyes. The eyes were too clean, so clean that Zhang Pengji felt unfamiliar, but she was sure that deep in the eyes was a soul she was familiar with. When their eyes met, the black-haired youth who was hiding in the corner hesitated for a moment, then suddenly pounced on her and hugged her, burying his head in her neck and shoulder. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Is it really you? The youth's voice was also unfamiliar. Perhaps because he hadn't used it for a long time, it sounded hoarse and obscure. Zhang Pengji. She couldn't help but blink. Wei Ci's language at the moment was the elegant language of his previous life, not the federal common language. This meant that he had to learn from zero and understand this completely strange and dazzling world bit by bit. Before the age of 30. Could he really pass the intelligence and living ability test? Yes, it's me. Zhang Pengji raised her hand and rubbed the back of Wei Ci's head. She couldn't help but hug him back. Before she exerted any strength, the robot at the side began to sound a yellow alarm, indicating that she couldn't use more than a certain amount of strength on the child. Zhang Pengji. Damn it, when Wei Ci becomes an adult, he'll definitely use more strength than this. Zhang Pengji explained in a few words and told Wei Ci that the world he was currently in was her hometown. Wei Ci's emotions calmed down and he was no longer flustered. God knows how panicked he was when he died of old age and closed his eyes. Instead of going to the underworld, he found himself in a strange white space. He was even stuffed into a strange and young body and soaked in a pink liquid without a stitch of clothing on him. The strange round-headed thing could speak, but he couldn't understand what it said. The people who came in later were dressed strangely, and he couldn't understand what they said either. He never thought that this would be the world from Her Majesty's hometown. Once he accepted this explanation, Wei Ci calmed down. He was less afraid of everything around him and more curious. Given that Wei Ci's situation was too special, Zhang Pengji applied to the Research Institute for Accelerated Language and Basic Knowledge. To put it simply, it was to instill some commonly used knowledge into his brain. It would take time to completely digest and master it, but it was more efficient and faster than self-study. This technique was targeted at people in a vegetative state who slept for a long time, or special people who were derailed from society for some reason. Of course, not all knowledge could be instilled. The amount of it depended on the surgeon's mental brain. Wei Ci's mental strength was abnormally strong, and his innate mental ability was healing, so the absorption would be faster. What is this? Wei Ci sat on the strange white chair obediently. He didn't dare to move his body, only turning his eyeballs to look up. His head was covered with a strange semicircular cover. Countless tentacles extended out of the cover, which made him shiver. These tentacles were similar to the tentacle tubes he saw when he woke up from the pink liquid. Zhang Pengji said, "It's a small surgery. Don't worry, I'm here with you." The two of them interlocked their fingers. Because it was Wei Ci's permission, the nanny robot squatting at the side did not issue a warning. She could stabilize Wei Ci's emotions, so the robot's judgment of her was safe. Zhang Pengji did not lie to Wei Ci. The entire transmission process took less than 5 minutes. Wei Ci shook his slightly dizzy head. Other than feeling a little sleepy, he did not feel anything else. Zhang Pengji then tried to converse with him in the common language of the Federation. Wei Ci understood, but when he subconsciously replied, he used the elegant language from his previous life. After a while, he widened his eyes in shock. He actually understood those strange languages? The surgery was very effective, but to completely absorb and master it requires more practice. Wei Ci was speechless. He seemed to have inexplicably learned an alien language. He could understand it, but he did not know how to speak it. Or rather, he knew how to pronounce it, but he could not speak it clearly when he opened his mouth. Under such circumstances, he could only practice more. There was no other shortcut. So magical? The famous foreign language expert of the Jiang dynasty spent his entire life to master 5 languages. But he learned one in less than half a cup of tea? Zhang Pengji could not help but laugh. There's something even more magical. I'll accompany you to familiarize yourself with it. From a certain perspective, she had been away from the Federation for almost 100 years. She needed some time to revise. Wei Ci calmed his nervous and flustered heart and nodded heavily. A month later, Jiang Pengji looked at the brand new intelligence on Wei Ci's wrist with satisfaction. As a dog with limited authority, Jiang Pengji got someone to put Wei Ci's identity under her household registration and conveniently made him his guardian. Smiley face, angle. Yes, she, Jiang Pengji, became Wei Ci's guardian and adopter before he became an adult. Today was the day they left the research institute. These days, Wei Ci had been learning and mastering basic knowledge, such as how to dress, how to cook, how to order takeout, how to locate himself, how to call the police for help, how to log into the virtual network, and how to understand the price of goods in this era. But then again, Wei Ci had a nanny robot to look after him 24/7. Did he still need to learn how to cook and order takeout? Jiang Pengji was somewhat at a loss about this setting. The robot's reply was that Wei Ci was recovering well and he needed to learn to live independently as much as possible before leaving the robot. Smiley face, angle. Whether it was in ancient times or the interstellar era, money was the most important thing. Jiang Pengji let Wei Ci connect his account and spend the money in it freely. She was also a rich person. An account that was not worth a few zeros was enough for Wei Ci to buy and spend. What surprised her was that Wei Ci's original account actually had a considerable amount of savings. She checked the statement and found that other than the recent transfer of $1 million, which was the reward for being a hero, there was a monthly transfer of 30,000 to 40,000 credits. It probably started when Wei Ci, who was 212175, was 3 years old. The account that transferred the money was from a research institute. Jiang Pengji was speechless. She suddenly remembered what the marshal had said. Wei Ci was not only a subject of observation by the research institute, but he was also a member of the research institute, helping them to earn money. Those words were actually not a lie. The nanny robot's reply also confirmed this. Because he did not have a spiritual consciousness, Wei Ci could not freely control the innate spiritual realm, but he could use special methods to guide it and make it work. The research institute needed this kind of power, so Wei Ci was classified as a member of the research institute. He received a monthly salary, all kinds of insurance and benefits were complete, and there was a bonus for completing a big project. There was also a New Year's money at the end of the year smiley face, angle. The most amazing operation was, Wei Ci's original nanny robot would also use the money as a guarantee. Why is there such a setting? Heavenly Brain said, because we are not sure how long he can work. In order to maintain the quality of life of such special personnel, the federal government allows the nanny robot to help them manage their accounts and carry out guaranteed financial management. However, most of the special personnel's accounts only have the guaranteed relief allocated by the federal government to ensure a normal life. Wei Ci is a special case. After so many years of financial management, his savings are quite considerable. Jiang Pengji was speechless. When Wei Ci heard about this, he asked if she could continue with the job. Can I still starve you? Wei Ci said, but it's rare to have a way to make a living. Naturally, I have to give it a try. I can't be a person who does not work and cannot distinguish between the 5 grains. In the previous 2 lives, he had been an official, received his salary, and had some stable income under his name. In this life, he still did not know how to realize his value, but he definitely could not be a useless person who did not know anything. Jiang Pengji respected Wei Ci's choice. She could also see the contradiction and confusion in Wei Ci's heart. It was impossible for her to stay by his side for a long time. There was still a lot of backlog in the army. It would be good if Wei Ci could find a job and integrate into the new world as much as possible. The previous research institute was very easy to talk to. They helped Wei Ci write a letter of recommendation, recommending him to work at the special medical center on the central planet. There were not many people whose mental strength was strong enough to condense a spiritual domain. Wei Ci's attribute was the extremely rare healing, so he was popular everywhere. Now that he had self-awareness, it meant that he could control his ability smoothly and freely. His value was even greater. This healing ability not only targeted the injuries of ordinary people, but it could also speed up the healing of mental injuries. Jiang Pengji was speechless. People who were so awesome were like cheats wherever they went. When they arrived on the central planet, Jiang Pengji and Wei Ci received a piece of news. This news also made Wei Ci feel like he was injected with chicken blood. He absorbed everything in the new world like a sponge and strived to pass the adulthood test as soon as possible before the age of 30. He was also speechless about this setting. At 30, he was actually still a child. I knew that the group of old foxes in the federal government liked to fleece sheep. Not only did they catch me to fleece, but they also want to pull a few more sheep with them. This news was very simple, and it also confirmed Jiang Pengji's previous guess. In the first life, Jiang Yan and Wei Tsong were extradited here after ending their journey in that world. However, because of the secret organization regulations of the federal government, they would not have the memories of their previous lives. In layman's terms, it was the soul reincarnating again, but this kind of reincarnation could be controlled by humans. The same soul, 2 lives. Where's Lian? Jiang Pengji looked at the notice with a sour expression. Her life hasn't come to an end yet. Because the influence of the former sky brain has disappeared, the flow of time in the 2 dimensions will synchronize. Lian will probably need a few more years. Anyway, we'll see each other in the future. But for now, the most important thing is still you. Wei Ci pointed at himself blankly. Me. Jiang Pengji could not help but curl up on the sofa dejectedly. According to the federal law, underage people can't apply for childcare. She spread out her hands and told Wei Ci the unfortunate news. In the federal government, it's illegal for a woman to give birth to a child. If an adult male or female of the right age wants a child, they have to apply to the childcare agency. Wei Ci was still underage. She did not realize that the 2 of them slept in separate rooms. There was even a nanny robot guarding outside Wei Ci's room. Wei Ci was speechless. I can touch you now. I can't do anything below the forehead of an adult. As soon as she finished speaking, the nanny robot sent her another yellow warning. It signaled for Jiang Pengji to restrain the improper thoughts in her mind about Wei Ci. Wei Ci was speechless. I'll tear you apart sooner or later. Jiang Pengji angrily threw the pillow at the robot with a round head. The robot said, detected that the guardian has violent emotions and attacked a special robot. Yellow warning once. This month, a total of 12 times. I forgot to mention. Yellow warning. This thing cannot be too much. If it is more than 30 times a month, the guardian cannot be within 10 meters of the child. In serious cases, the guardian will be deprived of custody. Jiang Pengji was speechless. When will these days come to an end? Genius in a second. Remember this site's address. Mobile version. Chapter 1864. On the virtual network, Central Planet's trending list. Hashtag treasure of the world, national first love hashtag. Such a trending topic quietly hovered at the 100th position, and its popularity was still slowly rising. Clicking on the topic, the first trending topic was a blogger who posted a few candid photos and videos, using the tone of a fanatic to praise his looks. Kaigwa, now I'm rationally disgusted when I see National XX. Years of separation. Just a few refined photos and you're talking about national first love. Don't you know that my first love is a paper doll? Taoyao Zhuozhua, should I start scolding directly or follow the procedure? After a while, the style of the comments changed again. Lao Jia Li Xiong, but speaking of which, whether it's a 2D photo or a 3D projection, this guy is really good looking. The netizens thought that the handsome guy in the photo was another popular celebrity in the entertainment circle, or a new type of virtual character produced by some paper doll company, trying to gain exposure by being on the trending list. This was an old trick, and they were already used to it. Most of the netizens who clicked on the link got a bunch of photos for free, exclaiming that the photoshopped photos were really good, that the plastic surgery was perfect and so on. Until a certain internet celebrity with more than 1 billion fans came down. Central Planet Special Medical Center v. Violation of portrait, complaint. The netizens who followed Central Planet Special Medical Center were dumbfounded. Central Planet Special Medical Center was a very special medical organization. Usually, they only reposted and did not create original content. The people who followed them were either business tycoons, political tycoons, or military tycoons. The official account looked very relaxed, but in fact, it was very powerful. It had been hundreds of years since the account was created, and the owner of the official account had changed time and time again. Currently, the official blogger was quite aloof, and never posted original content. Reform Spring Breeze Mandy. Oh my, is this Xiaoyang in real life? Guoli Cheng. This is the new blogger's first original post after taking office, right? Huiyuan Taoji. To let the blogger Xiaoyang personally reprimand him, this national first love has a background. Not long after Central Planet Special Medical Center V posted his complaint, the original blogger's photos were deleted. Of course, there were some clever netizens who had saved the photos. Outstanding looks always left a deep impression on people. Netizens who had been to Central Planet Special Medical Center recognized the real identity of national first love. Fried String Bug Clan Kakukio. Isn't this Dr. Wei Ci? The most idiotic netizen. I was slacking off at work and climbed up to have a look. I didn't expect the treasure boy that I've been keeping for so long to be exposed. According to insiders, Dr. Wei Ci was sent here out of nowhere. Airborne. Even in the interstellar era, they didn't have a good impression of members who were parachuted in. Yang Tian Kageogio. What's wrong with being airborne? In the entire Federation, there were less than 10 healers in the spiritual domain. He was also an innate spirit domain expert, and his strength was estimated to be comparable to a level 5 gene unlocked. Wasn't the central government's official Weibo doing this because they were afraid of being poached? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Based on his confident tone, it was obvious that he was someone in the know. A spiritual domain, a healing spiritual domain that was condensed innately, was highly sought after no matter where he went. There was a commotion online for a while, but it did not blow up. Wei Ci's life was not affected at all, and he still worked from 9 to 5 every day. When the medical center needed him, he would provide assistance. When he was not needed, he would study all kinds of content in his small office and sign up for several ancient literature classes. In this era, learning was convenient. Adults who had entered society could also attend virtual schools. Wei Ci signed up for the elementary class of ancient literature. Usually, he had 4 classes, but today, he only had 1 class before he hurriedly went offline. Today was a very important day. The Central Planet Nursery Institution sent a message saying that the babies in the nursery pod were about to be born. Jiang Pengji was busy outside and said that she would only be back in 2 or 3 days. Wei Ci could only pick up the babies and bring them home alone. Wei Ci had been looking forward to this day since a few months ago. He had done enough strategies, from the transportation to the registration queue at the Central Planet Nursery Institution, to where to apply for a birth certificate for the newborns, to receive a smart chip, to matching a family nanny robot. Even though he had memorized these contents by heart, he was still so nervous that his forehead was sweating when he actually did it. Then, he realized that he was thinking too much. Under smiley face, angle. Under Her Majesty was the commander of the Federal Army. As a family member of a military marriage, Wei Ci could go through the green channel to complete the formalities. Thank you. Wei Ci smiled and thanked the robot cylinder that was not even as tall as his waist. The robot said, "You're welcome." With the robot leading the way, Wei Ci completed the formalities very smoothly. He received the child's birth certificate, smart chip, and an electronic account. He chose a name, Jiang Yan. Seeing the 2 words being recorded in the family account, the corners of Wei Ci's lips curled up. After a busy afternoon, Wei Ci took a pile of documents and certificates to the nursery window to pick up the baby. Please verify the paternity DNA sequence code. A familiar-looking robot with a round head rolled its wheels over. Wei Ci followed the instructions and placed his finger on the cover that it extended out. His fingertip hurt slightly and a bead of blood emerged. After about 3 seconds, the robot with a round head said, "Verification successful. He is indeed Jiang Yan's father." Wei Ci asked warmly, "Where's the child?" The robot turned its head and its abdomen became transparent from the flowing gold metal, revealing the white and chubby baby lying inside. It turned out that the robot's abdomen was hollow. The robot's abdomen was padded with a soft cushion. The baby could sleep inside. Wei Ci asked it, "Can I hold the child?" The robot said, "Newborns have low immunity. It is not recommended to hold the child in public." Wei Ci reluctantly looked at the child's eyebrows and said softly, "Then let's go home." The robot replied, "Okay." Wei Ci looked at the robot worriedly. Although he knew that this was a family nanny robot specially designed for children, He was still worried about the child's safety. Would it be bumpy lying down like this? The robot's abdomen didn't look big. Would Yen feel crowded? How was her breathing? Before going back, the robot suggested that Xueqi go to the supermarket to buy milk powder and clothes for the child. During this period, the baby cried once. Xueqi saw 4 lifelike hands emerge from the belly of the robot. 2 hands were used to change the baby's urine into a paper diaper. 1 hand was holding a milk bottle to feed the baby, and the other hand was used to throw the changed diaper into another small compartment to dissolve it into trash. When changing the diaper, Xueqi saw that the robot even had a mosaic of the child's body. Smiley face, angle. The robot said, "Federal citizens have the right to privacy. Even if she has just left the nursery for less than half a day, it's the same." The key parts could not be exposed to the light of day without permission. Xueqi was speechless. The robot quickly changed the diaper, fed the baby, and skillfully held the baby and burped. Only when Yen let out a small sound did the robot put the baby down. Xueqi was speechless. He couldn't help it all under the smiley face, angle. The only thing he could do was swipe his card to buy things. He didn't need to carry things on the way back because the supermarket would have a special express delivery. When they arrived at their destination, the things were delivered. It's really a convenient world that I couldn't imagine before. Every aspect of life was so comprehensive that he couldn't imagine it. For example, other than residents and authorized robots, outsiders and robots couldn't get close to the living area. Xueqi wanted to bring the robot and the baby back, so he had to go to the property management department to register. Opening the door, Xueqi saw a pair of slippers at the entrance. "Peng Peng, you're back?" I rushed back at top speed. "Are you touched, Zixiao?" Jiang Pengji hugged him. Her voice sounded a little tired. She originally wanted to bring Yen home with Xueqi to give him a surprise, but they were still half a day late. The family robot determined that the environment was safe and the air was up to standard. Only then did it open the door of the protective cabin, revealing the baby inside. "That's great. Yen is back with us again." Jiang Pengji carried the baby out. The robot took the initiative to drag in the shopping items and tidy them up. Xueqi said, "When Song and Lien come back, it'll be a real family reunion." Jiang Pengji smiled and poked the baby's little face. "There's still a wait." Xueqi said, "There's always hope. It's only 3 to 5 years. We can afford to wait." There was no longer the involuntary and mutual deceit of the past. He only hoped that they could get what they wanted in the end and live up to their original intentions. Chapter 1865. As an antique, Xueqi had recently become obsessed with the virtual internet. He opened an account for himself and shared bits and pieces of his daughter's life on it every day. Occasionally, he would share his calligraphy and paintings. Regardless of the weather, he recorded from his daughter Jiang Yan's 1-month-old birthday until she was about to go to school. Many netizens who seemed to be annoyed also developed a daily routine of watching him raise his daughter. Relying on his good calligraphy and good classical painting skills, Xueqi also became a famous figure in the circle. He did not have a team to manage fans for him, nor did he organize activities like lucky draws to increase his fans. After a few years, he inexplicably became a small blogger with tens of millions of fans, and these tens of millions of fans were active fans. Half of them shouted, "Prince Charming, you are so classical and elegant, I want to go with you to the parenting registry to get a little monkey." The other half shouted and asked him, "Father-in-law, does your baby still lack a son-in-law/daughter-in-law who has gone to an advanced college and an annual salary of $1 million?" Other than working at the special medical center on the central planet, he would also take on commercial calligraphy and paintings when he had nothing to do, such as inscribing words, writing couplets, or painting. Needless to say, after a few years of accumulation, the money he earned from his calligraphy and paintings had actually saved up a large sum of money. As a famous figure in the circle and a rare antique figure, Xueqi's calligraphy was valued in the tens of thousands, and the price of his paintings also started from that. "I always feel that I'm being overcharged." Xueqi did not understand commercial calligraphy and paintings when he first took on them, so he mentioned it during the daily video call with Jiang Pengji. Jiang Pengji turned around and sent someone to check the market price. She set a price for him that was higher than a newcomer's, but slightly lower than the standards of a god. Xueqi felt that the price was too high at one glance. He was not a famous artist, and his calligraphy and paintings had no collectible value. Wouldn't the customers scold him if he set such a high price? Jiang Pengji said, "It's worth this money. If they want to buy it, then buy it. If not, then forget it." Zixiao's hands are precious. The husband and wife could talk every day and hug each other at close range through the virtual network, but they still spent more time apart. Jiang Pengji was busy outside. She was either on the way to war, patrolling, or conducting military exercises to intimidate the borders. The way the war was an eye-opener for Wei Ci. At the same time, he knew that the danger was incomparable to his previous life. He wanted to help, but he also knew that he did not have the military foundation of this era. He could only work hard to take care of himself and his daughter so that His Majesty would not have any worries. Fortunately, there weren't many major battles left. There were only some remnant soldiers who were stubbornly resisting and struggling at death's door. As the leader of the First War Corps, Jiang Pengji was bound to be at the front line, but it was unlikely that she would be personally involved. Her safety was still guaranteed. Wei Ci did not often accept commercial calligraphy and paintings. Most of the time, he amused himself by drawing all kinds of faceless women under smiley face, angle. Under he did not dare to draw the face, for fear that the identity of the person in the painting would be recognized, which would then bring danger to himself and his child. In order to conceal his true purpose, he would also mix in a lot of other content. There were both ancient and modern people in the paintings. There was a dragon robe that represented the emperor, and there were also commoners wearing short clothes. There was a special military uniform that represented the leader of an army, and there was also a casual dress with a shirt and a short skirt. The content of the paintings did not have a fixed theme. Her fans jokingly called her Mrs. Big Tentacle, who relied on her conscience to generate electricity. Wei Ci. At first, he was annoyed by the feminine nickname Madam, but later he realized that it meant big. Under a smiley face, angle. Honest, the people of this era were quite interesting. Daddy. Wei Ci had just put away the brush and tidied up the messy desk when the door to the room opened automatically. A fair and plump girl walked in. Yan er. Wei Ci's mood jumped a lot when he heard this form of address. Although it was not the first time the child had called him Daddy, every daddy made him feel satisfied and happy. In his previous 2 lives, because of his identity and the situation, Wei Ci could only respectfully maintain a distance between him and his own flesh and blood. Fortunately, the heavens took pity on him and he could actually live another life, completely making up for his previous regrets. Yan er was holding 2 exercise books made of imitation paper and a small pen in her little hand. She looked up at him seriously and said, "Daddy, I've finished my homework." Her pair of watery eyes were like the freshest, most moist black grapes, and her gaze could melt a person. She looked forward to Wei Ci's commendation and praise, and Wei Ci was not stingy. He lifted her up high. The family nanny robots of this era were too powerful. They could take care of the children when they could only lie down. They could take care of the children when they started to turn over and crawl. When the children learned to walk, they could still be busy and considerate. Even when the children were just learning to speak, they would guide the children to speak. When Jiang Yan was 1 year old, the robot said that she could start early education. Wei Ci was eager to show off his talents, but the robot took care of everything. Wei Ci was speechless. The only thing that was gratifying was that Jiang Yan liked him even more. Every day, she seriously completed the learning content that the robot arranged for her. She would also look for him to hug and praise and learn the 4 arts from him. The robot was not equipped with these skills, so naturally, it could not compete with Wei Ci. "This is Mommy." Jiang Yan nestled in Wei Ci's arms and looked at the painting that had just been drawn on the table without blinking. She raised her hand and pointed at the woman in the painting. She said clearly, "When will Mommy come back?" Wei Ci stroked her hair and smiled. "Not for the time being." Jiang Yan was a little disappointed, but she still asked seriously, "Is it because you have to protect Yener and the other babies?" Wei Ci never avoided the fact that Jiang Pengji could not accompany the children for a long time. He also would not lie to the children and tell them that their mother could come back. To the children, a white lie was deception. It might be more hurtful than telling them the truth directly. Yes, Mommy is a hero. Not only does Hero have to protect our Yener, but he also has to protect more babies of Yener's age. Jiang Yan was young, but she knew that the hero was a very impressive person. It was just that she really missed her mother. That was why she begged Wei Ci to draw a picture of a family of 3 with her today. Wei Ci looked at his daughter's painting and proudly showed it off to the netizens. Ayo hey. Looking at my wife's diary, I want babies every day. It's great to raise a daughter. It was important to know that young people in this era rarely took the initiative to have children. However, looking at Wei Ci's daily life, it could be said that there were thousands of young fans who joined the army of raising children. It could be considered as a small contribution to the growth of the federal population. I soar back. Xueqi, my wife is really cute. Her painting skills are like her father's. She will also be famous in the future. Reform spring breeze blows Mandy. Speaking of which, there's something very strange. My wife has never talked about her partner, but the baby's mother is always present when he draws. It makes one wonder if there's a conflict between the wife and her partner? Pinching a lotus flower Xiao Hongchen. What's there to be suspicious about? How can there be a proper marriage these days? Don't everyone go to a nursery to get a child? For adults, the child is their own child. However, if the child's other half wants to raise the child together, no one can stop them. Therefore, it's very normal for adults not to mention the child's other relative, but the child will always talk about his parents. Wei Ci looked at the comment, thought about it, and silently left a sentence. Wei Civ. No, I have a very good relationship with my wife. It's just that her job is special. I want to reduce her exposure on the public platform as much as possible. She's not a public figure, and it's not suitable for her to appear in front of so many netizens. Maybe there will be a chance in the future to introduce her to you. Many netizens were stuffed with dog food by Wei Ci, and they couldn't help but cheer. However, they waited and waited. Wei Ci became a doctor at the Central Planet Special Medical Center, a master of classical calligraphy and painting, and a professor of classical literature. The diaries of the second and third children had been serialized for almost 20 years, but the netizens didn't know who the rumored partner was. Many years later, these fans almost forgot about this. One day, Wei Ci's diary turned into 2 hands with their fingers intertwined. The gemstone rings on their ring fingers sparkled, and there were 2 federally issued marriage certificates next to them. Wei Civ. Hello, she's my wife, Federal Marshal Jiang. Federal Marshal Jiang V. Yes, let me introduce him to you. He's my wife Wei Ci. 7th Army Jiang Yan V. Let me introduce him to you. Federal Marshal Jiang Wei Ci. These 2 are my parents. Fresh graduate Wei Tsong V. Let me introduce him to you. Federal Marshal Jiang Wei Ci. These 2 are my parents. Jiang Lian V. Let me introduce him to you. Federal Marshal Jiang Wei Ci. These 2 are my parents. Federal citizens. #shocking. The parents only cared about showing off their love in public, but the 3 children were abandoned? #genius 1 second to remember this website's address. Mobile version, M. Chapter 1866. In September, the chrysanthemum crab was fat. Sure enough, the crabs are the fattest in this season. There was a popular food street near Tianhua University. There were all kinds of food stalls on both sides of the street. It was a lively scene every day. The crab dishes here were famous both at home and abroad. Every year, countless people would come here to taste them. In addition to the unique taste of the crab dishes, there was also a historical reason. It was said that the crab dishes here were developed with the help of the famous historical figure Yang Si. The taste was the most authentic. Perhaps because of these reasons, the people in this city had the habit of eating crabs in September. Although Gu Min was not a food lover, she applied to Tianhua University, so the food street had a certain status. Eat less. Crabs are cold. Aren't you afraid of getting sick? No matter how delicious it is, you can't eat too much. Moderation is the best. Sigh, Chen, are you worried about money? Gu Min pretended to be sad, her eyes glued to the plate and refused to move away. If I'm worried about money, why would I treat you? Jiang Chen skillfully shaved the crab meat and said helplessly, I'm worried that you'll eat too much and get sick again. You heartless little thing. If I knew you were thinking this way, I wouldn't have brought you here. I'm sad. Chen, don't be angry. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Gu Min could not help but put her palms together and beg for mercy until Jiang Chen showed a helpless smile. She changed the topic. Chen Chen, have you lived here for a long time? How can you find such a small and remote shop? Jiang Chen said, not long, but there is a food lover at home. He goes to many places, so of course I know. Gu Min asked, siblings? Jiang Chen shook her head. No, the food lover is my father. This food shop was discovered by Jiang Chen's father when he was young. At that time, business was very good. However, with the development of the times, people's pace of life was getting faster and faster. This kind of business encountered difficulties. The shop owner's son felt that there was no future in being a chef. There was no one to inherit the old man's skills. Guests, the dishes are here. This shop was not only remote but also very small. The shop owner was the waitress, the chef, and the boss. The shop owner was old and could not be as busy as when he was young. There were limited customers every day. He wanted to close early today, but he did not expect Jiang Chen to bring Gu Min to eat, so the shop owner made a crab feast. Jiang Chen thanked him in a low voice. The shop owner showed a look of fear and trepidation. Gu Min revealed a doubtful expression. Chen Chen, is it an illusion? Grandpa's store seems to be afraid of you? I can't say I'm afraid. I should say I respect you. Jiang Chen's expression was calm as she said, I saw wrongly. The old man just looked stern. The shop owner who had just walked to the door. No one knew that the grandfather of the owner of this restaurant used to be an imperial chef who was in charge of the empress's meals. However, it didn't take long for the empress to establish a constitution, which reduced the number of people in the palace even further. The shop owner grandpa then started his own business. After a few decades, a young man brought the then crown prince out of the palace for a stroll. He came across this small restaurant again and tasted the dishes of the palace. Only after learning about the history of this restaurant did he understand the origins of this place. Jiang Chen had come here twice with her parents when she was young, so the owner knew who she was. Even though he had lost the right to control the life and death of the country, he still retained his dignity. Ordinary people were still very respectful of the crown prince. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Jiang Chen happily paid the bill. Are you feeling much better now? Gu Min had made a fool of herself in class and cried when she came back. Jiang Chen couldn't stand it anymore, so she invited her to dinner. There was no sorrow that a good meal couldn't solve. If there was, then 2 meals would do. Gu Min said embarrassedly, I'm much better now. Jiang Chen said, you can change your major after a while. Gu Min's college entrance examination scores weren't low, but Tianhua University was one of the top institutions of higher learning in the country. The admission requirements were so high that it made people feel hopeless. Because her scores weren't high enough for her preferred major, Gu Min could only comply with the adjustment and enter Tianhua University's history department. Gu Min wasn't cut out for history. Her understanding of history was limited to a variety of television dramas, and she often misremembered names and events. The joke of the day was that Gu Min had falsely attributed 2 famous historical events to someone else. Gu Min scratched her head and said reluctantly, if I change my major, will I not be able to stay in the same dormitory as you? Jiang Chen asked her, are you going to give up on changing your major just to stay in the same dormitory as me? It's not like I can't. My major in university won't affect my future work. Gu Min sighed and muttered, my mom's martial arts school, my dad's paper company, my grandparents' huge collection of antiques. Anyway, after graduation, I'll go back to inherit the family business. Choosing a major in university won't affect my future work. If that's the case, staying in the history department is actually quite good. Actually, my future work intention is to be a scriptwriter. If I want to be a scriptwriter, I need to have some knowledge. After saying a lot, Gu Min asked Jiang Chen. Chen Chen, what do you plan to do in the future? Jiang Chen said, open an entertainment company. Huh. Open an entertainment company? Why? To promote my brother, Jiang Chen said. If I don't work hard to make him famous, he can only go back to inherit the family business. My future career was decided when I was born, but he can still do what he likes. If he likes acting, then he can do it. Gu Min was speechless. It sounded inexplicably desolate. Chen Chen is a good sister. I think so too, Jiangchen said. But I don't approve of him going to that kind of place. The entertainment industry isn't clean. In order to fight for this opportunity, his mother and father almost broke his legs when he was young, but he was too stubborn. He said that even if his legs were broken, he would still crawl over. Listen to what he's saying. He's so stubborn, so I can only let him be. Gu Min said, from what you said, Chen Chen's family is more conservative. When Jiang Chen mentioned his parents, he always used father and mother, and never used the more colloquial father and mother. They are indeed quite conservative. That's why my brother said he wanted to be an actor, and that's why he was beaten up so badly. Even if he won the title of the youngest best actor and had the potential to win a Grand Slam, it was still very embarrassing for the royal family to produce an actor. After 100 years, he might even be beaten up by his ancestors. Gu Min smiled and said, when I go back, I'm going to find out which handsome young man with the surname Jiang in the entertainment industry and add him as a fan. Everyone in the family is against him becoming an actor, and there are many arguments about this. Jiang Chen sighed. His surname isn't Jiang. He took my father's surname. That kid went from child star to best actor without using any of his family's connections. He would probably have to wait until he reappeared in the public eye as a prince of the royal family before everyone would know his true identity. I'm very curious. Since Chen Chen's family is so conservative, why would your brother want to be an actor? Jiang Chen said, the more my mother is against something, the more tempted he is. Every time, he's on the verge of breaking his leg. After all these years, he didn't break his leg. It was probably because the spirits of his ancestors in heaven were protecting him. Gu Min and this roommate of hers had a very good relationship. The two of them would always go shopping together during the holidays. The only way to solve my worries is to get rich quickly. Looking at her rapidly shrinking wallet, Gu Min looked at the big and small bags that she had bought on impulse and revealed a melancholic expression. Jiang Chen held a cup of milk tea and said with a smile, it's okay. I'll support you in the cafeteria for the rest of the month. Tianhua University's cafeteria was considered good and cheap. Students could eat their fill with just 10 yuan or so. If they wanted to eat better, a meal would cost about 40 to 50 yuan. If they wanted to eat individual stir-fried dishes, a meal of 4 dishes would cost more than 100 yuan. Many students would only be extravagant at birthday parties. Gu Min said, don't. I'm a big eater. Aren't you afraid that I'll eat you poor? Jiang Chen drank the rest of the milk tea in one breath and threw the empty bottle into the trash can 2 meters away. If you can eat me poor, I'm afraid you'll have to be a glutton. Gu Min silently applauded her friend. Society, society. Does a tycoon's thigh need a pendant? Baby, hang it wherever you point. Seeing Gu Min's cheeky expression, Jiang Chen could not help but smile. You're taking advantage of me and you're still pretending. You should reflect on yourself. Don't be a starlight person every month and spend a month's worth of living expenses in a week. Gu Min said gloomily, sigh, buying and buying is the happiest thing in life. If I don't even have this little fun, what's the point of living? Baby's biggest wish is to start a business and become a tycoon. In the future, I'll drink 1 cup of milk tea and throw the other one away. Jiang Chen was amused. You just said a while ago that you wanted to be a scriptwriter. Gu Min retorted, there's no conflict between being a scriptwriter and a business tycoon. If I write a popular script and film it into a TV series, I'll be rich in the future. Won't I be a tycoon then? Even a salted fish has a dream. Chen, don't be cruel and burst my dream. Jiang Chen was about to say something when she heard some noise from the wireless earphones on her ears. Her expression darkened a little. What's wrong? Gu Min packed up the big and small bags. She did not feel anything when she bought them, but now she wished she had 3 heads and 6 arms. Jiang Chen quietly glanced in a certain direction from the corner of her eyes. She did not see anyone suspicious. Nothing. My legs suddenly went numb. It's a little uncomfortable. Gu Min put down the bags and let Jiang Chen sit on the public bench. Come, give me your legs. I'll massage them for you. It's an ancestral massage technique. I guarantee you'll feel better in a while. Gu Min's mother's martial arts school was also inherited from her grandparents. There were often conflicts. When Gu Min was young, she had suffered a lot in practicing martial arts. After so many years of stumbling, she slowly mastered the art of brewing medicinal wine and massaging. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, but there was some doubt in her heart. Ever since she and Gu Min became roommates, Jiang Chen's secret guard reported that the two of them were often monitored. However, the person's whereabouts were extremely secretive. Even if the secret guard fought with him, it would not be easy. At first, Jiang Chen thought that the person was after her. After all, she was the heir to the royal family and the future young empress. It was hard to guarantee that there would be people with more extreme political leanings who would attack her. However, after the secret guard probed and investigated, he was shocked to find that the person was after Gu Min. Jiang Chen secretly became suspicious. She sent people to investigate Gu Min since she was young, but nothing unusual was found. The person who followed Gu Min was also very strange. He did not have any intention of harming her. Instead, he seemed to be a Miss Tian Luo. There was one time when Gu Min had stomach problems. Jiang Chen had classes in the afternoon. When she returned, Gu Min thanked her for ordering stomach medicine and lunch. At the beginning of the month, Gu Min's period came. It was only when she went to class that she realized something was wrong. When she went to the toilet, she found that there was an extra pack of soft little angels in her school bag. Because it was Jiang Chen's favorite brand, Gu Min thought that it was Jiang Chen who prepared it. There were some things that Jiang Chen had done, but there were some things that Miss Tian Luo had framed her. "Ah Min, I want to ask you something." Jiang Chen felt very comfortable in her calves. She was even more curious. Gu Min's family background was very good. Her ancestors were also small officials. Other than that, there was nothing special about her. Why would that mysterious Miss Tian Luo have her eyes on her? This matter had to be clarified. Only by knowing the real purpose of this Miss Tian Luo could she be at ease. "Chen Chen, ask away. Are your legs still numb?" "It's okay. They're much better." Jiang Chen probed. "Have you noticed that there's something strange around you? For example, are there any familiar people who are always wandering around? To be honest, I've seen them a few times, but they're very elusive. It doesn't seem very safe." A strange place and familiar people? I don't think so. Gu Min thought carefully and said uncertainly, "If you really want to talk about strange things, there should be one. When I was young, I went to a kindergarten for the rich. The parents of the children there were very well off. One time, there was a kidnapping case. I was accidentally injured and taken away. The next day, the kidnappers died on the rooftop. I don't know who did it." Jiang Chen also found out about this kidnapping case. Because the police couldn't find any clues, they could only close the case in a hurry. Until today, they still didn't know who killed the kidnappers. But after calculating the time, Jiang Chen felt that this person shouldn't be Miss Tian Luo. According to the investigation of the hidden guards, Miss Tian Luo was a skinny man who was about 1.85 meters tall. According to the skin condition of his palm that was exposed during the fight, he should be between 20 to 35 years old. At this age, it was impossible for him to be the person who killed the kidnappers. Other than that, is there anything else? Gu Min pretended to be resentful. "I'm just an ordinary civilian. How could I have encountered anything special?" Tianhua University was the top university in the country. Even first-year students were very busy with their studies. Unknowingly, a spring and autumn had passed. In the second year of university, a very young professor was transferred to the history department. This person's name was very strange. His surname was Liu, and his name was Shi. When he introduced his name to the students in the lecture hall, many students covered their mouths and snickered. Why was that? The second year of university focused on the history of the Five Kingdoms and the early days of the Zhang dynasty. Who was Liu Shi? He was the famous father of Emperor Chen in official history. Although Emperor Chen didn't approve of him, Cheng Cheng, who recorded history, did. Who was Cheng Cheng? He specialized in compiling the history of the 16 kingdoms, the Xia dynasty, and the Zhang dynasty. He spent 35 years restoring countless ancient books. He was the imperial scribe, and after his death, he was conferred the title of first scribe. Cheng Cheng recorded history like this, but Emperor Chen didn't reprimand him. It was obvious that he had tacitly approved of this part. Even though there were many unofficial histories, The official history that students saw was still Lu Shi, courtesy name Zhongqing, the father of Emperor Chen. He lived in Hejian. He was dissolute when he was young, and he was a playboy. Even the father of Emperor Chen, Cheng Cheng, was not polite about Lu Shi. Every word he said was a scumbag. Almost all students who studied history knew him. Lu Shi was a piece of trash, but he had a daughter who changed the world. Because he had the same name, Professor Lu Shi was secretly called a scumbag by the students. Lu Shi was very young. He looked like he was in his late 20s. He was gentle, good-looking, and had a refined and outstanding temperament. The students gave him the nickname scumbag, but Lu Shi wasn't a scumbag. On the contrary, he kept his chastity and wouldn't easily be alone with female students. If a female student pursued him, he would reject them without hesitation. "I'm sorry, I already have a sweetheart. I'm planning to get married next year, but I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Many girls' hearts were broken by this answer. Many girls could only wish Lu Shi and his fiancée a lifetime of happiness with tears. It was strange. Although Lu Shi always said he had a sweetheart, none of the students had ever seen the girl visit Lu Shi. It was Lu Shi's class that day. As the most handsome student in the history department, many students came because of his reputation. The lecture hall was full. However, not all students would be seduced by his beauty. Gu Min was one of them. She was sealed by the quilt in the dormitory and didn't want to go to class, so she asked Jiang Chen to sign in. She didn't expect Lu Shi to find out. Lu Shi smiled and asked Jiang Chen to pass the message. "It's not good to skip class. Please ask Gu Min to explain after class. If she's sick, please ask her to bring the doctor's certificate." In order not to deduct her credits at the end of the term, Gu Min could only bite the bullet and talk to Lu Shi to see if he could make an exception. Lu Shi looked very serious when he was angry, and Gu Min was most afraid of this kind of person. Lu Shi, as a professor, couldn't be too harsh when a student came to ask for mercy, but he still gave Gu Min an ultimatum. "If you promise not to be absent from class from now until the end of the term, I can consider forgiving you for skipping class." Gu Min wanted to say something but stopped. She could only agree with a bitter face and repeatedly promised that she wouldn't skip class again. "Professor Lu, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again." Gu Min wished she could point 3 fingers at the sky and swear. Lu Shi smiled meaningfully. "I believe that Gu Min has a heart of repentance. I believe that you won't let me down." Gu Min nodded quickly. "From now on, turn over a new leaf. Study hard and make progress every day," Gu Min assured Lu Shi. As soon as she stepped out of the office, her shoulders drooped and she looked listless. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Chen saw Gu Min's lifeless face. "I've already signed in for you, but Professor Lu Shi seems to know you. He saw whether you came or not." Jiang Chen deeply sympathized with her. It wasn't that she didn't want to help her roommate. It was just that her roommate was unlucky to meet a serious professor like Lu Shi. Which university student hadn't skipped class or skipped school? Even Tianhua University's students were the same. Gu Min's mouth twitched. "I don't think so. I didn't say hello to him. The girl next door also skipped class. She's fine." Jiang Chen shrugged. She didn't know how Lu Shi noticed. The lecture hall was very big. Usually, it could accommodate 200 students. University was different from middle school and high school. The contact between teachers and students was limited to short class interactions. As a professor, it was impossible for Lu Shi to remember every student's face and name. How did he find out? For the sake of your credits and final grades, you should be more careful. You can't skip Lu Shi's class. Gu Min looked sad. "Is it too late to change my major?" Jiang Chen smiled. "It's too late." During the second class, she and Jiang Chen finally understood why Lu Shi remembered Gu Min. Lu Shi talked about the topic of his recent research. It was about the mystery of the identity of Emperor Chen's mother. Historians believe that it was Gu Zhen, but Lu Shi believed that it was not Gu Zhen, but someone else. In order to support this point of view, Lu Shi found a lot of materials. Jiang Chen, as the heir to the royal family, was stunned. "Nonsense. He's just playing to the gallery," Gu Min muttered. Who else could it be if it wasn't Gu Zhen? He actually guessed that it was Gu Zhen's elder sister? Because of Emperor Chen, There were only a few records of her blood relatives, regardless of whether they were male or female. Later generations could only peek through history books. Jiang Chen coughed softly and muttered to herself. It might not be nonsense. This content was history to outsiders, but to Jiang Chen, it was a family tree. She had to memorize it when she was very young. Of course, Jiang Chen had learned about the mystery of Emperor Chen's mother from the books left behind by her ancestors. After all, this period of history was too disgraceful. They could not possibly say that Lu Shi had defiled Gu Min, who was born with dementia, and that Gu Zhan had married Lu Shi with the fetus in Gu Min's womb. She was an ancestor after all. She had to keep the last layer of cover. When they heard Lu Shi prove the name of Emperor Chen's mother, a few of her classmates looked at Gu Min strangely. Gu Min couldn't help but explode. Why are you looking at me? It's just the same name. Lu Shi is also a famous scumbag in history. Why don't you go and see him? Jiang Chen held back her laughter. It's probably because of this that Professor Lu Shi pays more attention to you. Knowing that there was a student named Gu Min in his class, Lu Shi would definitely pay attention to her. Naturally, he would know that Gu Min had skipped class. Gu Min rested her chin on her hand and complained, I'm so unlucky. Chen, how dare you laugh at me? Don't you love me anymore? Jiang Chen laughed. Why would I? I've always loved you the most. Gu Min blew a kiss at her. She said playfully, Chen is indeed true love. Wax. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. She copied her action and blew a kiss. Wax. Little did they know that the young professor at the podium saw the interaction between the two of them. The chalk in his hand was crushed into several pieces. Jiang Pengji's descendants. They were indeed of the same bloodline. An eyesore. Jiang Chen seemed to feel something. She glanced at the podium and found that Lu Shi was lecturing with a smile on his face. There was no flaw in his act. Gu Min had been targeted by Lu Shi. She couldn't skip class, and he liked to ask her to speak in class. For the sake of credits, Gu Min could only grit her teeth and go back to the dorm to curse Lu Shi. If it weren't for Chen, I would definitely change my major and stay away from Lu Shi. Gu Min's acting was poor. She hung half of her body on Jiang Chen. She did everything she could to act cute, which made Lu Shi even more upset. How old are you? Why are you still calling me a baby? Gu Min looked heartbroken. Didn't we agree to be each other's babies? You think I'm old now, don't you? Jiang Chen sighed. She couldn't do anything to the mischievous Gu Min. Many college students were night owls. Gu Min and Jiang Chen were typical examples. However, the former was addicted to TV shows and had a profound cultivation ability. The latter was always holding a super thick book and reading late into the night. Gu Min had always teased herself. She said that it was easy to become immortal if one was too powerful. She always used this to persuade Jiang Chen to sleep early and wake up early. In the end, Jiang Chen didn't ascend, but she did. Please remember this book's domain name. Zhouqian Shenhuang mobile version website. Chapter 1867. As a famous noble clan in Langya County, the Gu clan had many members and many famous scholars. They were very famous in the royal court. This was the Gu clan in the eyes of outsiders. However, the Gu clan in Gu Min's eyes was different. The etiquette was complicated, and the atmosphere was heavy. Everything was so heavy that one could not breathe. Everyone in the Gu residence knew that the First Lady had caught a cold after falling into the water. She had just returned from the gates of hell after much difficulty. However, after she woke up, her temperament had changed drastically. The old master and madam suspected that some evil spirit had gotten close to the First Lady, and secretly invited a few esteemed monks to take a look. In the end, they were told that the First Lady's lost soul had returned. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Now, her mind was much more mature than other children her age. Indeed, everyone in Langya County knew that the eldest daughter of the Gu clan's first wife was a fool. If she had not been born in a noble clan, she would have been abandoned long ago. If the clan did not have some spare cash, how could they afford to raise a girl with a lost soul? First Lady, don't ever go near the pool again. If anything happens, this servant will be punished. When the maidservant saw Gu Min sneaking closer to the pool again, She was so frightened that she turned pale. She wished that she could kneel beside Gu Min and beg her. Gu Min retracted her leg in embarrassment. Her childish face, which was faintly tinged with green, revealed some reluctance. "Never mind. Get up. I won't go near it." Only then did the maidservant get up. Afraid that Gu Min would regret it, she led her away from the pool in the courtyard. As Gu Min walked, she turned her head and saw some tools beside the pool. When she thought about what she heard in the morning, she felt confused. "No, I just heard someone say that father and mother are going to send people to fill up the pool?" After filling up the pool, she really did not know how to go back. With this thought, the confusion in Gu Min's eyes deepened. A few days ago, Gu Min cultivated until 3 in the morning before sleeping. As she felt sleepy, she vaguely felt a sharp pain in her chest. When she woke up, she discovered that she was no longer in a university dormitory. Instead, she was in an ancient lady's chamber. A group of unfamiliar women surrounded her, chattering like there were tens of thousands of ducks. Gu Min felt very strange. One moment, she felt cold like she had fallen into an ice cave. The next moment, she felt hot like she was being roasted on a grill. Soon, she fainted again. When he woke up again, he was still in that strange room. She was shocked to find that she had turned into a 5 or 6-year-old girl. When she opened her mouth to speak, not only was the maid serving the little girl not pleasantly surprised, she even screamed and staggered away to call for help. Later, he found out that the girl was mentally retarded. She couldn't speak or recognize people. She could only drool and couldn't control her bowels and urine. Gu Min was very worried that she would be regarded as a demon and burned to death. Fortunately, the eminent monks she invited all said that she was a lost soul that had returned and was not possessed by a demon. The girl's parents also accepted the monks' explanation, and they loved Gu Min even more. For the sake of her own life, Gu Min could only swallow her words and explain herself. She stayed quiet for 2 days. After she recovered from the cold, she was allowed to move around in a small area. Her parents, relatives, and friends were all 300 years in the future. Gu Min was like a lonely soul in this strange era. She tried to find a way back, and from time to time, she would sneak into the pond where the girl had fallen into the water to take a look. The maid discovered her intentions and was afraid that something would happen to her again, so she could only keep an eye on her at all times. However, if Gu Min wanted to find a chance, how could these maids stop her? On the 7th night of her transmigration, Gu Min secretly jumped into the pond. The movement of falling into the water attracted the servants who were patrolling the night watch, and she was fished out again. "My daughter, how could you be so cruel to leave your parents?" Gu Min stared blankly at the strange woman, and suddenly felt a little ashamed. No matter what, she had occupied the body of the woman's daughter, and even used this body to commit self-harm. It was indeed wrong. But she wanted to go home. She missed her parents, grandparents, and Chen Chen. She missed the university, the dormitory, and the annoying classes. Gu Min had always been optimistic, but at this moment, she couldn't help but cry, and big tears dripped from her eyes. "I want to go home, I miss home." Mother Gu also cried uncontrollably. "My daughter, your parents are here, and your home is here. Where do you want to go?" Although this daughter was mentally retarded, Mother Gu never despised her. She spent energy and effort on her, and she loved her very much. Finally, the lost soul came back, and her daughter became normal again, but she still wanted to go home and leave them. Hearing this, Gu Min cried even harder. She remembered clearly that when she fell asleep, she felt a faint pain in her chest, and she felt weak all over. She probably died suddenly from staying up late. This meant that even if she found a way to go back, she probably wouldn't be able to. After crying for more than 2 hours, Gu Min nestled in Mother Gu's arms and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up the next day, her nose was blocked, and her throat was hoarse. Even though she had given up, it still took her half a month to accept reality. Gu Min carefully tested the maid who served the girl, and used her limited historical knowledge to speculate about the dynasty she was in. The result was surprising. She had transmigrated to more than 300 years ago, and there were still 30 to 40 years before the chaos of the 5 kingdoms. Why is it this dynasty? Gu Min's little face scrunched up. Even if it was 30 to 40 years later, it would be fine. If she was in the same era as Emperor Chen, Gu Min would be more balanced, or if she transmigrated to the dynasty under Emperor Chen, and it happened to be before the chaos of the Five Kingdoms. Even if Gu Min didn't have a good record in history, she knew how terrible this period was for women. Women were like goods. No matter how high their social status was, they were just goods of a higher class. Accustomed to the convenience of modern society, Gu Min couldn't adapt to this backward era. Mother Gu and Father Gu could also see her uneasiness, and they tried their best to satisfy their daughter's needs. As long as she didn't seek death, everything would be fine. For safety's sake, Mother Gu sent people to fill up the pond and change it into a martial arts field. Yes, a martial arts field. Gu Min found an excuse and said that she wanted to practice martial arts. After strengthening her body, she would spend more time with her parents. After acting coquettishly, she finally persuaded them to agree. How can I live without martial arts? Gu Min learned martial arts from a martial arts master. On the surface, she was learning ordinary external martial arts, but she was secretly learning the technique of physical training. Emperor Chen, please forgive me. In order to survive, I will practice the technique of physical training first. I will definitely not steal the copyright of your creation. The technique of physical training originated from Emperor Chen, Jiang Pengji. It was said that she had specially created it for women, and there were many benefits to practicing it. History also proved this. The rise of women's status could not go unnoticed because of the technique of physical training. From the establishment of the Jiang dynasty to the modern era, it had always been compulsory for girls at the age of 5 or 6. According to scientific research, the technique of physical training could not only improve a woman's physical fitness, but it could also improve her genes. Children born with it would be smart and healthy, and congenital deformities would be reduced. As a person from the future, Gu Min naturally knew that the world would not be peaceful for long. As a woman, it was not enough to just have power and status. She also needed absolute strength to protect herself. Otherwise, once the chaotic era came, she would be in a very dangerous situation. Gu Min could not help but shiver when she thought of the depiction of the chaotic era of the Five Kingdoms in the television series. She was very clear about the status of women in the era before the Jiang dynasty. Even if she was a noble lady, once faced with the torrent of chaos, she would not have a good ending. Unless, Gu Min thought about it and decided on a general plan. She wanted to practice martial arts well and try her best to control her fate in her own hands. Perhaps she could even follow Emperor Chen and become a bandit to conquer the world in the future. Gu Min came from a martial arts family. Her mother had been the national champion for 3 consecutive years when she was young. In order for Gu Min to inherit the family's martial arts school and the martial arts school, her mother had been beating and training Gu Min from the moment she could walk. As the foundation of all martial arts, the art of body tempering was naturally the most important thing. It had long been engraved in her bones. In this life, she had regained her foundation. She also had the experience of her previous life, so she learned very quickly. The effect of learning martial arts was very obvious. The originally thin and pale girl had become much fatter in a short 3 months. She was very likable. The martial arts teacher was also secretly shocked. This noble lady of the Gu family showed signs of natural divine strength at such a young age. She was really a good seedling to learn martial arts. What a pity. Gu Min was a woman and a noble lady of a noble family. She only practiced martial arts to strengthen her body, not to charge and break through enemy lines like a man. The potential of this innate divine strength was probably going to be wasted. Thinking of this, the martial arts teacher sighed with regret. Many years later, he would still feel regret. When everything was going in a good direction, Gu Min had something on her mind. She had been depressed for a long time because of it. Finally, Gu Min found her chance. She took advantage of the opportunity when her mother took her to Hejian County to visit relatives and secretly went to the rumored effective Xueqi temple to visit the master. Such dancing chi. What kind of monster are you? Gu Min pretended to be troubled and stared at the Buddha statue in the Xueqi temple. Suddenly, she heard a stranger's voice coming from behind. She turned her head and saw a middle-aged monk in a kasaya standing in the corridor. His eyes were burning with a bit of frightening light. I am here to visit the master. There are some things. Gu Min inexplicably felt a bit guilty. She did not dare to look at the monk directly. She felt that his eyes were shining and piercing her eyes. Besides, this monk could tell that she had a strong yin qi at a glance. Could it be that he also knew that she was reincarnated? Thinking of this, Gu Min struggled in her heart. Finally, she made up her mind. May I know how to address you, master? She gathered her courage and looked straight into his eyes. The middle-aged monk said, You can call me Liaochen. I am not a master. I am just a nameless monk here. Master Liaochen. Gu Min bowed slightly. Her eyes were a bit complicated. She probed. Master, do you see any clues? I have calculated. You should have died early. You died at the beginning of June. It is surprising that you are still alive. Liaochen said honestly, Your soul is very strange. There are signs of it leaving your body. You should not live for long, but you. Before he finished, Liaochen shook his head in confusion. It seemed that he had never seen such a special situation. At first, he thought that it was an evil spirit that took over her body. But after a closer look, he realized that Gu Min's soul was clear and pure. She did not look like an evil person. Actually, you are right. Gu Min felt bitter. She said, I am here today to set up a memorial tablet for someone. For who? Gu Min thought for a while and said, This person's name is Gu Min. The girl's name was exactly the same as hers. After donating money, Liaochen helped her set up a memorial tablet for Gu Min, so that she could enjoy the worship of the temple. Master, can you tell where I come from? Gu Min probed. Liaochen said, I can't tell clearly, but I am sure that you are not from this world. You are not a bad person and you are not evil. Gu Min seemed to have found someone who understood her. The depression that had accumulated in her heart finally had an outlet. However, she only vaguely said some things. She did not reveal anything related to history. What do you plan to do? Gu Min pinched her fingers and frowned. Her expression was filled with grievance and confusion. I want to go home. I miss my parents and friends, Liaochen said gently. Although my skills are shallow, I can tell that you have reached the end of your lifespan in your previous life. Gu Min looked distressed. She was not surprised by this answer. She always thought that she was far away from becoming an immortal. She did not expect that she had really ascended. What do you plan to do in the future? Liaochen was not afraid that Gu Min was a person who had reincarnated. Instead, he gently asked her about her plans. Gu Min said, What plans can I have? Liaochen said, The yin qi around you is very thick. If you do not find a way to get rid of it, I am afraid you will not have long to live. If I don't want to die, can I still live? A bad life was better than a good death. Although this era was a pain in the ass, she would be able to see Emperor Chen in 20 to 30 years. Her life would not be in vain. Gu Min felt very conflicted. On one hand, she wanted to live, but on the other hand, she was extremely uncomfortable with this era. Of course you can. Just let me perform a ritual. Gu Min sighed like an old man. Thank you, master. Liaochen said, You and I are fated. You don't have to thank me. Although it is a sinister thing to take over a physical body, you also have a good fate. He personally performed a ritual for Gu Min. She did not know if it was a psychological effect. After the ritual, she felt warm, as if she was nestled in a heating room in the middle of winter. After leaving Xueqi Temple, Gu Min leaned on the black lacquered wooden table and closed her eyes to rest. If you are tired, why don't you take a rest? The servant girl who was kneeling on the side suggested gently. Gu Min muttered, The carriage is so bumpy. My bones are about to fall apart. How can I rest? The carriages in this era did not have any effective shock absorbers. Even if the coachman was careful, the bumpy ride was still disgusting. Gu Min did not get carsick. However, after sitting in ancient carriages for a few times, she also got carsick. I almost vomited my bile from the shock, Gu Min complained in a low voice. Just as she finished speaking, the carriage suddenly stopped. She could not help but lean forward and almost fell. What happened? Don't you know that it will hurt you easily? The servant girl saw Gu Min's pale face and shouted at the coachman. The coachman apologized profusely. He said, It was not my intention. It was because someone was blocking the way. Gu Min frowned. She got up from the mat and bent down to open the curtain of the carriage. The servant girl was shocked. It's okay. Gu Min stopped the servant girl. She only saw what happened outside after she got out of the carriage. It turned out that they were at the bend of the mountain road. Someone's carriage was parked at the bend. The coachman did not see it because of the angle. When he saw it, the two carriages were already very close to each other. The coachman had to tighten the reins to force the horses to stop. Gu Min did not wait for the servant girl to prepare the carriage stool. She held the carriage with one hand and jumped down. Her childish face looked a bit serious. She had good eyesight and could easily see what happened to the carriages in front of her. The coachman went forward to negotiate, hoping that the other party would avoid the road and let them go first. However, the other party was rude and unreasonable. The rich young Lang Jun slightly raised his chin and directly lashed out with a long whip in his hand. The coachman dodged in time, but his nose was still hit by the whip. Seeing that the coachman dodged, the young Lang Jun said arrogantly, "Lu is cleaning the house. Can't you see it with your dog eyes?" "Whose dog eyes are you talking about?" With her excellent hearing, Gu Min heard this and immediately became angry. She brushed away the hand of the maid who was trying to stop her and strode forward aggressively. As the saying goes, a good dog doesn't stand in the way. What are your intentions by blocking this place in such a majestic manner? This is the bend of the mountain road. If the carriage is not controlled well, it will either collide with you or fall off the cliff. Who are you calling a dog? The handsome young Lang Jun was blocked by Gu Min's words. He was so angry that his face almost turned red. Of course I'm calling you. Not only are you a dog, but you are also immoral. Naughty boy, how did the adults in your family teach you such a lousy upbringing? Gu Min did not want to bully children. However, in the face of such a mean boy, if she did not teach him a lesson, he would really think that he was the king. The young Lang Jun was so angry that his eyes turned red. Without saying anything, he swung the whip in his hand towards Gu Min's face. The few servant girls who served Gu Min were so scared that their faces turned pale. Only Gu Min's face was cold. She raised her hand and held the whip tightly in her hand. She exerted force with her wrist and pulled the shocked young Lang Jun to the ground. His body was dragged for a distance, and his face was covered with dirt. You bully me." The young Lang Jun let go of the whip. His handsome face was scratched on the ground, and he felt a burning pain. "First you hurt me. Then, you used the whip when you couldn't win. Now, you've been killed, and you even know how to complain first." Gu Min snatched the whip and looked down at the young Lang Jun. She said coldly, "As I said, good dogs don't block the road. Make way for your carriage team." The young Lang Jun was so scared that his eyes turned red and watery. He stood up in a sitting position and looked at Gu Min. "You bully me." Gu Min said, "Because you're useless." The young Lang Jun said angrily, "I've never seen a woman as vulgar as you." "Haven't I seen it now?" Gu Min said sharply, "I've also never seen someone as shameless as you. You block the mountain road and kill people. You whip people for no reason. Do you really think you're the king? If I wasn't in a good mood today, I would have beaten your face." The young Lang Jun was angry. He said to the servants behind him, "Catch this girl." Gu Min also said, "Humph, do you think you're the only one who brought people?" The two families confronted each other. The servant advised, "Second Lang Jun, it's more important to find your wife. If we delay, we won't be able to catch the kidnapper." When the young Lang Jun heard this, he suppressed the anger in his heart angrily. He glared at Gu Min, took a deep breath and said, "I'm not going to argue with a little girl like you." Gu Min snorted coldly. She heard the servant's words and asked, "Did you lose someone in your family?" The young Lang Jun thought that Gu Min had some clues. He didn't care about being angry and hurriedly said, "Have you seen her?" "No. I heard your servant say something about a kidnapper." Gu Min guessed that the young Lang Jun was so impolite because he lost his cousin. The anger in her heart was greatly extinguished. She was a righteous and warm-hearted person. She hated human traffickers who abducted women and children the most. Seeing the young Lang Jun's anxious look, she couldn't help but sympathize with him. "Tell me what she looks like. I'll send someone to keep an eye on her." The young Lang Jun looked up and glanced at Gu Min. He muttered, "I don't need your fake sympathy." After saying this, he ordered the carriage to move to a corner and made way for Gu Min's carriage to pass. What a bad temper. Gu Min glanced at the young Longjuan's carriage and found that there was a willow leaf-shaped family emblem engraved on the outside of the carriage. The servant whispered in her ear, "The Lu family of Hejian." Gu Min frowned slightly. She seemed to be surprised. The Lu family of Hejian? Wasn't that Empress Chen's family? Even though Empress Chen's surname was Jiang, everyone knew that she was from the Lu family of Hejian. She left the clan at the age of 12 and changed her surname. The servant thought that Gu Min was curious, so she explained to her. "Yes, it's the Lu family of Hejian that my aunt's cousin married." Cousin? Gu Min didn't know this part at all. She just echoed, "There seems to be such a part." The mother of Gu Min's current body had a cousin who was not married yet. This cousin married to Hejian County, and became the wife of the eldest son of the first branch of the Lu family. Now she was also the mother of the family. The servant continued, "Look at that young Longjuan's carriage, family emblem, clothes, and age. He's most likely a direct descendant of the Lu family." Gu Min said, "Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. He was in the wrong first. I'm not afraid even if he goes to complain." The servant smiled. The Lu family only has a little reputation in Hejian County. A bunch of direct descendants are not as important as my aunt. If the young Lang Jun really went to complain, he would most likely be forced by his parents to apologize to Gu Min. Gu Min said helplessly, "Forget it. I don't want to compare myself with this kind of naughty child." At such a young age, he threw a whip at others. Gu Min's body was only 6 years old, but he still had the heart to do it. How could he be merciful? To put it bluntly, this was called evil. However, I'm more worried about his cousin. From what he said, it seems that she was kidnapped. In Gu Min's era, human trafficking was still rampant, and human trafficking was rampant. The better ones were sold deep in the mountains and forests. The worse ones were tortured until they became disabled and begged everywhere. The worse ones were directly used as living targets to supply organs. In this ignorant and backward ancient times, children who were abducted would not have a good ending, especially girls. It was not bad if they were abducted and sold as child brides. The unluckier ones would be sold to brothels and stuck in the mud for the rest of their lives. Thinking of this, Gu Min showed a look of pity. Tell them to go out and pay attention to any suspicious people and girls on the road. That young Lang Jun was quite annoying, but it was better to save his cousin if possible. Gu Min had always been lucky. Since she was a child, she had been the lucky fish in the eyes of her relatives and classmates. She could win a small prize in any lottery ticket. Her good luck had continued until now. There was still a quarter of an hour before they entered the city. She heard something with her sharp ears. "Stop." Gu Min lifted the curtain of the carriage and asked, "Did someone pass by us just now?" The servant who was guarding the carriage said, "There was a farmer couple with a cattle. Because the cattle smelled too strong and they were afraid of offending Gu Min, they avoided it." Gu Min said, "Which direction did they go?" The servant was puzzled. "To the south." Gu Min said, "Go after them. I heard a child crying. It seemed to be a girl." Chapter 1868. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't see the girl, let alone the sound of a girl crying. Gu Min was furious and scolded, "Hurry up and catch up with them." The body refining technique could greatly enhance the 5 senses, but her hearing in her previous life wasn't so abnormal. This was a golden finger of rebirth. Yes. The servant didn't dare to disobey. He took a few people and rode after the farmer couple. After a while, he caught them. "First lady, I've brought them back." The servant cupped the couple's hands behind their back and forced them to kneel on the mud covered with stones. The couple looked ordinary. Their skin was dark brown after years of exposure to the sun. They were afraid of the servant and the magnificent carriage, so they trembled and didn't dare to make a sound. Gu Min jumped off the carriage and walked straight towards the aged cow. The couple revealed a look of fear. What do you want?" Fear flashed in the farmer woman's eyes. Her big yellow teeth were still covered with vegetable leaves. She looked mean but weak at heart. Seeing that Gu Min did not stop, she made up her mind and scolded, "Where did this little bitch come from? You want to rob?" Just as she was about to scold, the servant kicked the farmer woman's back. She fell forward and moaned in pain. "Untie the basket." The honest farmer said. "My lady, the things in the basket are worthless and smelly. Don't." Before he finished speaking, Gu Min picked up a stone and accurately hit the farmer's left face. The force was so strong that the smell of iron came out of his mouth. "Shut them up." The servant quickly found some rags to cover their mouths. At the same time, the basket on the cow's back was untied. Gu Min pushed away all the things on the basket and found a girl in a pink dress curled up at the bottom. The other basket contained a 13 or 14-year-old boy. The boy seemed to have fainted. His dry lips were chapped. Gu Min asked the servant to dig out the boy. She bent down and picked up the girl. "Look at this boy. If he's dead, bury him. If he's still alive, save his life." The servant obeyed and found that the youth's body was covered with bruises, and both of his legs were broken. The couple were very excited, as if Gu Min was the evil person who robbed their son and daughter-in-law. In fact, that was the case. The young man was the son they had just bought to carry on the family line, and the girl was the daughter-in-law they had abducted to be the child bride of their son. When Gu Min heard the couple say that they couldn't have another child, that they would end their family line, that they had let down their ancestors, and that they had to have a son to continue their family line, she sneered and said, "Are you more noble than the royal family? Why? How many dragon chairs are there waiting for my son to sit on? Come on, with your poor and trashy appearance, the children you give birth to are also trash scum. Continue the family line? How could we face our ancestors? What a joke." The maid was used to filtering out some of Gu Min's strange words. The expert who examined Gu Min had said that she could only return to her body if she was lucky. If she was not careful, her soul might be taken away. Hence, the Gu residence's people did not dare to restrict Gu Min, afraid of breaking a taboo and making her unhappy. "First lady, how should we deal with this couple?" Gu Min said, "Trash should go wherever it's supposed to go. How can they speak so eloquently about human trafficking? Who gave them face?" The maid was put in a difficult position. Her first lady's words were too vague, and she did not understand. "Hand them over to the authorities?" Gu Min thought about it and nodded. "It's good to hand them over to the authorities. After all, it is not good to punish them privately." Gu Min carried the girl in pink onto the carriage and got the maid to bring clean water and snacks. "Don't worry. This place is already safe. That couple will not have a good ending," Gu Min said to the girl with a smile. "Do you have a cousin? That person is young, but he has a bad temper and often throws a whip at people. I just saw him on the way." The girl cried until her voice was hoarse. Her eyes were red and swollen, squeezing her large eyes into slits. When Gu Min saw that the girl did not say anything, she took the initiative to say, "I don't know which residence you are from. Why don't I send you to your cousin first?" The girl nodded slightly as she hugged the snacks. She could not help but look at Gu Min from the corner of her eye. Gu Min was only 1 or 2 years older than the girl, but she felt that Gu Min was much more reliable than her cousin and gave her a sense of security. It could be seen that the girl had a good upbringing. Even though she was young, she sat properly and ate properly. She did not make a fuss and was very cute. Gu Min sent someone to chase after the Lu Langjun and his group. They chased at full speed and caught up with them after more than 2 hours. "Xiaodai, how are you? Are you all right? You scared me to death." The carriage of the Lu family's Langjun was almost racing over. He jumped off the carriage and ran over before the horses and carriages had even stopped. When the girl saw the young Langjun, she pouted her lips and buried her head in Gu Min's arms, turning her back to the Lu Langjun. "Why is it you again?" The young Langjun was embarrassed. His gaze turned to Gu Min's face. "Did you save my cousin?" Gu Min sneered. "If it wasn't me, then who else could it be?" The young Langjun said, "Why do you speak so sarcastically? I have never seen an aristocratic girl with no upbringing like you." Gu Min said, "Family upbringing is directed at the person. You're not." The young Langjun almost fell down. "Why are you calling me an animal?" Gu Min laughed. "When did I say you were an animal? Don't take it personally." The young Langjun was angry. However, Gu Min was the one who saved his cousin, so he had to suppress his anger no matter how big it was. Gu Min asked, "Your cousin is too careless. Why didn't he send someone to keep an eye on her? Why did he let her be taken away?" The girl's cousin was so annoying. It was obvious that he was going to be a playboy in the future. When he went out, he would definitely bring guards with him to prevent him from being put in a sack. At this moment, the girl finally reacted. Her voice was already hoarse from crying, so it was very difficult for her to speak. "Big sister, this is not my fault." The girl was called by Dai. She was currently staying at her cousin's house. Because of her naughty personality, she often pestered the wet nurse to go out and play. The wet nurse did not take good care of the girl. She often treated the girl perfunctorily. Nothing happened to the girl before, so she was even more careless. This time, she only cared about the rouge and face powder sold by the vendors. She did not even know that the girl had been secretly taken away by the couple. When she found out, the girl had already been carried far away. The wet nurse was afraid that the head of the family would blame her, so she did not report it immediately. Instead, she chose to pack up the gold, silver, and other valuables that she usually kept and prepared to run away. The young Lang Jun only realized that something was wrong when he was playing with his cousin after school. He brought some people to chase after the wet nurse and blocked her halfway up the mountain. When Gu Min met her little Lang Jun, he was angrily whipping the wet nurse, making her cry out in pain. When Gu Min knew about this, her impression of the young Lang Jun improved a little. Although his temper was a little bad, he was still a good brother who loved his sister. His sister-con personality was likable no matter where it was. She quickly suppressed this thought because of the young Lang Jun's self-introduction. "I am Lu Shi." Gu Min did not hear what Lu Shi said after that. The name kept echoing in her mind. This Lu Shi was not the Lu Shi that she knew. He was not Gu Min's university professor. He was the real scumbag Lu Shi in history. The young Lang Jun felt uncomfortable being stared at by Gu Min. He could not help but blush and said harshly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Although he was her cousin's savior, her temperament was indeed annoying. How could there be such a vulgar noble lady? Gu Min sneered. "Nothing. You look handsome." Lu Shi could not help but straighten his chest when he heard this. "At least you have good taste. You can distinguish between beauty and ugliness." Gu Min suppressed the corner of her mouth and returned the white butterfly to Lu Shi. Scumbags were contagious. She did not want to have any more contact with Lu Shi. Even if Lu Shi was Emperor Chen's biological father, he was also a famous lecher in history. He was a fighter among the scumbags. As the only fan of Emperor Chen, she hated Lu Shi the most in history. The other characters had to be pushed back. Lu Shi was indeed mischievous, but he was not ignorant of other people's eyes. Gu Min did not hide her disgust, so he was angry. Humph! Lu Shi was about to leave with his cousin. There was an indescribable grievance on his young face. As the second legitimate son of the Lu family, when had he ever been stared at like this? He was not angry at Gu Min only because she had saved his cousin and because of the family emblem on Gu Min's carriage. Lu Shi was not a dabbler like Gu Min. He knew the family emblem of each family since he was a child. He knew that the children of each family had different styles. Through this, he could determine the other's background and status in the family. Lu Shi could not afford to offend Gu Min. "Cousin, are you angry?" Bai Dai followed Lu Shi into the carriage. She sensed that Lu Shi was in a bad mood. "I didn't do it on purpose." Lu Shi's sitting posture was not standard. He looked very wild and rude. Facing his cute cousin who was in trouble, he restrained himself and said, "This has nothing to do with you. If Xiao Dai wants to go out and play in the future, remember to send someone to tell me. I will send someone to follow you in case the servants don't serve you well again." Bai Dai tilted her head and asked, "Where's the nanny?" Lu Shi sneered. "She died after a few lashes. This kind of lowly servant who has no respect for her superiors should end up like this." He was young, but he had whipped many servants to death. Everyone in the Lu family knew that Lu Erlang was a foppish playboy who did not care about human life. Of course, this was normal in the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families had the right to kill and seize, especially those servants who did not serve them well, played tricks, and framed their masters. The difference was that the servants of other families were directly thrown to the servants and beaten to death, but Lu Shi did it himself. The result was the same, but he gained a different reputation. The foppish playboy Lu Shi was also quite famous in Hejian County. Bai Dai was silent after hearing this. She pouted, obviously disagreeing with Lu Shi's way of handling things. When Xueqi returned home with Bai Dai, he heard his mother's slightly mean voice as he stepped into the hall. She seemed to be cursing someone. When she saw Xueqi coming, the ferocious and mean expression on her face did not disappear. "Why did you get off school so late today?" Xueqi's eyelids drooped slightly. He had long been used to his mother's arbitrary and domineering ways. She wanted to know his whereabouts 24 hours a day. Once he was out of her control, his mother would become hysterical. TSK, this appearance was really ugly. Xueqi often felt that he was a little too smart in front of his mother. On one hand, he was grateful for his mother's care and pampering, but on the other hand, he despised her attitude from the bottom of his heart. The former came from the bottom of his heart, and the latter couldn't be suppressed. This caused Xueqi to not really like to be in contact with her. He was afraid that he would not be able to control his disgust and rejection and hurt his mother's heart. "I went out with Xiao Dai to play." Xueqi suppressed the matter of Bai Dai being kidnapped. He knew his mother's temperament very well. His cousin Bai Dai lost her mother at a young age and was not loved by her father. When she was very young, her father kicked her to the Lu residence with the excuse that having a female elder was good for marriage. His mother was also a person who flattered the strong and trampled on the weak. Naturally, she would not like his cousin. If his mother knew that Bai Dai was kidnapped, she would most likely hate her even more. The reason why Bai Dai's wet nurse treated her so disdainfully was more or less because of his mother's indulgence. Mrs. Lu said harshly, "She doesn't know this." "Don't you know this?" Xueqi said, "Xiao Dai is still young and she is living in the Lu residence as a guest. I am just doing my part as a host." Mrs. Lu said, "She knows how to seduce people at such a young age. She just wants to cling on to you because of the child marriage." Xueqi's patience was exhausted. He said coldly, "I am tired. I will leave now." Lady Lu already had a belly full of anger. She didn't expect that she would kick an iron plate on her beloved second son. She immediately became furious. Second Lang Jun, Mrs. Lu was also angry today. "Please don't take it to heart." The old nanny who served Mrs. Lu sent Xueqi out and couldn't help but say something. Angered by someone? Who could anger her? Mrs. Lu's status in Hejin County was not high, but his mother was recognized as the noblest lady in Hejin County. Who could anger her? The old nanny said. Who else could it be? Mrs. Lu's cousin, the one who married into the Gu family. Xueqi understood. His mother had a cousin before she got married. The two of them were equally important in the family. As a noble lady, she had to keep her eyes open for the first time. Marriage was equivalent to her second first time. Her status and honor for the rest of her life would be tied to the husband's family. Because the sexes were quite open, it was normal for unmarried girls to have a lover before marriage. His mother liked a young and handsome scholar when she was still in her boudoir. She even had a rendezvous with him under the moonlight. However, she was born into a big family. She had to cover up her lover before marriage to avoid affecting her reputation. If her reputation was bad, even if she was born into a big family, it would not be easy for her to find a good husband. So his mother had always been careful. However, his mother's cousin was more capable and skillful. When they were discussing marriage, she tricked his mother and let others see her exchanging a token with a scholar. Of course it was not fatal. At most, it would be a romantic reputation that would affect the status of the marriage. That cousin married into the Gu family because of her good family background and reputation. His mother married into the Lu family in Hejin County. Even though she was also the wife of the Lu family in Hejin County, it was not as glorious as the Gu family in Langyi. Xueqi sneered, I stayed in the Gu family in Langyi. How did I offend you? The old maid said, she came to visit us but left out the first lady. It was obvious that she looked down on our poor relatives. They had just said that the first lady looked down on their poor relatives. The next day, the visiting card was sent to the mansion. Xueqi sat next to his mother. He was surprised to find that the daughter next to his aunt was that sharp-tongued and vulgar girl. He stared at her, but Gu Min ignored him as if nothing had happened. You recognized me just now. Why didn't you admit it? Xueqi was ordered to entertain Gu Min. He took her to the backyard garden. He did not expect her to be so arrogant. Are we close? We are. I didn't expect you to be. Xueqi said, They say you are stupid, but I think you are smart. How was she stupid? She was sharp-tongued and vulgar. Gu Min rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. Even if She was just a bad-tempered Shota, not a scumbag, history told Gu Min that he would become a scumbag. Gu Min thought of the history professor, Shi. He had said that Emperor Chen's biological mother was Gu Zhan's sister, not Gu Zhan. This speculation was criticized by the mainstream media, and the royal family did not admit it. He thought the professor's speculation was funny. If what he said was true, didn't it mean that she was going to marry a scumbag? Impossible. She had transmigrated and the original owner had died young. How could Emperor Chen's mother be Gu Min? Right, she had not seen Gu Zhan after transmigrating for so long. She had to go back and take a look. Maybe she could see the future Emperor Chen's childhood through the lowly version of Gu Zhan. Is this your upbringing? Calling people stupid to their faces? Gu Min snorted. She could not win against her, so he thought of another way to get back at her. I saw you catch the whip with your bare hands. Have you practiced martial arts? Gu Min said humbly. A little. I also learned some martial arts from a martial arts master. Do you want to spar with me? Gu Min turned to look at him. Are you sure? She said. Don't be afraid. I will go easy on you. I won't use a whip or other weapons. Gu Min snorted. Arrogant. I can beat you with one hand. She was speechless. Listen to what she said. Who was the arrogant one? It turned out that She was really no match for her. He was pressed to the ground and begged for mercy. What kind of strength is this? You're like a bull. She rubbed his bruised wrist. He grimaced in pain and tears came out. Gu Min said, It's not that I'm strong. It's that you can't take a beating. What does it have to do with me? She curled his lips. He was angry but did not dare to say anything. What's the name of the martial arts master who taught you? Gu Min rolled her eyes at him. What? Are you trying to poach me? Are you trying to get him to teach you martial arts and then beat me up? She's thoughts were exposed, but he was not angry. He admitted it openly. So what? A man who beats a woman is so useless. Gu Min sneered. A man who can't even beat a woman is even more useless. She was speechless at Gu Min's words. He was so angry that he almost fell to the ground. Gu Min had been in Hejin County for 2 months. She had become familiar with Shi, but she was still more familiar with Bai Dai. She really liked the cute girl who blushed at every turn. She was soft and fragrant. I heard that there is a super famous Lang Lang Alley in Hejin County. Have you been there? Lang Lang Alley sounded strange, but it was actually a red light district, a place that could not be spoken of. Gu Min remembered a famous saying on the internet. Which woman didn't go to the brothel to experience the world? This time, she had no soul. Lang Lang Alley was located on a street near the market in Hejin County. It was very far from Shi's old house. Shi blushed and scolded. You're really shameless. Which girl would want to go to that kind of place? You're such a hypocrite. I saw the fire avoidance painting in your study. You're so young but you're so naughty. How dare you scold me? You even looked at that. Shameless. No matter how bad Shi's personality was, he was still a kid. He couldn't resist his curiosity. He couldn't resist the urging of others. He learned from the older Langjuns in his family and peeked at the fire avoidance painting. He was ashamed of himself, but he didn't expect Gu Min to be so straightforward. Are you going or not? Nope. Fine. I'll go if you don't want to. Gu Min was not afraid of anything. She had been close to Shi recently. If her mother blamed her, she would blame it on Shi. The sky was dark. There were red lights on both sides of the street, making the night look as bright as day. The wind was blowing, and flowers were blooming everywhere. Haha, this is Lang Lang Alley? It's so lively. Gu Min looked at the scenery outside the carriage and exclaimed. Shi crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked gloomy. Look at me. Don't I look like a playboy? Gu Min was wearing a man's shirt. Because she was still young, people wouldn't suspect that she was a girl. Shi attacked her mercilessly. You haven't even grown your pubic hair yet. How dare you call yourself a playboy? Gu Min curled her lips. The two of them went to the famous brothel in Lang Lang Alley with the help of the guards. The matchmakers couldn't help but laugh when they saw them. They had seen all kinds of customers, but they had never seen a kid who was 6 or 7 years old. Ordinary boys were still wearing open-crotch pants. Lu Shi's ears were red. "I've lost all my face." Gu Min said, "Come on. You don't have any face left. Don't blame it on me." Lu Shi had been an educator for many years, but he was a complete slacker. He couldn't even write a word well. He was often punished by his father and brothers. Lang Lang Alley was a brothel, but it was also elegant. Gu Min laughed. These days, no one wants a brothel who can't recite poetry and is proficient in it. Lu Shi's face darkened. He was suddenly angry. There was no brothel in Lang Lang Alley. Gu Min's words were obviously mocking him for being ignorant and incompetent. He didn't have a family to rely on and was inferior to a brothel. "You can't stop your mouth. Sooner or later, you'll die because of it," he said angrily. "Let's see who's blind enough to marry you." Gu Min laughed. "You don't have to worry. With the status of the Gu family, there are many people who want to marry me." Lu Shi saw that Gu Min didn't have any stage fright in Lang Lang Alley. Instead, she was laughing and playing with the other girls. His face turned green. Shameless! The news of the two children going to Lang Lang Alley naturally reached the ears of their parents. Mrs. Gu thought that Lu Shi had instigated it and was suddenly angry. "You're really bad. You know how to go to brothels at such a young age. If my son was not so young, he would have lost his reputation." Gu Min secretly shrugged and betrayed Lu Shi without any burden. Anyway, this playboy's reputation was already bad. It was normal for him to be a scapegoat. Perhaps it was because Lu Shi's character was too bad. He had gone to the suburbs with his friends to race horses, but the horse had been bitten by a vegetable snake and was frightened. Gu Min just happened to pass by on her horse and caught up with him in a cloud of dust. She then rescued the little foppish playboy who had lost his head out of fear. "Your horsemanship is so bad. Don't come out to die." Gu Min stood up and accidentally touched his wound. She secretly gasped. Lu Shi's eyes were red and his breath was short because of fear. He looked very pitiful. "I don't need you to pretend to be kind." Lu Shi raised his eyes to look at Gu Min, who was standing against the light. He felt a stinging pain in his eyes. Thinking of her mockery, he suddenly became angry. "Tsk, my good intentions are taken as malicious intent." Gu Min hit the whip and jumped on the horse. She actually left Lu Shi where he was and planned to let the playboy walk home pitifully. "Gu Min!" Lu Shi secretly clenched his teeth and tears of grievance came out of his eyes. Not long after, he heard the sound of horse hooves. It was Gu Min who had returned. "Thinking about it, you are quite pitiful. Come on and ride steadily." Not long after, Gu Min returned with her mother. In the blink of an eye, it was winter. Because of the terrain in Langyi County, the winter was not very cold. However, the surrounding mountains were covered with snow. Many gentry families and celebrities liked to go up the mountain during this season to hold poetry meetings. Gu Min's father was one of the famous people in Langyi. Not only was he a famous person, but he was also a famous person. He was a high official in the imperial court and had also been in charge of the talent selection assessment in Dongqing. He was the person that all the forces wanted to curry favor with. Her father was very powerful and her family was also very powerful. Occasionally, Gu Min would also feel proud. She was probably the legendary heroine with the halo of the heroine. She was born at the end of the line that others could not reach even if they worked hard for a lifetime. Of course, this thought only lasted for a while. She was the Gu Min of the future world 300 years later, not the retarded Gu Min of this era. If she really wanted to say that she would be reincarnated, the credit should be given to the original owner. As an outsider, she was lucky to have what she had today. She should cherish what she had instead of being proud of herself. Because he was worried that his daughter would be bored at home, her father specially took her out to participate in a gathering organized by the famous scholars. Gu Min was confused. If she really had to describe her feelings, it could be summed up in 4 words. "I don't understand, but I think it's awesome." Her father saw that Gu Min's little face was a little tired, so he smiled and ordered the maid to take her around. Gu Min smiled and said, "Thank you, father." In her previous life, Gu Min was born in a coastal city in the south. The first time she saw snow was in the winter of her first semester at Tianhua University. That snow was really heavy. It fell continuously for 2 days, and the thickness was up to her calves. The snow on the mountain was not heavy, and the thickness was only half a knuckle. It was a thin layer that began to melt as soon as the sun came out. As the saying goes, it's not cold when it snows, but when it melts, it's coldest when it melts. Gu Min shivered and wrapped her cloak tightly around her body. It's so beautiful. Passing by a forest of red plum blossoms covered in snow, the eye-catching red color almost caught people's eyes at first glance. She tiptoed and tried to break off a plum blossom, but she was short and could not reach it even after a while. There's a broken temple here. The maid advised. Lady, you can't go to such a dark and gloomy place. Gu Min said, the temple worships deities. Even if it's broken, ordinary demons wouldn't dare to go near it, right? How is it gloomy? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a suppressed laugh. There's someone in the broken temple? Who's peeping and eavesdropping there? Gu Min lifted the hem of her dress and entered the run-down temple. She found a bonfire inside, and a young man with a pale complexion and patched clothes was sitting near the bonfire. This young man was very good-looking. Even though he was sitting in the broken temple, he gave people the illusion that he was in a high position. This young man's eyebrows were filled with a strong sense of righteousness, and his eyes were clear and bright. At a glance, one could tell that he was an upright and magnanimous person. At this moment, a sentence echoed in Gu Min's mind. Standing like an orchid, smiling like the bright moon in one's bosom. In her era, even the young best actor would not be able to match up to this kind of appearance. Looking at the young man's clothes, Gu Min knew that he lived a poor life. He was most likely a poor scholar from a poor family. Was it you who laughed just now? Gu Min asked the young man, but her eyes were fixed on his fingers. This person's fingers were red from the cold, and there were even frostbites in some places. His clothes were shabby and thin. He was obviously shivering in the cold, but his expression was still calm. Gu Min secretly curled her lips. He was so poor, but he still put on the airs of a scholar. She really couldn't deal with these ancient people. The young man seemed to be sick, and his voice was hoarse and weak. Hearing the clever words from the young lady, I deeply agree. He seemed to want to say something, but an urge to cough rose in his throat. He coughed so hard that his whole face turned red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. You're very sick. Why don't you see a doctor? The young man said, I'm penniless and have no fixed abode. Where can I get the money to see a doctor? It's just a minor illness. It's not a big deal. That won't do. A minor illness can easily become a major illness if it's dragged on. Don't you know this? Gu Min said, looking at your clothes and the book box next to you, you should be a literate person. You can just find a job to copy letters and books to get the money for the medicine. The young man smiled and said, young lady's words remind me of a saying. Gu Min tilted her head and asked, are you trying to say, why don't I eat minced meat? The young man bowed and said, sorry for the offense. Gu Min said, TSK, you really want to say that about me? The young man smiled bitterly and said, although what the young lady said is a way to make a living, imagination is often different from reality. It's not that easy to make a living. Gu Min didn't know what was going on, but looking at the young man's open and honest attitude, Gu Min knew that she had misunderstood him. But, you can't continue to delay this illness of yours. Even if Gu Min didn't have any medical skills, she knew that the young man was seriously ill. If the fever was too serious, it could even turn into pneumonia. Pneumonia had a high fatality rate in her era, not to mention the current era with low medical standards. The young man put a fist to his lips and coughed lightly. He smiled and said, let fate decide. Gu Min was even more confused. How could he still smile when he was so seriously ill? Do you have parents? The young man said, my father passed away, and I have a mother at home. Gu Min said in an old-fashioned manner, since you have an old mother at home that needs your support, you should cherish your body more and think of a way to cure your illness. You're young and strong, and you're literate. Think of a way. There's always another way out. The young man was amused by Gu Min. Gu Min said again, if it were me, I'd definitely think of a way to live as long as I can live. The young man was seriously ill, but his eyes were as dazzling as the moon and stars in the sky. Young lady, you're young, but you have a lot of ideas. I'm slow-witted and can't think of another way to survive. What should I do? Gu Min blinked and suddenly said, "What's your name?" The young man asked her, "Why are you asking this? I pity that you have an old mother at home to support, and you're sick. Even if you want to earn money, you can't." Gu Min rolled her eyes and said to the young man with a smile, "How about this? Tell me your name and write me an IOU. I'll lend you some money for a while. When your body is better and you have the ability to earn money, you can return the money to me. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? How about it?" The young man coughed with a smile. Gu Min said angrily, "What? You don't believe me? Why wouldn't I believe you? The pearls and jade from your temples are worth several years of my chewing. Of course I believe you." The young man said with a smile, "However, it's a good thing that you're kind, but you can't be overly kind. If I have any evil intentions, what should I do?" Gu Min curled her lips and said, "You think too highly of yourself. How can you have any evil intentions when you're so sick? You're the one who has the heart but is powerless." The young man shook his head with a smile. Gu Min said, "Why? You don't accept it? Are you also one of those stubborn and pedantic scholars who would rather die than accept food given in handouts?" The young man asked, "Those who don't accept food given in handouts are praised for having integrity and pride. How come you call me a stubborn and pedantic scholar?" Gu Min spread her hands and said, "I'm a layman. My life is the most important." The young man said with a smile, "Interesting. That's really interesting." Gu Min felt a little creeped out by the young man's stare. She pouted and said, "What's interesting?" The young man refused to say it clearly. He only said, "My surname is Zhu, and my name is Ning. My courtesy name is Chun En." Gu Min repeated, "Zhu Ning, Zhu Chun En. This name sounds familiar." She didn't have the memories of the original owner of this body. A name that sounded familiar to her must be someone from her previous life. Could it be that this Zhu Ning was a character from a history book? If time could be reversed, Gu Min definitely wouldn't dare to slack off during class. She raised her hand to her forehead and said in distress, "Forget it. If I can't remember, then I won't think about it." Gu Min asked the servant girl to bring her 10 taels of silver, and lent it to the young man. The young man took out a blank bamboo slip and an IOU. "Yuan Jing?" Gu Min's eyes suddenly widened. She looked at it again and again. Besides Zhu Ning and his courtesy name Chun En, there were also 2 small characters, Yuan Jing. The young man said, "It's just a nickname I came up with out of boredom." Gu Min calculated the young man's age and almost knelt down for him. Damn, what kind of luck did she have to meet the rumored male lead? Tom Su Yuan Jing? Why did she say so? She could tell by looking at Yuan Jing's life history. He was definitely Tom Su, a bug with the male lead halo. Master Yuan Jing was born in the last years of Dongqing and was one of the famous scholars of the time. He was born with auspicious signs and his childhood experience was even more extraordinary. He met an immortal at the age of 7 and was blessed by the immortal, who cleansed his marrow and changed his bones. Before he was 20, he was already well versed in astronomy and geography. He was proficient in the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and Chiman Duanjia. He was also proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and poetry. He was even proficient in irrigation and water conservancy, and knew about business and military strategy. He was a walking demon with a limitless halo. In the last years of Dongqing, he battled with the envoy of the northern borderline. He took 3 cities and angered the envoy to death. He became famous after the battle. After he became famous, Master Yuan Jing did not accept the recruitment of various forces. Instead, he returned to his ancestral home in Lange County and opened a private school. At that time, private schools were popular in Lange County. Master Yuan Jing relied on his reputation to slowly attract students and built his reputation. He devoted himself to teaching for more than 10 years. 3 of his disciples later became famous strategists during the chaos of the 5 kingdoms. Other than that, the students who studied in his private school were also successful. 56 of them became officials and 23 of them became famous. During the chaos of the 5 kingdoms, it was more like a shuraba for Master Yuan Jing's students than a chaotic fight among the feudal lords. They were in almost every feudal lord's tent and each occupied a different position. During the chaos of the Five Kingdoms, Master Yuanjing did not become an official. However, his teaching methods were quite advanced. After the Zhang dynasty was founded, Emperor Chen gave him the supreme honor of the world's teacher. Of course, Secretary Shi, the master of the Ziyuan mirror, declined the honor. In all fairness, if Gu Min was Master Yuanjing, she would also decline it. Why? Master Yuanjing taught countless students in his life. Most of his students who became officials died in the hands of Emperor Chen. Although the chaos was cruel, from a teacher's point of view, it was really heartbreaking. Master Yuanjing's three most beloved students, Cheng Jing, Lu Zhang, and Han Yu, died because of Emperor Chen. Cheng Jing committed suicide in prison, Lu Zhang jumped out of the city and died, and Han Yu committed suicide by swallowing gold. It was not Emperor Chen who did it, but she did it. Even if Master Yuanjing did not bear a grudge because of this, it would still be difficult for him to calm down. This could be seen from the epitaph that Master Yuanjing wrote for himself. It was difficult to calm down, and it was difficult to calm down. There was still a lot of contribution to be made. Zhang dynasty's initial educational foundation was created by this old man. The students of later generations loved and hated him at the same time. On the year of the college entrance examination, there was a grave digging craze among the students. The students formed groups to dig Master Yuanjing's grave. Of course, this was only said verbally. No one dared to do it. The students were eager to learn from Master Yuanjing. At this moment, seeing Master Yuanjing in the flesh, Gu Min could not help but want to worship this great god. The young man noticed that Gu Min's expression was complicated. He asked, "What's wrong with this nickname?" Gu Min stammered, "There's nothing wrong with it. Master Yuanjing is good. I believe you will be remembered in history." The young man smiled faintly. Gu Min felt uncomfortable as if she was sitting on pins and needles. "I will definitely repay you for your kindness today in the future." Gu Min scratched her head and said, "Let me think. I think you will be very capable in the future and will be famous. If you open a private school in the future, I will definitely let you teach my child. You don't have to teach your child well. You just have to be decent." At that time, he might even send Gu Zhen's child, the future Emperor Chen, to Master Yuanjing's private school. In that case, Emperor Chen and the future hero would be classmates. They would not stab each other so harshly, right? The young man burst into laughter. He almost choked. "You're only 6 years old now. Why are you thinking of your own child?" Gu Min blushed. "This is called planning for a rainy day. I'm sure you have the potential to be famous. Why don't we take a gamble?" Gambling is a bad karma. Skills are not part of the 6 arts. The saints also said that a gentleman should not gamble. You shouldn't get involved in such a bad habit at such a young age. The young version of Master Yuanjing looked like he would in the future. Gu Min murmured in her heart. He looked like a teaching director. Gu Min said, "With your looks, you should be a teacher who teaches and educates people." The young man smiled faintly without saying anything. Gu Min stood up and flicked off the dust on her dress. "I'll go back first. I don't want father to worry. We'll meet again if fate allows it." She ran away, leaving Zhu Ning sitting in the same place. He looked at the borrowed money and smiled bitterly. It doesn't seem like an evil spirit. Although the young man had only learned mystic arts for a short time, he was extremely talented. He was a genius who could understand everything with just a hint. He noticed something was wrong just by looking at Gu Min's face. After testing her, he realized that she was a pure and innocent person. She did not look like an evil spirit at all. On the other side, Gu Min returned to the assembly. The maidservant secretly told Gu Min's father about her experience. "Zhu Ning? Isn't he a proud scholar from a poor family? Why is he willing to accept Min Er's financial aid?" Gu Min said, "He's healthy, but he hides in the ruined temple to avoid the snow. He seems to be sick too. I lent him some money out of kindness." Her father pinched her cheeks in amusement and said, "My son is kind." Gu Min asked Yuanjing to write an IOU, but she did not say which family she was from. It was obvious that she wanted to give him money and save his face. She smiled and showed her white teeth. She flattered the old man. "It's all because of your good teaching, father." Her father changed the topic and said, "Even so, it's not good for my son to get too close to the poor, especially those with a stubborn temper." Yuanjing's ancestors were not poor, but his family was in decline. According to her father's temper, he naturally looked down on them. Chapter 1869. Gu Min tilted her head and asked why. She knew that in this era, there was a clear distinction between the gentry and the commoners. There was almost no communication between the two classes, but she did not expect it to be so serious. Mr. Gu said, "Do you know who Zhu Ning is? Although that person is talented, he is a foolish, filial and stubborn fool who can't stand up for himself." Gu Min continued to ask. Mr. Gu then told her that Yuanjing's ancestors were rich. They had thousands of acres of fertile land and did not have to worry about food and drink. However, his grandfather did not manage the business well and Yuanjing's father was weak and naive. He was a nice person who was often taken advantage of by his relatives. The two generations squandered 90% of the family property. When it came to Yuanjing's generation, there was only 100 acres of fertile land left. The 100 acres of fertile land was lent by Yuanjing's mother to an ungrateful relative. Yuanjing tried to get his family property back, but his mother stopped him. She would rather suffer than lose face and reputation in front of her relatives. Yuanjing was very talented. He was born with a photographic memory and the ability to infer many things from one instance. When he was young, he studied in a private school in Langyi. After that, his teacher introduced him to various places to study. He became more and more famous, but he was not valued because he came from a poor family. He seemed to have a hard life, but if Yuanjing worked hard, he could live a good life. Although there was a clear distinction between the gentry and the commoners, the rich families also liked to recruit talented people from poor families as their guests. However, Yuanjing refused to recruit and sponsor them. Papa Gu admired Master Yuanjing and was fond of his talent. After being rejected once, he no longer cared about Yuanjing. He was a scholar from a poor family. No matter how talented he was, he could not change the world. If Mr. Gu paid more attention to him, he would really think of himself as someone important. Gu Min listened carefully. However, based on what she knew about history, she felt that Master Yuanjing did not look like a soft bun who was bullied by his relatives. On the other hand, Yuanjing's mother was indeed a weak woman who could be bullied. She did not know what she wanted to do to make herself and her sons suffer for a little fame. If she had gotten back the 100 acres of fertile land, Yuanjing would not have to wear rags and hide in an old temple to avoid the snow. Out of curiosity about famous people, Gu Min paid more attention to Master Yuanjing. She would occasionally send someone to inquire about him. Out of curiosity about famous people, Yuanjing's mother passed away due to illness. Before she passed away, she made the decision to let Yuanjing's fiancé marry into the family, saying that she wanted to see her son get married and start a family before she passed away. Hearing this news, Gu Min was speechless. Was there a hole in the old madam's brain? His wife had just married and his mother had passed away. As a husband, what would Yuanjing think of his wife? Even before her death, this old madam still wanted to make her daughter-in-law unhappy. Besides, she had to observe mourning for her mother's death for 3 years, which was equivalent to her becoming a nun as soon as she married into the family, wasting her youth in vain. It would be better to let the girl find a better one and set her free. Of course, history had proven that Master Yuanjing was the perfect husband in the eyes of girls. According to Gu Min's knowledge, many of the ancient costumes of little Xueqi were adapted from the daily jokes of Yuanjing and his wife. They were rather cruel to single people. After taking care of his mother's funeral, Yuanjing tried his best to take back the hundreds of acres of farmland that had been occupied by his relatives. Gu Min nodded as she watched. This was what a man should be like. Yuanjing could not disobey his mother's order, but as a husband, he could not let his wife continue to live a hard life. He was a responsible man. In the blink of an eye, it was already early spring of the next year. Gu Min was more or less used to this era. She had the nobility of the noble women of this era. Other than Master Yuanjing, who was a famous historical figure, Gu Min also secretly went to see her stepsister, Gu Zhen. She was rumored to be a promiscuous and dissolute woman. She was Emperor Chen's birth mother and Lu Shi's legal wife. At that moment, Gu Zhan was still a childish little girl. She was much shorter than Gu Min. Because she was the daughter of a mistress who was not favored, her treatment and daily expenses were not even 1/10 of Gu Min's. The difference between a legal wife and a concubine was even greater than the difference between a scholar and a concubine. They had the same father, but the treatment they received was like heaven and earth. Gu Min wanted to take care of her stepsister, but her mother was wary of her as if she was a thief. Gu Min slowly felt bored. On this day, it was chilly. Gu Min asked her maids to fly a kite with her. Seeing the butterfly kite flying high, she could not help but smile widely. Fly higher. Gu Min pointed at the kite and instructed the maids. Suddenly, she heard a heavy sound of something falling into the water. Did you hear anything? The maids knew that Gu Min had excellent hearing and could hear it from afar, but they really did not hear anything special. Gu Min said, I did hear it. That sound, it sounded like something bigger than a rock was thrown into the water, one of the maids said. Water? The nearby ponds are all filled up. Another said, there's an ancient well in the backyard. An ancient well? Gu Min's expression turned cold. She ordered the maids to bring her to the ancient well. The maids were hesitant at first, but when they saw a little girl in the ancient well, they immediately screamed in fright. Seeing that they were of no use, Gu Min tied the hemp rope used to fetch water to a nearby rockery and tied the other end to her waist. Madam, Gu Min said, don't be noisy. She climbed down the ancient well and hugged the child who had lost all her strength. With one hand holding the child and the other holding the hemp rope, she stepped on the wall of the ancient well and climbed up. Fortunately, the walls of the ancient well were dry and there was little moss. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to climb up. Move aside. Don't block the air. Gu Min asked the maids to move away. She laid the little girl who had fallen into the water on the ground and gave her artificial respiration. Wretch! The little girl spat out the well water she had choked on and slowly regained consciousness. There was still fear in her eyes. Little sister? Gu Min did not expect that the child she had rescued was actually her stepsister, Gu Zhan. Gu Zhan looked pitiful after she woke up. She curled up in Gu Min's arms. Gu Min's old auntie heart was revived by her affectionate and adorable look. It's okay. It's okay. Sister is here. Gu Min comforted Gu Zhen gently. Her gentle voice seemed to have the charm to calm one's soul. Thank you, sister. Gu Zhen lowered her head and twisted her fingers. Her pale little face blushed. How did you fall into the water? Gu Min asked Gu Zhen. The 36 stratagems of house fighting appeared in her mind. Before she could finish her imagination, Gu Zhen shyly and shamefully told her the reason why she fell into the water. She mischievously went to the backyard to play and accidentally dropped her favorite pearl hair clip into the well. She leaned over the mouth of the well to look down and accidentally fell in. It had nothing to do with house fighting. Gu Min looked embarrassed. Only then did she realize that she had demonized house fighting. Taking her father's backyard as an example, those concubines could not wait to please the first madam. How would they dare to play tricks? In this era, men were only responsible for carrying on the family line and taking care of the outside. The inner courtyard was women's territory. Usually, it was handled by the first wife. Concubines did not have as high a status as imagined. If the first wife was unhappy, she could sell them to whoever she wanted. Even concubines could be chased out of the mansion if the first wife found out about something wrong. Some beautiful concubines not only had to sleep with the male master, but if there were guests in the mansion, they would also be pushed out to serve the guests. When Gu Min found out about this, she suddenly shuddered. Fortunately, her transmigrated body had a high status and a good background. Otherwise, wouldn't it be like playing with a concubine? No, this current identity was not 100% safe either. If the Gu family got involved in something and caused a disaster, Gu Min, as a female, might be banished to a lowly status and become a prostitute for the army or officials. She might even be sold to a brothel. She would never be able to make a comeback. Sigh. Thinking about it, it was better to be modern. After the incident, Gu Zhan became closer to Gu Min and often played with her. Gu Min liked children. Gu Zhan was so cute and Emperor Chen's mother. Of course, she would not reject her. Because of Gu Min's care, Gu Zhen's treatment skyrocketed. Although it could not be compared to being favored, It was much better than before. Compared to Gu Min's love for Gu Zhan, Madame Gu was much colder. She is just a daughter of a mistress. No matter how she schemed, Minna would only treat her better. Can she replace her? Madame Gu did not have a good impression of Gu Zhan, but she did not show it. Her daughter was born with dementia. Since she was a baby, she did not have a playmate of the same age. If Gu Zhan could see things clearly and make Min happy, it would not matter if she gave her some charity. Because of this mentality, Madame Gu turned a blind eye to Gu Zhan's affairs. Gu Min did not know about any of this. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 to 3 years had passed. Because Gu Min had regained her sanity, Madame Gu wanted to groom her into a perfect aristocratic lady. Coincidentally, Gu Min was also curious about ancient education. In addition, she had a mature soul, so she learned the boring content very quickly. At the end of the year, Madame Gu fell ill. As the eldest daughter of the first wife, Gu Min helped her mother deal with the affairs of the inner residence. Although she was young, she handled matters with the demeanor of a big family. She handled matters fairly and reasonably. Apart from that, she also tried to use her monthly income to do business. Speaking of this, there was another person, Gu Xian. Gu Xian was a young man that Gu Min had saved. This young man also had the surname Gu, but he did not have a proper name. After Gu Min asked for his opinion, she gave him a proper name, Gu Xian. He was the son of a merchant. Due to the decline of his family, he was sold to a broker by his creditors. In the end, he was bought by a farmer couple as a son. Gu Min saved him. At first, she did not pay much attention to him. Later, she accidentally discovered that he had an extremely high talent for arithmetic and business acumen. Thus, she promoted him and asked the clan's accountant to teach him. Gu Min also asked him to become an apprentice in her mother's dowry shop so that he could learn more. Gu Xian did not let Gu Min down. He finished his apprenticeship in less than 2 years. Gu Min learned how to be an aristocratic lady while thinking about how to earn money. Others might not know, but she did. This world would not be stable for a few years. She needed to accumulate initial capital. Perhaps when she became rich in the future, she could invest in Emperor Chen. At first, she only started a small business. Madame Gu also felt that her daughter needed experience, so she let her do as she pleased. It did not matter if she lost money. The Gu family was large and could afford to squander it. If she earned money, she would use it as money for her daughter's cosmetics. Relying on Gu Min's business philosophy, ingenious ideas, and Gu Xian's management skills, this small business quickly turned from loss to profit. With initial capital, Gu Min saw that writing nowadays was done with knives, brushes, and bamboo slips. Thus she thought about making real cheap paper. In her previous life, her father had opened a private paper company. It had originally been transformed from a traditional paper mill, and could barely be considered a family heirloom. After a few tries, she managed to make a relatively primitive bamboo paper. After some modification, it could be put to use. Relying on the Gu family's protection and the low output of bamboo paper, Gu Min's paper mill had always been in her hands. Every year she could make a lot of money. In less than 2 years, she had even made a name for herself among the aristocratic ladies as twin beauties. Although she had earned this title on her own, it was also thanks to the Gu family's manipulation of public opinion. The other of the twin beauties was the daughter of the Wang family of Langya, Wang Huiyun. Gu Min and Wang Huiyun could not be considered close friends, but the 2 young girls had a good relationship. Wang Huiyun was the kind of gentle and dignified lady from a wealthy family. No matter what she did, she was very refined. Every time Gu Min saw her exquisite appearance, she would always feel ashamed of her own inferiority. As she grew older, she could not stand the boredom of the inner courtyard. Because the restrictions on women in this era were not too strict, with the tacit consent of her parents, she often dressed as a man and went out. Relying on her martial arts skills, she learned to be chivalrous and helped the weak. She was happy and at ease. Once, when she was chivalrous and fighting for justice, she met a handsome shota called Xueqi. Xueqi? Wasn't this one of the future husband candidates that her mother had found for her? The famous Xie family's direct descendant. Her heart skipped a beat. As someone who had not seriously studied the history of the 5 kingdoms and the Zhang dynasty, she did not know who Xueqi was. She thought that he was an ordinary, unknown aristocratic family. She had no intention of messing up history. Choosing the unknown Xueqi as her husband was also a good choice. However, Xueqi did not recognize her true gender at all. Instead, he called her brother, and called her brother. The two of them spent their daily lives squatting in the tavern, drinking and chatting. After learning more about him, Gu Min found that Xueqi was a complete martial arts fanatic at such a young age. What a waste of his face. You are very strong, but my spear skills are not weak either. After I go back and train for 2 years, I will definitely beat you. Gu Min casually agreed. At the same time, she silently eliminated Xueqi from the list of marriage candidates. She did not want to perform martial arts every day after getting married. What was the difference between that and domestic violence every day? Only a fool would marry a martial arts fanatic. They could not be engaged, but they could be friends. Xueqi had always thought that his little friend was a brother with a handle. He did not recognize him because of his poor eyesight. He did not expect to see a beautiful and imposing sister dressed in women's clothing at a gathering of aristocratic families. He felt that his worldview had collapsed. It was as if the brother who beat him up the day before was just a figment of his imagination. Were all women this scary nowadays? In less than half a year, Gu Min heard that Xueqi and his little friend, Wang Huiyun, were married. When Wang Huiyun reached adulthood, they could prepare for the wedding. Bah! Feudalism kills people. The average age of these two is only 12 or 13. They are just children in junior high, right? Are they engaged? No matter how much Gu Min complained, she knew that she would have to discuss marriage in another 2 years and join the ranks of early marriage and puppy love. Do you know someone in Hejian County? One day, the naughty child Xueqi asked Gu Min a strange question. Gu Min could not help but roll her eyes and retorted. Hejian County is not big, but it is not small either. There are tens of thousands of people. How can I know everyone? Xueqi coughed lightly. He felt that his question was a bit stupid. When I came to Langyi County a while ago, I saw a teenager on the way. Gu Min asked. And then? Xueqi gloated. It seemed that he was coming to Langyi private school to study and travel. Halfway through, he revealed his money and was robbed. I saved him and asked if he knew anyone in Langyi County. He said that he knew the daughter of the Gu family. Gu Min clicked her tongue and said, "Is that child stupid? How can he call a girl's name so casually?" Xueqi continued. He said that he was from Hejian County. His surname is Liu. Liu Shi? Xueqi said. That's his name. Gu Min secretly curled her lips. Is he here to harm the cabbages in my field? This was probably the inertia of history. Liu Shi came to Langyi private school to study. Most likely, he married Gu Zhan at this time. Gu Min's history results were quite poor. Much of her knowledge had been distorted by the popular ancient TV series in recent years. Therefore, she did not know that Gu Zhan had married someone else in history. After she became a widow, she could not resist the loneliness and hooked up with Liu Shi. The two did not have a plot of childhood sweethearts. She spoke very softly, so Xueqi did not hear her clearly. After paying for the wine, Gu Min had just returned to her house. She heard that a relative had come to visit. After asking a little, she found out who it was. Why is Liu Shi here? Gu Min frowned slightly. She was quite unhappy. She had reasons to hate Liu Shi. Firstly, he was a famous scumbag, pervert, and trash in history. Secondly, Gu Min was close to her stepsister, Gu Zhan. She subconsciously raised Gu Zhan as her daughter. Which old mother would want her daughter to marry a scumbag? Although she did not like him, Gu Min did not do anything to break them up. If Liu Shi did not marry Gu Zhan, where would she find the future Emperor Chen? What would happen to Jiang Chao if Emperor Chen was gone? The maid softly explained the reason for Liu Shi's visit. The content was similar to what Xueqi had told her. Liu Shi, who had no experience in surviving outside, was robbed by bandits. All his valuables were taken away. Gu Min snorted and muttered harshly in her heart, "That scoundrel is already merciful enough to let him live." Ancient times were different from modern times with a sound legal system. In this era, killing was also against the law, but the perpetrator had to be caught. Communication tools were outdated, information transmission was slow, and the methods of solving cases were crude. Every year, there were countless unjust and false cases. It was considered good if they could not catch the culprit, but if they were in a hurry to gain merit, they would have to resort to false accusations and make innocent people into criminals. Lu Shi had managed to escape with his life after encountering a robber. He was indeed Emperor Chen's father, blessed by the halo of history. Gu Min could not stop complaining in her heart. She returned to the backyard and changed into women's clothes. She dressed up before coming out to meet the guests. She glanced at Lu Shi from afar. His face was not as round as she remembered. He looked much thinner and his facial features were more exquisite. Good-looking faces are all the same, but interesting souls are one in a million. It's useless no matter how good-looking you are. Inside, you're a mess. Gu Min felt pity for Lu Shi's good looks. He looked good, but he was a scumbag with potential. Lu Shi was surprised to see Gu Min. Although Gu Min had become more and more capable in the past few years, her beauty had also increased. If there was a beauty ranking for the gentry girls of the same age, with Gu Min's beauty, she might be able to get the third place when her facial features developed. Because his money had been robbed, Lu Shi could only choose to stay at his relative's house for a few days. He would then send someone to Hejian County to send a letter to get the money. Lu Shi was arranged to stay in the guest room, far away from Gu Min's house. How could there be any interaction between a man and a woman? Lu Shi got to know the young Gu Zhan first. Gu Zhan heard that her sister and Lu Shi had known each other since they were young. She often told her how good Lu Shi was. On the surface, Gu Min listened attentively and occasionally echoed Gu Zhan's words. In fact, she was strangling Lu Shi to death 10,000 times in her heart. This scumbag! How old was Gu Zhan? He knew how to seduce her. Damn it! Fortunately, the child was forgetful. She quickly threw Lu Shi aside and did not mention him again. Little did she know that Madame Gu had warned Gu Zhan with a cold smile. Your sister is the legal daughter of the manor. Who do you think you are? How dare you scheme against her? Madame Gu was quite angry. She was the champion of the last house fight. What kind of devious thoughts had she not seen? Although Gu Zhan was only a toy that she had thrown to her daughter, she had never treated her badly. Gu Zhan's life was better than that of the legal daughter of the gentry. What was there for her to be dissatisfied with? She did not expect that Gu Zhan, that be *tch, would have other thoughts. She tried to mislead Gu Min into falling for Lu Shi. Who was the Lu family of Hejian? How could he be qualified to be with her legal daughter? Thinking of this, Madame Gu was depressed and could not help but speak harshly. Be more obedient. Don't you think about who controls your future marriage? Do you really think that you can overturn the world? In ancient times, children matured early. In Gu Min's eyes, Gu Zhan, who was only in elementary school, already knew how to plan for her future. For this reason, Gu Zhan talked good things about Lu Shi in Gu Min's ears every day. She was sure that her legal sister was pure and loved her. If Gu Min really liked the real Lu Shi, although it was impossible for the two of them to get married, it would create a bad reputation. Gu Min's future marriage would not be easy. If anything happens to my son's marriage proposal, do you think that you will have the chance to marry into a wealthy family? Madame Gu was not a soft-hearted person. If anything happened to Gu Min's precious eyeball, she would tear Gu Zhan apart. Gu Min did not know about these details. Madame Gu also deliberately hid it. On the surface, she was still happy. In a few days, it would be the flower festival, the birthday of 100 flowers. At the same time, it was also a good day that the noble ladies of Langyi had been looking forward to for a long time. Young girls from various families were dressed in bright clothes. Their eyebrows were painted with different patterns of flowers, which made their fair skin look beautiful and dazzling. The well-dressed young girls walked with light steps. They were surrounded by maids and worshipped the flower god. The flower festival was not only a day for the noble ladies to go out for a walk and worship the flower god. At the same time, it was also a day for blind dates. Sigh, what a day for young men and women to confess their love to each other and abuse the single dogs. Gu Min was still young, but she was also dressed beautifully by her mother. Everyone knew that in a few years, Gu Min would probably attract the pursuit and secret love of countless young scholars. There was an elegant gathering by the river in the distance. Under the golden spring sun, those young, beautiful, and energetic girls added an indescribable holiness and beauty. Just standing there was an exquisite painting. Gu Min admired the beauties and looked at them with relish. A few years have passed, but you are still so vulgar. Who would disregard etiquette and climb a pear tree? Lu Shi was wearing a green robe. He glanced at the white socks on her feet and looked away with his ears red. "TSK, this is not your home. No one said anything about me, but you are the first to discipline me." Gu Min laughed. "I heard a while ago that you went to a shady place again. If you have the time to discipline me, why don't you look at yourself? A gentleman must be upright." Lu Shi's cheeks turned pale when he heard that. "You are so mean," Gu Min said, "although it sounds bad, it is for your own good. Look at you. You are not even 10 years old and you are already thinking about debauchery. Who wouldn't be afraid of you in the future? Besides, when it comes to being mean, I am not as good as you. Don't forget that you have whipped me." Lu Shi's face turned red. "I didn't hit you, did I?" "You didn't hit me, so you didn't hit me?" Lu Shi stood under a tree half a foot away from Gu Min and said suddenly, "I didn't go to debauchery. It was just a rumor." "Then what were you doing there?" "Watching other people debauchery," Lu Shi said. "They said it was an interesting place, so I went." Besides, Gu Min, who knew how to wander around Lang Lang Alley at the age of 6, was not qualified to say that he was debauchery. She felt wronged. Gu Min sneered in her heart. Even if people in ancient times matured early, they would not have matured so much that a 10-year-old child could do such inappropriate things. Lu Shi blinked and looked at Gu Min, who was sitting on the tree, and pursed his lips. Maybe it was because the sunlight was too bright, but he actually thought that Gu Min, who was fierce and vulgar, was kind of cute. Lu Shi shook his head secretly. He was probably blind. This year's flower festival was destined to be full of problems. After Gu Min worshipped the flower god, she heard someone calling for help. She followed the voice and found out that a woman from an aristocratic family had fallen into the water. She was surrounded by either maids or old nannies. None of them knew how to swim. If she called for a man, the woman would be washed downstream. Downstream? There is a waterfall downstream. Although the waterfall was not high, there was a deep pool at the bottom. If she fell in, she would most likely die. Gu Min kicked off her wooden clogs and jumped into the water. As she approached the woman, she tied her hands behind her back and dragged her ashore. Gu Min was not a good swimmer. If she was caught by the drowning person, both of them would probably die. Phew! Gu Min found that she had been saving people everywhere after her transmigration. First, it was by Dai, Gu Xian, then Gu Zhan, and now this woman from an aristocratic family. Forget it. Good deeds will be rewarded. Gu Min helped the woman spit out the water she had choked. The maid beside her had already put cloaks on them. Some distance away, the scholars who were having a poetry meeting heard the commotion and rushed over. Lu Shi's sharp eyes saw Gu Min saving people in the water. "Do you really want to die?" Gu Min grabbed the cloak with one hand and rubbed her nose with the other. She frowned and said, "Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda." Lu Shi said harshly, "Are you going to shave your head and become a monk? What do you mean by saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda?" If she failed to save people and ended up getting herself into trouble, Lu Shi secretly clenched his fists and frowned. Gu Min rolled her eyes at him. She was too lazy to talk to Lu Shi, who was becoming more and more of a scumbag. He had been flirting with Gu Zhan before, but now he was concerned about her. Did he want to take advantage of her? Gu Min couldn't help but shudder when she thought of the Tom Sioux stallion she had seen in her previous life. The life of the aristocratic family in ancient times was not as boring as Gu Min had imagined. Instead, it was very enjoyable, such as bathing in hot springs and traveling. Gu Min was lucky enough to follow her father to Shangjing for a trip at public expense. Jishan Hot Spring is famous all over the world. There were many tourists in the past and the water quality was not very good. Now, it's VIP treatment. Jishan Hot Spring had been there in her previous life. It had been very popular and attracted a large number of tourists even during the off-season. Gu Min had been there a few times in her previous life and had enjoyed it. However, there were many tourists and she lacked some personal space. Now that she had traveled 300 years into the past, it would be soulless if she didn't try the hot spring. Wonderful. Gu Min enjoyed it very much. When she came out of the hot spring, she heard someone say that there were poisonous snakes in the hot spring. Oh my, what kind of body do I have? I run into trouble wherever I go. Gu Min complained, but she was still very scared. Although she was a brave and silly girl, she was actually quite afraid of snakes. When she was a child, she had been bitten by a vegetable snake. It had scared her to death. Gu Min had never thought that she would run into the poisonous snake. As the saying goes, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Gu Min was in a cold sweat confronting the poisonous snake while she hoped that someone would come to save her. The experience of her previous life had taught her that running away from a poisonous snake was a stupid move. You are usually quite smart. Why are you so stupid now? Why don't you run away? Gu Min had never thought that the person who would come to save her would be Lu Shi. Her legs were obviously trembling with fear, but she still held a stone and threw it at the poisonous snake, scaring it into a corner. Lu Shi felt that it was not a good place to stay for long. He grabbed her hand and dragged her to a crowded place. If I run away, do you think my feet are faster or the snake's? Gu Min asked. It's better to confront it and see who can't hold back first. Lu Shi was so angry that he almost laughed. His young and tender face looked a bit flustered and exasperated. Are you an idiot or something? Gu Min said. You are the stupid one. A bad student had the cheek to call her stupid? Lu Shi hadn't let go of her hand yet, so Gu Min clearly felt that he had increased his strength. It was a little painful. As a tough person, Gu Min didn't say a word and refused to give in. When Lu Shi found that her hand had turned blue from his grip, the blood drained from his face. I'm sorry. After saying that, he turned around and left. It seemed that he was running away. Gu Min looked at Lu Shi's back in confusion and snorted. What a strange temper. I was the one who was taken advantage of, but he acted like a little wife who was bullied. She didn't know when it started, but she found that Lu Shi's illness had become more serious. From time to time, he would show her a complicated look, which made her hair stand. Crazy. When she was 11, Gu Min followed her mother to attend her grandmother's funeral. On the way back they met bandits. Is the law and order so bad these days? Traveling through time was indeed not a good job. There were always bandits blocking the road and robbing people. Life was hard. If she could travel back in time, she really wanted to hold the heads of those girls who dreamed of traveling to ancient times and slap the water out of their brains. Those who didn't have any fighting skills shouldn't challenge the hellish world of ancient times. It was easy to die. There were 50 servants guarding the convoy, but there were 100 bandits. They belonged to a relatively large group of bandits. First, they launched a sneak attack and killed several of our servants with arrows. Even though Gu Min was good at fighting, she still had to protect her mother and the servants in the carriage. For a moment, she was overwhelmed. When reinforcements finally arrived, Gu Min let her guard down and was pushed off the cliff by a bandit who was pretending to be dead on the ground. Is falling off a cliff a must for women who travel through time? That was too much. As a koi carp, Gu Min was very lucky. Her clothes were hanging on the tree, which slowed down her fall. In addition, the cliff was not very high, so she only broke a leg and her face was scratched by some unknown sawtooth weeds. Other than that, there were no other serious injuries. Because of her leg injury, Gu Min couldn't walk. She had to stay where she was and wait for reinforcements. However, there were many venomous snakes and ants in the deep forest. She was scared just thinking about all kinds of venomous snakes and insects. She didn't dare to close her eyes. It was not until it was dark that she saw a faint flame. Could it be a will-o'-the-wisp? She couldn't be that unlucky, could she? She only heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the man's footsteps and heard him calling her name. I'm here. The person's footsteps became more and more rapid. Occasionally, she could hear the sound of weeds being cut down. Gu Min blinked and saw a figure approaching with a torch in his hand. He was holding a sword in his right hand and clearing the weeds to make a path. Lu Shi. The person said, I'm not familiar with you. Isn't it too rude to call me by my name? The gratitude that Gu Min had just felt deflated like a punctured balloon. Haha, Lu Zhongqing. Lu Shi rolled his eyes at her and sneered. Who's Lu Zhongqing? Gu Min shut her mouth. She had forgotten that the scumbag in front of her was only 11 or 12 years old. He was far from being old enough to have a courtesy name. She remembered Lu Shi's courtesy name because there was a Jiao Zhongqing in the famous peacock flies to the southeast. I was dreaming just now. I thought it was a celestial being. I didn't expect it to be a vulgar mortal like you. Lu Shi took a deep breath. His hand that was holding the torch turned white. Are you here for me? I'm here to collect your body, Lu Shi said. I didn't expect you to survive such a high cliff. Gu Min secretly clenched her teeth. If it weren't for her broken leg, she would have pressed Lu Shi to the ground and beat him up. Lu Shi also noticed that Gu Min was not right. If it were in the past, she would have threatened him with her fists. She was still sitting on the ground. Upon closer inspection, her cheeks were a little pale. Your leg. Lu Shi keenly noticed her unnaturalness. It's broken. Lu Shi's expression changed. Without thinking, he tore off the cloth from his shirt and removed the scabbard. What are you doing? Lu Shi said. I tied it up for you. Do you want to be a cripple for the rest of your life? Do you want your father to pay more head tax for you? What the F***CK? Gu Min was also angry. Lu Shi, the naughty kid, really deserved a beating. It was one thing to curse her for being crippled, but to curse her to be unable to get married for the rest of her life? According to the laws of Dongqing, if a girl was over the age of 18 and still not engaged, the family would have to pay more head tax. Gu Min said, not to mention a crippled leg, even if both legs and arms were broken, there would still be people rushing to propose marriage. You don't have to worry. Lu Shi lowered his head to straighten her leg and sneered. Yes, the daughter of the Gu family. You have a good reputation. Even those famous people who fish for compliments and criticize people all day say that you are more than qualified to be the empress of the Xia kingdom. It would be good to marry you and worship you like a Buddha. Gu Min said, You sound so weird. Lu Shi didn't say anything. Seeing that some of the cloth was still missing, he tore 2 more from his shirt. How do you even know how to do this? Lu Shi sneered. I keep a disobedient dog in my house. My dog's leg is often broken. You'll understand after some practice. Gu Min was speechless. MP. F***CKU, Lu Zhongqing. Hold the torch for me. I'll carry you out. Lu Shi straightened her leg and was already sweating profusely. Gu Min couldn't help but sigh. Why were all good-looking men scumbags these days? On second thought it made sense. If a man wasn't good-looking, he wouldn't even have the right to be a scumbag. Gu Min said, You can go and get him. Lu Shi was unmoved. He looked like he would either carry her out or Gu Min would stay there and wait for death. Gu Min couldn't help but think of a conspiracy. As she climbed onto his back, she muttered, Don't tell me you're trying to force me to repay you for saving my life? Lu Shi said in a low voice. Shut up. Gu Min said, You're angry. Nonsense. I'll leave you there. This is the season when poisonous insects and beasts appear. Think about it. Gu Min curled her lips and helped him hold the torch. Not long after, they met the servants who were looking for Gu Min. Later, Gu Min found out that it was Lu Shi's idea to look for her. Lu Shi was still studying in a private school. He heard that the convoy was ambushed and she fell off the cliff, so he came to look for her. TSK. What does this guy mean? Gu Min stayed at home for 3 consecutive months, thinking about the intention of Lu Shi's strange behavior. Gu Min laughed. Maybe he's in love with you. Gu Min said, Nonsense. It's not like he doesn't know his place. Why would he ask for humiliation? She had been in this world for 5 or 6 years. Of course, she knew the status of the Gu family in the aristocratic families. Although it was not as prestigious as the 4 noble families of Dongqing, it was still a big shot. Lu Shi's identity was not worthy of Gu Min's family. It was impossible for the 2 families to marry. In addition, everyone knew that Lu Shi was a bad student. Just as Gu Min said, even if she was crippled for the rest of her life, there would be many people who wanted to marry her. It would not be Lu Shi's turn. They wanted to marry her not because of her person, but because of her identity. Unexpectedly, Gu Zhan's words hit the nail on the head. What? Who did you say went to test my father's words? Time flew. In the blink of an eye, Gu Min was also a 12-year-old girl. According to the tradition of the aristocratic families, she could prepare for marriage at this age. If she didn't choose a good husband now, When the girl reached marriageable age, good men of the same age would already be married. Lu Shi, Lu Langjun. Gu Min finished chewing the snacks and muttered, "Has he been possessed recently?" The maid said, "I've never heard of such news." Gu Min said, "If he's not possessed, then his brain is filled with water. This doesn't seem like something he would do." He knew that the daughter of the Gu family would not marry the Lu family of Hejian, but he still went to test his father's words. Wasn't that asking for humiliation? She couldn't figure it out. Before Gu Min could think of a solution, Lu Shi asked her to meet him. Gu Min went to see him with the intention of clarifying the situation. Of course, she couldn't go to the meeting alone. Her maids were waiting not far away. "Have you been possessed recently, or have you hit your head?" Lu Shi said, "Neither. I just heard that you're going to discuss marriage." Gu Min said, "Even if I wanted to discuss marriage, I wouldn't choose you. What kind of father would be willing to push his daughter into a pit of fire?" Lu Shi almost choked. He raised his hand and pointed at himself. "I'm a pit of fire?" Gu Min said, "You really don't know what's going on." Lu Shi didn't understand what she was saying. He thought it was some local dialect, which made him break down. I like you, I adore you, and I want to discuss marriage with you." Gu Min didn't expect to be confessed to by a boy in the first grade of middle school. She was stunned for a moment. "But I don't understand." Gu Min didn't think that she was being nice to Lu Shi. This boy was probably a masochist. How could he confess so straightforwardly? It made her a little embarrassed. Even so, Lu Longjuan's actions didn't mean that. It was Lu Shi's turn to be stunned. He asked, "What?" Gu Min said, "He's neither good at literature nor martial arts. If you were his father, would you like such a boy coveting your daughter?" Lu Shi couldn't defend himself. He was really a bad student. His family background was his shortcoming. He didn't have any talent or ability, so he really couldn't catch anyone's attention. Facts were facts, but it was impossible for Lu Shi not to feel uncomfortable when it came from Gu Min's mouth. I. Lu Shi's eyes were filled with confusion. He had always felt that he was innocent when it came to studying. He clearly wanted to study well, but he didn't know why he couldn't get into it. There seemed to be a thought in his mind that was preventing him from studying. If he said such a lousy excuse, he would be ridiculed again. "You're on your own," Lu Shi said. "Wait, if I can study well, will you be willing to discuss marriage 2 years later?" Once the gentry liked someone, it was usually impossible to break off the engagement. Gu Min heard this and muttered in her heart, "A natural scumbag. Who would be so bold as to let a girl waste time waiting for him?" Besides, she didn't like Lu Shi. He was really confident. What's the use of studying for 2 years? Lu Shi was 12 or 13 years old. He had wasted so much golden time. What was the use of studying hard now? It was too late. In the end, the slap in the face came too soon. Gu Min heard that her father had been persuaded by Lu Shi to postpone the marriage for 2 years. Gu Min was speechless. She felt that she had a fake father. When she asked for the reason, her father said, Lu Shi's ancestor had some ability. He had once helped the ancestors of the Gu family. We let him try because of this kindness. After all, you don't have to worry about your marriage. It's good to delay it for 2 years so that he can see the seriousness of his situation. Otherwise, the 2 families will fall out. There were many people watching Gu Min's marriage. Her father was not anxious at all. He also wanted to keep his daughter for 2 more years. There was no harm in postponing the marriage. He could also repay the debt he owed to the Lu family. If Lu Shi became better and could carry the Lu family's name in the future, everyone would be happy. The corner of Gu Min's mouth twitched. She finally understood that her father had drawn a big cake for Lu Shi to hang on and did not intend to fulfill it. After returning, Gu Min heard Gu Zhen mention something inadvertently. Lu Shi stayed outside for 2 whole days in order to see her father. It happened to be raining heavily these 2 days, and Lu Shi was soaked badly. Gu Dai said with a smile, "I can see that Lu Langjun treats you sincerely." Gu Min just smiled and did not comment. If there was no heavy rain to set off a sad drama, it would be a sad drama without a soul. She originally thought that Lu Shi's popularity would last for a few minutes and he would give up sooner or later. His past dark history also proved this. Xueqi was a complete failure in his studies. Even if he said he would work hard every time, he would give up halfway. Gu Min did not have high hopes for him at all. As usual, Gu Min wore men's clothes to play around. Almost all the aristocrats in Langya County knew that the daughter of the Gu family was beautiful for both men and women. She was unrestrained and romantic, attracting countless scholars who pursued fashion. Among the scholars, Gu Min's reputation was also very good. By chance, she heard someone praise Xueqi's talent. Shocked. He actually became serious? Could it be that he was possessed by someone? If Xueqi could become useful, a sow could climb a tree. Xueqi said, "Look at you. You don't seem to want to see him change?" Gu Min said, "Not really. It's naturally good if he can become better. It's a blessing for the people to have one less rich playboy." Xueqi knew Xueqi through Gu Min. A few months ago, he passed by Hejian County and saw him. In the past 2 years, Xueqi had changed so much that it could be said that he had been reborn. Xueqi almost did not recognize him. "Then why are you like this?" Gu Min said, "I have always treated him as my brother-in-law. But he fell for me, his sister. How can I accept it?" Xueqi was surprised. "Brother-in-law? Did he go and mess with your sister? Such a scumbag?" He messed with the girl and still confessed his love for his sister. Was this man on the verge of death? Gu Min said, "Not really. He didn't have much contact with my sister, but I heard from a master that the two of them had a relationship." She could not say that history told her that the two of them would get together. If Xueqi learned well now, Gu Min would not have to feel guilty when he married Gu Zhan in the future. Xueqi said, "Ghosts and gods cannot be trusted." Gu Min said, "Whether you believe it or not depends on the person. I believe it more. Back then, the master said that I lost my soul. Later on, my soul came back and I became normal. It can be seen that there is a way here. It is better to believe it than not. It is not wrong to fear the gods." Xueqi said, "Xueqi asked me about your recent situation." Gu Min laughed. "Does he still need to ask about my recent situation?" She was famous in Langya County. Many aristocratic ladies regretted that she was a girl. Otherwise, they would have thrown themselves at her. Xueqi said, "Looking at him, I am afraid that, he is deeply in love?" Gu Min said, "Unrequited love." Xueqi was speechless. She pitied Xueqi for some reason. "You don't like him at all?" Gu Min sighed and said to her best friend, "I can't say that I don't like him, but that is not love between a man and a woman. Xiaohe also knows that I am precocious and has always treated him as a child and a brother-in-law. Suddenly, he said that he likes me. It is an indescribable feeling." Gu Min's feelings could be summed up in one sentence. "I treated you like a child, but you actually want to sleep with me." Xueqi was speechless. As it turned out, sooner or later, he would have to pay for what he had done. Gu Min rejected Xueqi with the excuse that he was neither good at literature nor martial arts. More than 2 years had passed, and he was famous for both literature and martial arts. For some reason, Gu Min sent someone to secretly inquire about Xueqi's situation in the past 2 years. She didn't know if she didn't see it, but when she did, she was shocked. Coincidentally, Xueqi came to Langya County again. Gu Min carried her sword and went to meet him aggressively. "What are you doing?" Xueqi had dressed himself up nicely and waited for Gu Min's arrival anxiously. He never thought that she would draw her sword as soon as she arrived. "What kind of demon are you?" The Xueqi that Gu Min knew was stupid, bratty, wicked, and had a nasty mouth. It was impossible for him to be the smooth and slick guy in the intelligence report. What should she do if her temperament had changed so much? It was most likely that she had been possessed. Xueqi was speechless. They hadn't seen each other for more than 2 years, and this was the first thing she said. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.